In case number 2024-00326, electronic 2024 Joint Integrated Resource Plan of Louisville Gas and Electric Company and Kentucky Utilities Company. My name is Angie Hatton. I'm Chair of the Kentucky Public Service Commission, and joining me today is Commissioner Mary Pat Regan. If you have cellular telephones, please set them to silent mode or turn them off. So, the purpose of today's hearing is to obtain additional information and clarity regarding the IRP in an organized manner, and this hearing is limited to that purpose. The examination of witnesses at the hearing should be focused on obtaining additional information regarding the data, assumptions, and methodologies used and conclusions reached in LG&E KU's IRP. The hearing should not be used as an opportunity to conduct discovery regarding other proceedings or to rehash information that's already in the record for the purpose of highlighting such information to make points regarding the IRP or other applications. The Commission will be entertaining oral objections and motions regarding the scope of specific questions at this hearing, and I also expect the parties to make every effort to limit questions to serve the purpose of the hearing. When objections are made, I will likely ask staff to weigh in as well because I want to keep the scope narrow. There was a motion to continue this hearing that had some merit. With the CPCN pending and also a rate case soon to be filed, this could get out of hand. It could get way too broad, and I just want to keep the scope to the purpose of this hearing. And I will appreciate everyone cooperating in making sure that happens. At this time, we'll have entry of appearance of counsel, and I'll also request that each party's counsel identify their witnesses for the applicant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Duncan Crosby with my colleagues Lindsay Ingram and Mary Ellen Wimberly, Stolkeen and Ogden PLLC on behalf of LG&KU. Also with us today are Allison K. Sturgeon, Vice President and Deputy General Counsel, and Sarah B. Judd, Senior Counsel in-house with LG&KU. Thank you.
Okay. And your witnesses?
Yes, ma'am. We have 14 witnesses today. For LG&KU, we have Lonnie Beller, John Bevington, Stuart Wilson, Tim Jones, Michael Seaborn, Charles Schramm, David Tummins, Elizabeth McFarland, Peter Waldrop, Philip Ember, Lana Isaacson, Shannon Montgomery, Michael Horning, and Robert Conroy. And Your Honor, we would propose to call those witnesses in that order.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And for the Attorney General?
Mike West for the Attorney General's Office.
Good morning, Mr. West. For KIUC?
Morning, Your Honors. Mike Kurtz for KIUC.
Good morning.
No witnesses.
Okay, and for the Joint Interveners?
Good morning, Your Honor. Byron Gary on behalf of Joint Interveners, Kentuckians for the Commonwealth, Kentucky Solar Energy Society, Mountain Association, and Metropolitan Housing Coalition. With me this morning, Cassandra McCrae, and we have no witnesses either.
Are we going to be rotating chairs, I guess?
It looks like we're going to have
Yeah.
to, sorry.
When the new courtroom is done, we have a lot more room for counsel. So I do apologize for that. We're going to be here a little longer than we expected. And for SREA?
Good morning. David Spinard and Randy Strobo for Southern Renewable Energy Association. We have no witnesses.
Good morning. And finally, for commission staff?
Thank you, Chair. We have Drake Sill, with me is John West, and Ben Bellamy. We have with us also Ms. John Rognes, Kaylee Riley, and then Trip Costin.
Good morning to you guys as well. I need to fix whatever's going on with these lids on this computer here. Some feedback. Actually, I'm gonna maybe go off the record for 5 minutes and get this fixed. Can I hear that phone? I mean, that computer? No. It's not listed for some reason.
We'll come back to you and
You're not on that list.
I don't know.
All right, we are on the record again and got the computer issue fixed, and I skipped Mr. Malone.
Oh, thank you.
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Okay. That's fine. I was going to say, Matt Malone on behalf of KCA, Kentucky Coal Association.
Okay, good morning, and more for Sierra Club, right?
Joe Shoulders, Shoulders and Baxter, Lexington for Sierra Club. I have with me Kristen Henry and Nathaniel Schoaf. We have no witnesses.
Good morning, sorry I skipped you. Okay. And I have been advised that public notice has been given and filed into the record, is that correct?
Yes, public notice was given between April 22 and May 6, and it was in place of the record on the 8th, and
Okay. And counsel for LG&E KU have confirmed that the tear sheets match the dates provided with the affidavit of hearing notice publication, correct?
yes, Chair, yes.
Okay. All right. Are there any outstanding motions besides the motions for confidential treatment from October 18th, December 18th, and February 11th, and February 14th?
No, Chair.
Okay. And I'm advised that we do have public comment. There is one waiting online, and there's maybe some in the room as well. So anyone wishing to provide public comments may do so by following the instructions located on our website at psc.ky.gov. Written comments may always be submitted by sending an email to psc.comment@ky.gov. Let the record show that the instructions and link to provide public comments have been posted on the website for the past day. Waiting online, I believe I have Kara Cooper. Miss Cooper, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, and we can hear you as well. It might be good to speak up just a bit, but if you would limit your comments to 7 minutes, I'm going to time you, and you may begin.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Kara Cooper. My address is 808 Oak Hill Drive, Lexington, Kentucky, 40505. And I'm making a comment today on behalf of Kentuckians for Energy Democracy. Kentuckians for Energy Democracy is a statewide coalition of organizations working across a variety of issues, including affordable housing, families and children, the environment, climate, poverty, and economic development. Ratepayers rely on our utilities to take the Integrated Resources Plan process seriously. That means that they must do their due diligence to make the best decisions using the most realistic scenarios and utilizing all resources available to them to keep energy affordable and meet future needs in the most responsible way possible. When they fail to do this, we, the ratepayers, are stuck paying for their bad decisions. Unfortunately, we are not confident this IRP has met that standard. 96% of new U.S. power capacity installed in 2024 was carbon-free, and only 4% was fossil gas. This is driven by economics, as solar PV and wind are now the cheapest electricity sources in most markets. So why are the companies moving in the opposite direction and going against their stated goals and policy principles by proposing more risky 40-year investments in natural gas generation? We've been down this road before, and we continue to pay a heavy price. Coal plants running at financial losses are costing U.S. communities billions in health-related expenses. The RMI Health Impacts Dashboard estimates that Kentuckians have paid nearly $14 billion in health effects since 2015 alone, in addition to paying extra for coal plants that were not cost-effective. And according to the 2025 ACEEE Energy Efficiency Scorecard, Kentucky now ranks 43rd in the U.S. for energy efficiency, dropping 5 spots since last year. There are better ways to meet our capacity needs, and they are cheaper than what the companies are proposing. Accelerated investments in energy efficiency and local distributed energy resources like rooftop solar and advanced batteries would be cheaper and bring more benefits to customers. But these options are overlooked in the IRP as a way to meet expected demand. Inclusive utility investments can lower costs and increase resiliency for participants and ratepayers alike. Virtual power plants are cheaper than new gas generation and bring more benefits home to our communities. The potentially unprecedented increase in load due primarily to data centers may have significant negative impacts on rates and community well-being. The utilities and the commission cannot treat this as business as usual. With already high rates, additional rate increases could contribute to the affordable housing crisis and other cost of living issues many Kentuckians are already experiencing. High energy costs strain household budgets, reduce disposable income, and can put households at risk at becoming disconnected due to bill debt. This puts hardworking Kentuckians at risk of negative health outcomes, eviction, and more. The utilities must explore alternatives that are being implemented nationwide, including inclusive utility investments, VPPs, demand-side management, as well as methods specific to handling data center needs. Also, rather than relying on ratepayers, data centers should be responsible for covering the costs they generate and sign agreements committing to the energy usage they project. It is impossible to determine precisely how much the company's energy loads will increase, especially since the projected data center growth remains speculative. None of the projects included in their load forecast have officially entered the company's final announced phase, and the Louisville project in particular currently lacks any confirmed tenants. It's important to make sure that customers are not on the hook for risky capacity investments that don't benefit them. And what is already abundantly clear is the fact that Kentuckians have been left behind by our utilities' lack of investments in affordable energy efficiency and resiliency, and that our utilities have to start now and make huge strides to catch up. Kentuckians deserve no less. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And do we have any public comment in the audience? You do? Okay. Come right up, sir, right to this microphone, if you please, and tell us your full name and address, and then I'll start a 7-minute timer.
Okay, thank you. I don't think that will be a problem.
Okay.
I am Paul Westland. I live in Louisville at 8101 Barber Manor Drive, 40241. Are we ready?
We're ready.
Thanks. As I said, my name is Paul Westland. I live in Louisville. I've spent my career as an energy writer, including 20 years as editor of Kentucky Living magazine. More recently, I've been part of encouraging the Louisville Metro Council to implement its 2020 resolution to achieve 100% renewable energy by 2040. I'm a member of the Renewable Energy Alliance of Louisville, which was instrumental in encouraging the council to adopt that resolution. I want to encourage you to consider action on this integrated resource plan in a big picture, forward-looking kind of way. I realize the nature of this hearing and the integrated resource plan emphasizes data and load forecast details, but this plan needs to take a step back and add specific steps that acknowledge and address the climate crisis. The science is solid on the link between human-produced carbon dioxide and the global warming that causes climate disruption. The United States Defense Department has identified it as a national security threat. Agriculture experts see it as reducing crop yields. Just last week, an analysis found that the floods in Kentucky this April were 9% worse because of global warming. I'm emphasizing these climate and energy basics for two reasons. One is that just the mention of global warming has become toxically politicized. The other is that, as this plan shows, climate change is not taken seriously as a long-range business issue. Neither the term global warming nor climate change appear at all in this plan. The term greenhouse gas is mentioned only in the context of regulatory requirements. The plan should also address climate goals of the state's largest cities, Louisville and Lexington. LG&E and KU should be much more of a partner in achieving those clean energy objectives. The Louisville Airport Authority recently showed this kind of support with installation of a large geothermal project. Progress and leadership on energy will not happen without innovative thinking on significant milestones like this integrated resource plan. It should specifically consider the climate effects of fossil fuels. It should put renewable sources in a broader context of relative costs, health, and effects on the economy. As you consider energy consumption and generation projections, please keep in mind that today's hearing is about nothing less consequential than the livability of our planet. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment in the audience? Anyone else wishing to speak? Again, anyone may continue to comment by either sending written comments to 211 Sauer Boulevard, Frankfort, Kentucky 40601 at the Public Service Commission, or by sending an email to psc.comment@ky.gov. And anytime you comment in writing, make sure and include case number 2024-00326 so that it will be filed in the record in the appropriate case. All right, if there's nothing further preliminarily, we will begin with presentation of evidence, and counsel, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. LG&KU called Lonnie Beller. My colleague, Mr. Ingram, will be presenting.
And Your Honor, one quick housekeeping thing, just to let you know about Mr. Lovecamp's role here. As the companies have routinely done in hearings, Mr. Lovecamp has a laptop with a monitor that the witness can see. He has on his laptop just of record items in this docket. For example, data responses, so that the witness can see the data response that he or she might get asked about by any of the intervener counsel. I want to make sure that the commission's aware of that and that it's suitable.
Okay, I've not heard an objection to that. Might make things go a little more smoothly, so, yeah. Please raise your right hand, Mr. Beller. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address, please.
Yes. My name is Lonnie Beller. My business address is 2701 East Point Parkway, Louisville, Kentucky, 40223.
Okay, counsel?
Mr. Beller, by whom are you employed?
PPL Services.
And what is your job title with PPL Services?
I'm Executive Vice President of Engineering, Construction, and Generation.
And are you identified as the responsible witness or as a responsible co-witness on some of the data responses that have been filed in the record in this proceeding?
Yes.
Mr. Beller is available for questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Order of questioning today. Let me know if anybody objects. Attorney General, KIUC, Kentucky Coal Association, Sierra Club, SREA, Joint Interveners, staff, and commissioners. No objections? All right. Mr. West.
Mr. Beller, how are you doing?
Good.
Just a few questions, and consistent with the admonition from the chair, I want to start out, if these values are in the record, please point them out to me. But are you aware of anywhere in the record where there's a discussion of the lifespan of different types of generating resources?
Chair, all the mics are red. Do we need it?
In this courtroom,
It's fine. Red is good. Okay, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can you repeat your question?
Yeah.
Valid concern.
I asked the same thing the first hearing I had back here. But yeah, just the lifespan of different types of generating resources. Is that information in the record somewhere that can be pointed out? Generally, I'd just like to know the lifespan of a simple cycle CT, a combined cycle, solar arrays, and batteries.
That would be in the record. I don't have those all those committed to memory, but it would be part of the financial assumptions that Mr. Wilson and Mr. Seaborn would testify to in their detail, which I know is in the record. There would be a book life and a tax life of those assets.
Okay. So you said Mr. Wilson and Mr. Seaborn?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
KIUC,
No questions, Your Honor.
Kentucky Coal Association.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Beller, how are you?
Good.
Good. In looking at the record, Casey asked LG&E about whether or not the companies had given any thought to expected changes in the assumptions in the IRP following the election of President Trump. Do you think that the companies, what's the company's position on that? Do you think there's an obligation to reconsider or revise any of the conclusions?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that question. This is the first opportunity for the commission to put a temporal limitation on the questions being asked in this proceeding. This question asks the company's position for things that happened after the IRP was filed in October of last year. The commission's order that you recited at the beginning of this hearing to limit the scope of this hearing specifically says that the examination of witnesses at the hearing should be focused on obtaining additional information regarding the data, assumptions, and methodologies used and conclusions reached in the past tense in formulating and preparing the IRP. And so I would object to the question because it goes beyond the temporal limitation that exists for this case. The IRP is a snapshot in time. The commission has in the past, as has staff, recognized that it's a triennial snapshot in time. And so I would object to this question and any other questions that go to the company's position on things that have happened or might happen after the IRP was filed in this case. I also object to it because it's speculative.
Your response?
Thank you. In looking at the way the companies responded, they did say the IRP represents a snapshot of this planning process using current business assumptions and assessments of risks. Even though the IRP represents the company's analysis of the best options to meet customer needs at this point in time, this plan is reviewed, reevaluated, and assessed against other market available alternatives prior to commitment and implementation. So my question simply is trying to figure out whether or not they've actually taken this into consideration, considering the fact that President Trump's election has been during this process.
Boy, this is a time to be trying to have some regulatory certainty, isn't it?
Yeah.
In this country, in this state. Staff, do you have a position on this?
I mean, we understand it's a snapshot in time to the extent that it just asks questions about assumptions moving forward, right? The time window here is to 2039, the planning window. And to the extent that the questions are limited to what information is in the IRP, as far as it looks forward, and that's fine, but we would have no other strong reasoning here or there.
You would have no what? I'm sorry.
Well, we have no strong reasoning whether or not you'll have this, but we think that it's broadly in the scope as long as it doesn't go farther out than simply asking about how they've evaluated the IRP, the information in the IRP.
You know, there was regulatory uncertainty already in October. I will allow limited questioning. We're not going to spend all day
I'm with
speculating,
you.
though.
I understand.
From anybody, honestly. This is tough.
And considering
Yeah.
we've got as many witnesses as we do, we're going to try and keep it as streamlined as possible. 'Cause
We've
we don't
got
want-
as many interveners as
Sure.
we have witnesses as well. So, but I will allow limited scope. But I don't want to spend all day on speculating what might happen federally or in the
I understand.
Okay.
And if the answer is no, the answer is no. That's okay. That's all we're asking. So I'll ask it again. I was just curious whether or not, do you all think that, well, let me ask you this, just have you all evaluated the situation in this IRP, considering the election of Trump and his rhetoric, for lack of a better way to describe it?
What I would say in response is, in the context of the IRP, we've always tried to look at a range of possible outcomes, whether that be related to regulatory, fuel prices, load forecasts, any of the inputs, cost of new technologies, availability of technology. So that's just a few of the uncertainties that we look at. And with respect to the IRP as submitted, we did run a broad range of uncertainty related to environmental regulations, which with the EPA under Trump, there's been an effort to roll back some of those regulations. So in the context, again, of the IRP, I think it represents a reasonable set of assumptions that could have been made in October, and some of which are very durable even today.
Have the companies engaged with the Trump administration in discussions about energy policy or no?
From a federal standpoint, we obviously engage with the EPA on a regular basis to ensure that we have sensible regulations. We do this in a lot of different avenues. Mr. Ember is a witness today, and he's very active in talking to the EPA and advocating for, again, reasonable regulations that balance environmental obligations with our customers' needs. And so in that regard, we have. And then in general sense, we've been talking to the administration about resource adequacy. Resource adequacy is an issue dealt with in Kentucky much differently than the other jurisdictions in which our company operates, Pennsylvania and Rhode Island. So that would be my summary of the conversations we've had with the administration.
And that's fair, Mr. Beller. With respect to Mr. Ember and those conversations, though, I do have one quick follow-up, though. Those discussions that they've had, do you see those discussions changing the result of the analysis presented in the IRP in any way?
Not in the context of the IRP. As we've stated, we look at it as having addressed a broad range of outcomes for the time that it was submitted, and we still think many of those outcomes are durable and can be used to inform what we do over the next 15 years, the study period of the IRP.
No further questions.
Sierra Club.
Should we, Commissioner, would you prefer that we move up to the table?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
And if SREA is going to have questions, maybe someone could go ahead and swap with them too. So we swap two every time.
Oh, sure.
I'm
sorry, I didn't hear that.
If you're going to have questions, I would invite you to go ahead and swap with someone now as well, since you'll be next. And that way we don't swap every time.
Okay, thank you.
We can do a whole table change.
Yeah, I do apologize. We really are. This is temporary circumstances.
We hope.
Yeah. Council.
Good morning, Mr. Bellar. My name's Kristen Henry, and I represent Sierra Club in this matter.
Good morning.
I'm going to talk about data center load growth with you for a little bit. So at least 5 different parties in this proceeding have brought up issues about what measures the company are taking to protect existing ratepayers from constructing new generation to support anticipated data center load. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. That was the Attorney General, Kentucky Industrial Utility Customers, the Kentucky Coal Association, Joint Intervenor, Sierra Club. We all brought up issues around uncertainty about this data center load growth, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And a common concern of these parties is what measures are the companies taking to protect existing customers if the anticipated customers don't materialize? Is that correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this, which is essentially testimony being provided by counsel. She's restating the record here instead of asking questions of the witness. If there's a question of the witness, she's permitted to ask it, but otherwise, this is a speech and a recitation of the record. It's inappropriate.
I didn't find it to be a speech. But we can limit length of questions and keep it in question form, please.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Another common concern of the parties is what measures are the companies taking to protect existing customers if anticipated customers leave early. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, because they're afraid that that could lead to stranded assets. Is that correct?
I don't recall stranded assets particularly, but it could be in the record.
Okay. And in general, in response to these data requests on the topic, the companies objected and they claimed that such concerns were outside the scope of the integrated resource plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. If I understand, if I want to refer to the record, Do you want me to pull it up, or does that person?
Mr. Lovecamp has the record on his computer that he'll share with Mr. Beller. If you have specific references to
Yes.
items in the record, I think Mr. Lovecamp can get that
Okay.
accomplished, yes.
I'm gonna look at, it's the company's response to Kentucky Coal Association Supplemental Request for Information 2-5.
It's KCA 2-5, right, Ms. Henry?
Yes.
I have it.
This is my first hearing with electronics in this, so forgive me, I'm so sorry. Okay. This is just an example. So in this question, the Kentucky Coal Association asked, how do the companies plan to protect customers from stranded investments resulting from data centers that don't operate as expected? And specifically, how is this concern addressed in the IRP? Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Now, the companies objected to this request as irrelevant to an IRP review. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the company's irrelevance claim is based on their belief that IRPs are intended to be informal planning and review exercises, the sole output of which is the commission's staff report of recommendations for the next IRP. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again, and I don't mean to bog down this hearing, but that we are headed towards bogging down this hearing if questions that are mere recitations of the record are going to be allowed. There are also, she's asking questions about the legal objection that's stated in this data response, so that's asking for a legal conclusion. And again, the commission's order that got issued a few weeks ago on whether we're going to have this hearing said the hearing should not be used as an opportunity to conduct discovery regarding other proceedings or to rehash information that is already in the record. One of the reasons that the companies believe the commission issued that order is there is a pending CPCN case in which data center load growth is at issue, and there is going to be soon a rate case filed by the companies where rate information will be asked, and the companies will answer that rate information and rate impact of various proposals in the CPCN case and in the rate case. So with all that said, I would ask the commission to disallow Ms. Henry from asking further questions that are already in the record or that seek legal conclusions about the objection that's already been made to this data response.
Okay, we are gonna limit reciting the record, and we're, but I'm not gonna stop anyone from asking about uncertainty regarding data centers. I don't think that's beyond the scope of thinking about an IRP and planning for the next 15 years. Is that clear?
Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Well, I just want to make sure that where you're headed, that was responsive to it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, we're kind of walking through different areas, and the first one being that a number of parties have asked questions about
Yeah.
risks around this.
We
and-
can talk about risks related to data centers. too.
Okay, and I just want to
But
talk
we're
about
not
the
going to
risks.
stray into areas that deal specifically with the CPC and this thing.
I will, in response to some of the IRP, in response to some of the questions, they refer to the CPCN, LG&E does. They said, we'll respond to this in the CPCN docket. Is it okay to reference that?
We don't need to reiterate that if that's already in the record.
Okay, let's see here. Let me ask you this. So when it comes to a number of parties have concerns about risks around data centers, correct?
Correct.
And they raised a lot of those questions in the discovery in this docket, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're actually, you're also in the you submitted testimony in the CPCN docket, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so you're aware that those questions have come up again in the CPCN docket, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that the company hasn't answered those questions in the CPCN docket either?
That docket is not closed, so I wouldn't make a conclusive statement about where that record will go.
Okay.
There's a current discovery, as you know, in the case.
Okay. So it's not as if the company's just going to keep kicking the can down the road and say, nope, not this docket, the next one? Because like, we're in the IRP docket and you're not answering those questions, correct?
I object, Your Honor. She's trying to argue with the witness. The witness has said that discovery has not closed in the CPC case, and it has not. the second round of discovery, the responses to that are due this Friday, and the companies are working on those responses.
Okay, and staff had
I
a
mean,
comment?
staff's position would just be that to the extent that we have a CPC application, questions related specifically to that record should be limited to that record. To the question, right, there's a lot of questions about data centers and volatility here that's in the IRP itself, about assumptions and other things that are properly before, so staff's position would just be that we would limit the dockets in that way. That would be just for the purpose of moving this case forward, to reference what is in the IRP itself versus what is in the CPCN case.
I agree. This is gonna be a long day if we keep talking about the CPCN. Council, please continue.
Okay, let's go. In this IRP, the companies don't provide any specifics about what measures they've taken or concessions they would have secured to mitigate risks associated with data center load growth, is that correct?
Yes, but what I will say about data center load growth is the companies did look at sensitivities along that within the context of the IRP. And I referenced the host of sensitivities we attempt to look at. And so we have a low, medium, high. We have a case in the IRP, in the record, that has 0 data center load growth. We have a case that has around 1,000 megawatts and another case with 1,750. So I would say broadly, again, in the context of the IRP, we evaluated different scenarios that people can look at and understand what the outcome of all the scenarios we ran would be if you look at those different scenarios.
You talk about the different scenarios, high, low, medium, and high for the load growth, correct? Is that what you're referring to, sir?
Yes.
And are the concerns that people are raising only associated with the load growth, or are they associated with risks if the load growth anticipated doesn't occur? And can you see how those are separate and distinct points?
Yes.
Okay, because if I anticipate that I'll just use a number, 1,000 megawatt generating plant is going to have, it's going to data center that's going to have 1,000 megawatt generating unit, okay? And it doesn't actually, the new customer never comes to fruition, but the plant is built. That could lead to a risk to existing ratepayers, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so all the questions that people have been raising are to get at that risk. What happens to existing customers if that anticipated load doesn't happen?
There are questions along that, and the company's view is those, as stated in the record, would be better addressed in a proceeding where the companies are actually asking to construct new resources to meet load growth or for other reasons, and in a case where we're asking to recover costs from our customers.
Okay, if I could, would you agree, so if the company would agree that we'll answer all questions about risks around this in the CPCN docket, I would walk away a happy woman. Is that
Go ahead, Ms. Senator, you have not asked the question yet.
Yeah, would that be something that the companies would be willing to commit to? That in this CPCN docket, am I correct? I think it's around a $3.7 million build out, is that correct?
Your Honor, she's asking about data requests that may get asked or may get answered this week or on down the road in the CPCN case or the rate case. The companies will answer those questions in accordance with their legal duty with any objections that they are permitted to make. Those questions haven't been answered yet, at least for the second round of the data responses. It's inappropriate for this hearing to get into today what the companies are going to say in data responses coming in the CPCN case or in a rate case that's going to be filed within the next couple of months.
Does staff have a position?
To the extent that there's questions about the assumption about the data center load growth number in the IRP, right, or the mid case versus the high case, and the risks posed, whether or not it was reasonable to assume that all that data is in the IRP, I don't think it's beyond the scope here. To the extent that it's asking for any conclusions in a CPCN or in a prospective rate case, then I would say that goes beyond the scope. But the question about the likelihood of the mid case and the high case, I mean, staff has read the IRP record, and that is in the record to some degree. So to the extent that that explores the question, staff believes that's in the scope.
Yeah, but this has gone beyond that. This has said, are you gonna answer all these questions in the CPCN since you won't answer them here? And do you think that's an inappropriate question?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Your Honor.
As I understood her question, it is, since you're not answering them in this case, are you going to answer them in the next case? And if he's not gonna answer them in this case, then that's his answer.
Right, I mean, Mr. Beller can answer that question. I think it's an inappropriate question from Ms. Henry because it's asking about what the companies are going to do in CPC and data requests that have not been answered yet. They're working on those answers as we speak, and those will be filed this Friday.
Rephrase your question without referencing the CPCN, please.
Do the companies, can the companies commit to engaging in discovery answers that address the parties' concerns about risks associated with load growth before they seek pre-approval to build generation units to support those data centers?
Again, I would go back to, we're still working on questions in the CPCN case. We will have a hearing in that case, and we'll respond to all the questions that we receive in that case that we deem appropriate in that venue.
And do you think an appropriate answer would be irrelevant, we'll do that in the rate case, and then bump it down the line again?
I renew the objection, Your Honor.
And that's asking for a legal conclusion.
All right, let's go to, can we pull up the IRP itself? Volume 1. And then it's going to be page 16 of the PDF, if that's helpful, which is page 5-9. Is that up? Okay. Oh, let me just figure out what page, where it is on the page. So 1 second. Do you see there is a heading called Resource Planning, Inputs and Uncertainties, sir?
Yes,
Okay, and then it says the primary focus of resource planning is risk management, is that correct?
yes,
Okay, and would you agree that one of the risks that have to be managed is the risk that anticipated load growth won't happen?
from an IRP perspective, I would agree that one needs to look at all manner of possible outcomes, and load is one of those that we would need to look at. The level of load growth, the type of load growth, so in that context, I would agree.
Okay, and none of the loads that the company, in the company's load forecast have a signed service agreement yet, is that correct?
Your question was none of the loads, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm
Could
sorry,
you
I think
restate
that
it?
in the low load, in the low load scenario, that's the existing generation, correct?
Existing generation, if you're asking about.
Existing demand.
Existing demand. Well, the low load growth is not only existing demand, it's a forecast of projected load as outlined in the record. And of course, the medium is another projection of that, and the high is another projection of that. So it's not just existing load, it is a standalone load forecast that includes all the things, without reciting those, that go into developing a load forecast.
Great, and so in the mid load and the high load, that's where the new data centers are included, is that correct, sir?
Correct. Data center load is included in the mid and the high, again, with a host of other assumptions that go into producing a long-range load forecast.
Lovely. Now, none of those data center loads that are included in the mid or the high load forecast, none of those have a signed service agreement as of yet, correct?
At the time of the IRP, they did not have a signed service agreement.
Okay, so wouldn't you agree that whether this anticipated load growth will ever materialize is a key uncertainty with the 2024 IRP?
It is one we evaluated, so obviously we felt that it was necessary to look at a range of possible outcomes with respect to load in general and this line of questioning with respect to data centers.
Okay, let's look at the IRP Volume 1. It's going to be page 60 of the PDF, which is page 7-13.
Okay.
Okay. I am going to have you look, it's the last sentence of the second to last paragraph. Do you see that, sir? Does it say, due to the magnitude of data center loads, economic development is a key uncertainty in the load forecast? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the plan, let me ask you, what is the plan for dealing with stranded assets if large load customers do not materialize?
You know, again, in the context of the IRP, we look at different outcomes. In the IRP, we don't assess those type of possible outcomes. We look at a range of outcomes to understand what the resource plan may be. As we implement and ask to recover costs from customers, we consider those issues.
So when we get to the implementing or building of construction phase of the planning, then you will be able to say, what is the plan for dealing with stranded assets if large load customers do not materialize?
Yes, when we get to the implementation and rate recovery stages, which are all part of implementing a resource plan, we would consider those and evaluate those.
Have you started, I mean, just from a company planning perspective, have you started to analyze that?
Yes.
Okay, so what are your current thoughts about how to handle, you know, what would happen if large load customers don't materialize? What are the, like, how would you reduce the impact to existing ratepayers?
Well, again, in the context of the IRP, if we want to talk about rate case planning and CPCN, we can do that. But in the context of the IRP, I would just repeat my answer that we've looked at load sensitivities and we feel that that's appropriate in the context of the IRP.
So in the IRP, we look at the low, the mid, and the high, and that's the extent of what you have to do? I mean, like we walked through how this is a big risk. It's an acknowledged big risk, correct?
Correct, and I will repeat my statement again. We looked at a sensitivity where data center load doesn't develop and develop a resource plan for that sensitivity. And then if some data center load, but not all that we have in a possible forecast is added to our system, what that resource plan will look like, and then of course a high load. So in my view, the IRP is entirely appropriate in assessing the risk of data center load by utilizing those sensitivities.
But in the scenarios that you consider, the low, the medium, and the high, there's always an off-taker for the generation, is that correct?
There is a load forecast that supports those analyses, and we develop a resource plan to provide those customers that energy that's represented in the forecast.
And you will agree, there is a scenario where, a hypothetical scenario, a future scenario that exists, where a plant gets built, but then the data center doesn't come, correct?
That's a hypothetical, so you set the hypothetical, so I would
But
agree.
you agree that that's a
it's
possible outcome. And so the IRP itself doesn't have anything to address that possible risk?
Again, not to repeat myself, but I will. The low load forecast includes that possibility, and in the context of the IRP, we think that's appropriate.
Okay, what steps are the companies taking to reduce stranded cost risk as a result? Let's say that data centers come, but they don't take as much power as anticipated. You're assuming 1,000 megawatts, they take 500 megawatts. What steps are the companies taking to reduce stranded cost risk if there's a reduced generation request?
Again, in the context of the IRP, we did not evaluate that. We will evaluate that as part of our CPCN and subsequent rate case filing.
So when you come in so the company's plan is that when it comes in for that CPCN, it will address that stranded cost risk.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again. Ms. Henry is asking questions about what the companies may do in subsequent proceedings, including an existing CPCN proceeding and an existing docket for the rate case. What the companies decide to do in those cases is not yet known. And she's asking the companies to make commitments about what they're going to do in those cases. The Commission is handling those cases right now. And the companies will respond to all those questions as they see fit in accordance with their duties with appropriate legal parameters on those questions.
I mean, I'm not going to refer to the data and the responses to data requests, but in the responses to data requests in the CPCN docket, again, the company takes the line that will be covered in the rate case. That will be covered when we come up with a tariff. And I think Sierra Club's perspective is that before we go forward with $4 billion worth of new load growth, we just want to make sure we have an opportunity and the company engages not just with Sierra Club, but with the staff and the commissioners about this risk, so that we can all go in eyes wide open about the risks associated with
And
this.
I assume you have intervened in the CPCN as well.
We have, Your Honor.
Okay.
And
And
this
that will
issue
be
will be
your
raised
opportunity.
then as well.
Yeah, I think that will be your opportunity to delve further into this issue, because he has answered several times now that they didn't do that in this case.
Okay.
And that may be a criticism that you have about how they handled this case, but that's the
I think,
answer.
and I think
How
that
they
does
handled
make the
this
point
case.
of my criticism.
Okay.
Okay.
Proceed.
Do you know if existing customers will be subsidizing infrastructure investments or operational costs in any way?
Your Honor, we're never going to finish today if I am forced to keep objecting. These are, that is not what I want to do here. It's the last thing the company's want.
I'll rephrase it. In developing this IRP, did the companies considered if pursuing the mid or high cost would cause cause existing customers to subsidize infrastructure investments for new customers?
In the context of the IRP, as outlined in the financial analysis, we used a criteria, present value of revenue requirements, to determine least cost plans to meet different load scenarios and environmental scenarios and all the different fuel costs for scenarios that we all looked at. So we did not look at rate class revenue requirements. We looked at total revenue requirements, which has been the past practice in IRPs in the 35 years.
As part of the IRP planning, what measures did the company consider to ensure that costs and risks associated with potential large new loads are not being passed on to existing customers?
Your Honor, that question has been asked and answered repeatedly.
I think if there's nothing you've done, you can tell me that.
Yeah, what is different about this question than your previous questions?
I believe he objected before because I didn't phrase it as an IRP question. So I'm asking, in the IRP, did you consider this?
Same
You can answer
objection.
yes or
That has
no.
been asked and answered. She asked about all the different load scenarios, what the companies were doing, how were they evaluating data center load growth, the possibility that it doesn't come to fruition, and you allowed those questions. Mr. Beller answered those questions from an IRP perspective. They've been asked and answered, I think, 3 times.
If you're asking a different question, I'm not sure how.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you think it's important for the commission to grapple with these issues before greenlighting the company's proposed expansion?
I think it's important that the companies answer any questions the commission has about those plans, and in other proceedings, those are fair questions that the commission, if they choose, should ask.
You said fair to ask. Do you think it's fair to answer?
I think the companies have to meet their burden of proof, and we always strive to do that in as open and a transparent way as possible.
All right. Given the change in load growth assumptions from the 2024 IRP, are the companies reconsidering their retirement of Mill Creek Unit 2?
That is a question that we've answered in the CPCN. Happy to respond to that, but I think we've been clear in our CPCN responses as to our plans with respect to Mill Creek 2.
Would you refresh me? What are their plans with respect to Mill Creek 2?
Well, there's a current pending request in Mill Creek 2, and I'm happy to go into that if the commission desires.
But, Your Honor, that goes directly to a pending data request in the CPCN case, and we would object to questions about it here in the IRP here.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Okay. SREA.
You want to say yes?
Yes. Thank you.
Is there a court reporter today?
We're just doing the electronic because Candace is out, but she'll watch later and do a transcript. And I'll keep one for her. Thank you very much.
In terms of the scope and the focus to gather additional information for clarity concerning the data, the assumptions, the methodologies, and conclusions, Sierra has tendered as Sierra Exhibit 1, the 807 KR 5:058 Integrated Resource Planning by Electric Utilities, tendered for the purpose of examining this witness because we believe it will help facilitate the cross-examination if we can all be on the same page with respect to some of the questions that I have on the RP.
And are you moving to admit it?
I will go ahead and move to admit. Now, I was going to move to admit it, and if you want to, do you have any, if there are any objections to admitting that which the commission uses as its rule of procedures with regard to the RP proceedings?
Oh, we have no objection to the use of the regulation, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank
It's
you.
admitted.
Thank you.
That's SREA Exhibit 1.
Good morning, Mr. Beller.
Morning.
And if you have any difficulty hearing me, just let me know, okay?
Okay,
Or if it's a question's not clear, just let me know.
okay.
Okay. With regard to Sierra Exhibit 1 that I just handed out, necessity, function, and conformity, and when I ask questions, I'm very sensitive that I'm not asking you for any legal conclusions. By education and training experience, you are an expert, you've been with the companies a long time. I'm asking for your assessment from a policy standpoint or from an institutional knowledge standpoint, not for any legal assessments, okay?
Okay.
All right. In the necessity, function, and conformity, it reads, among other things it states, this administrative regulation prescribes rules for regular reporting and commission review of, and I'll insert, 1, load forecasts and resource plans of the state's electric utilities to meet future demands with an adequate and reliable supply of electricity at the lowest possible cost for all customers within their service areas and satisfy all related state and federal laws and regulations. Do you see that?
Yes.
So if we just pull that apart in layman's terms, or very general terms, future demand is one of the things in this RP, your assessment of future demands, the company's assessment of what the future demands are going to be.
Yes.
Okay. And then also, goal is in the RP to address a path, the company's view of a path to adequate and reliable supply of electricity. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the recommended plan, the IRP includes a recommended plan, and the company is saying this is, from a vision standpoint, this is what we see.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. Okay. Do I need to repeat the question?
Yes.
Please, yeah.
Okay. So with regard to the portion in layman's terms, adequate and reliable supply of electricity, does that translate out, so to speak, to the IRP will include the company's vision or the company's proposal or the company's position about how they're going to provide that adequate and reliable supply of electricity.
Yes.
And that's the recommended plan that's discussed in the IRP.
Yes, but I would also add that there can be information gleaned from other plans the company produces, not just the recommended plan. As you appreciate, the recommended plan is detailed out in, I believe, Section 8, if my memory serves, with even more detail that is produced in the actual filing. All the detail for all the scenarios that the company runs is part of the record. So I would just augment that while the recommended plan has a prominence by direction of the regulation, there is information that it can be gleaned from all the other plans in the IRP.
Okay, all right. Prominence, that's the word that you use, prominence?
Perhaps, yes.
Okay, that's a really good word, thank you. So then we move to lowest possible cost for all customers within the utility service area. And if I understood and the record always speaks for itself, but I understood your response to the attorney for the Sierra Club, when the company is looking at lowest cost, the company is looking at lowest cost from the perspective of the company as enterprise. You're not looking at the perspective of the lowest cost by customer class. Or did I misunderstand that?
No, correct. We use a criteria, net present value of revenue requirements, and that is the total revenue requirement to serve all customers. And our practice in this IRP has been, in all the IRPs we filed, is to minimize that present value of revenue requirement as an objective function of least cost planning.
Okay. And then, of course, the last major element is satisfaction of all state and federal laws and regulations. And do you agree or disagree that the IRP has, in a variety of different scenarios, considered the state and federal laws and regulations?
I agree.
Okay. So, with regard to the plan summary from the IRP process at Section 5, and this, what I'm going to ask you to do with Sierra Exhibit 1 is just turn the page to the second page, and it's got a section, at the top of the page, Section 3, the next Section 4, the next Section 5. Will you please turn the page and locate Section 5 for plan summary and tell me when you're there?
I have it.
Okay. So, Part 3 of Section 5 requires summary of forecast of energy and peak demand and key economic and demographic assumptions or projections underlying these forecasts. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And for the purpose of foundation, Mr. Beller, is that was filed on November 25th, 2020. You were designated Chief Operating Officer, Kentucky Utilities Company, and Louisville Gas and Electric Company. And I'm not going to read the entire titles, but we're just going to say these were the rate cases that are known. 2020-349, that was for Kentucky Utilities, and 2020-350. Do you remember testifying in those cases?
Yes.
Okay. It's a curriculum vitae, it's a resume, and it summarizes your training and experiences. I'm sorry to put you on the spot to try to remember something from several years ago, but has it been your normal course to include your resume when you pre-file direct testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And so it states that your service with Kentucky Utilities Company and Louisville Gas and Electric Company, perhaps in 1998, ended up under the same roof. Is that correct?
Yes, merger of the two companies.
Okay. And as noted, you've testified in front of this commission several times, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, did you participate in the company's most recent integrated resource plan proceeding immediately prior to this one?
To the best of my recollection, I did, yes.
Okay. So with regard to Kentucky Utilities Company, and this is, if you know, during the last half century, has Kentucky Utilities Company projected an increase in energy demand in excess of available generation of the same magnitude as projected by the companies for KU under the high load growth scenario in this IRP?
Do you mind re-asking that question? I didn't.
Not at all, and I'm sorry, it's, maybe I should try to chop this in a couple of segments. In this, with regard to Kentucky Utilities Company, and we're going to use, let's use 1973. It's before you started there, but let's use 1973 because it gives us about a half a century of time to work with. To your knowledge, has Kentucky Utility, in this instance, is Kentucky Utility Company under the high load scenario in this IRP projecting that there will be an increase in energy demand in excess of the available generation that you have now?
So just to be clear, your question is focusing on Kentucky Utilities in isolation, or do you mean to refer to, as we plan for, the combined load of Kentucky Utilities and Louisville Gas and Electric?
And this is a good point too, it's to know which is the cart and which is the horse. Kentucky Utilities Company and Louisville Gas and Electric Company have separate certified service territories, is that correct?
Yes.
So with regard to Kentucky Utilities Company, its obligations are not overlapping in those service territories of Louisville Gas and Electric. Kentucky Utilities Company serves its customers, LG&E serves its customers, is that correct?
In terms of certified service territories, the tariffs under which those customers fall under, that is correct. But from a planning perspective, since 1998, the companies have jointly planned the systems to the benefit of both systems and used other mechanisms to determine, rate recovery under those two sets of tariffs and rate bases.
Okay, so, and this has happened in the past, and we're not going to dwell on this, but there have been some instances in the past where there's been a discussion about whether or not KU and LG&E should be a single company and not have two certified territories. Are you familiar with that discussion?
Yes.
Okay, now, so moving back a little bit, Kentucky Utilities Company, when it's forecasting its demand, the demand for its customers, it comes up with a forecast, and it will say, here are the customers that we have, and here is the demand we're expecting for our customers. Is that, you have to start somewhere. Do you start with KU?
Correct. Load forecast, there is an individual KU load forecast, bottoms up load forecast. The techniques are detailed in the IRP documentation, and there is one for LG&E, and then there's a combined forecast, which is the summation of those two load groups, if you will.
Okay, and so then when they're combined and you have this agreement through which KU and LG&E share the system, and I'm using layman's terms, I mean, KU and LG&E share distribution, how they assign the cost and the recovery, but KU and LG&E do share a system together with regard to generation and it's, to some extent, transmission.
Yes, we jointly operate the generation and transmission system, in the scope of your question, to serve the total load of LG&E and KU, and there's a variety of regulatory mechanisms, as you referred to, that underpin that, but we jointly plan, we jointly operate all the assets of both companies to benefit the total load and therefore all the customers at both LG&E and KU.
Okay, so with regard to Kentucky Utilities if I understand, and it's got to be your testimony, if I understand what you're saying correctly, is if there is a generator in the system, there may be some assignment of the cost and the recovery associated with the generator, but there is no such thing as a KU generator, or there's no such thing as an LG&E generator. Is that your testimony?
Not precisely. There are KU 100% owned units and LG&E 100% owned units. What I'm talking about is when we jointly dispatch the system. We don't, there's another process where we attribute cost allocations from operating those assets, but we don't differentiate when we're dispatching. And when we're planning the system, we serve to plan the combined load, not the KU load independent of LG&E and not the LG&E load independent of KU.
Okay. So in terms of the combined system, and the systems, I believe, were combined around 1998?
Correct, May 4th, 1998.
Okay. You have as a base consideration your existing generation, and then you are projecting demand, and as you've done in this IRP. And in this instance, do you agree or disagree that the generation that you have that is available is significantly less than, and if you want to quantify, that's fine, but if the generation that you have available is significantly less than the generation that would be required for the companies to serve the high load forecast?
Correct. We outline in detail with using our reserve margin reliability planning criteria, what would be the least cost portfolio of generating resources to serve a variety of scenarios. Your question refers to the high load growth scenario. And in that high load growth scenario, to meet all of our planning criteria, the companies propose a, if you will, generation expansion plan to accomplish that goal. And it would require in new generation.
Okay, and so with regard to simply 1998, to your knowledge, have the companies ever been in a position where the high load scenario was this far away from or this high above the currently existing generation that's available?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the question just because it essentially asked for a memory test for Mr. Beller on the different scenarios that have existed in multiple IRPs going back to 1998.
Yeah, he can answer if he knows.
Absolutely, yes.
Your Honor, that was it, and I apologize for not saying that. I've been trying to say if you know, and so I certainly apologize to the witness if I failed to say that.
I haven't performed that analysis.
Okay, thank you. Subsection 5, Part 4, summary of the utilities' planned resource acquisitions, including improvements in operating efficiency of existing facilities, demand-side programs, non-utility sources of generation, new power plants, transmission improvements, bulk power purchases and sales, and interconnections with other utilities. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So with regard to the transmission improvements and the relationship, well, first, I'm going to refer to Volume 3 of the IRP, and this is the section governing transmission. And ask the witness, are you aware that the 2024 Volume 3 includes a section on transmission?
Yes.
Okay. So with regard to Part B of that section on transmission, and take as long as you need to take to get there, because I'm not trying to rush an answer. But with regard to Part B in the section on transmission, is there a discussion on page 6 service under the OATT.
Can you help me when you're saying Part B, what are you referencing?
And I apologize because I'm on the markings, because I went back through and there is, in the IRP, it says 2024 IRP dash transmission section. And then on page 6 of this subpart, there is a section B that's service under the OATT.
I see that.
Okay, all right, thank you. So with regard to OATT, that means Open Access Transmission Tariff, is that correct?
Yes.
When the companies want to build generation and service load within one of their certified territories, are the companies required to submit a transmission service request, or TSR?
Yes.
Okay. So looking at service under OATT discussion in the IRP, the LG&E and KU transmission system must provide open and comparable access for all potential transmission customers, as that is generally discussed on page 6.
Yes.
Okay. And so in terms of the discussion on page 6 that continues on page 7, in the context of generator interconnections, does that mean that generator interconnection only with a generator owned and operated by one of the companies? Or does that include generator interconnections with generators owned and operated by an entity other than one of the companies?
So, with respect to the, I'm answering your question with respect to the LG&E and KU transmission system, the companies, if we are adding new generation or significantly changing the output of existing generation, we would have to file a GIR, Generation Interconnect Request. Likewise, if a third party wants access to the LG&E and KU system for the purpose of installing generation, they would also have to file a generator interconnect request.
Okay, thank you. Do the companies have any
Our RTS tariff.
Okay, and customer, I'm just asking from your, might a customer take only transmission service?
Them to be on based on, historic rate design principles, and the service would be taken.
In a low load or no load planning scenario, could the companies find themselves in a situation even if the companies are not planning additional generation?
We're not requesting new generation. We wouldn't submit a request for new whole of the system, and if any upgrades were needed with respect to that, that would be part of our normal. We'd only submit a generator interconnect request, a GIR, if we're planning to add new generation. We'd obviously get the feedback of what those requirements were, and through the decision-making process, move forward with those if we continue to construct that new generation resource.
Okay, but to the discussion on transmission, summary of the utilities planned resources, transmission, are other individuals, if another entity came in as a generator, a third party, that third party, would it be required to submit a TSR if it wants to use your system?
A TSR is different than a generator interconnect, but depending on their particular circumstance and where the output of that generation is going, they may be required to submit a TSR, and those would be processed in accordance with their OATT.
Okay, so in that scenario, if LG&E and KU are not doing anything, no generation interconnect, LG&E and KU is satisfied with what they have, is it the case that there can be upgrades or enhancements to the LG&E KU transmission system as a result of activities of third parties?
That is in a hypothetical, that is possible, yes.
All right. In the current IRP, have the companies included any assumptions or made any conclusions with regard to upgrades of the transmission system other than those that would be proposed for servicing the companies?
The transmission section of the IRP outlines the latter part of your question, and there's also detail in the record about a variety of scenarios of adding new generation in support of, again, all the scenarios we looked at. So that information is in the record, the upgrades to the transmission system that are required for those activities. All that is in the record.
Okay. For the company's putting people on the spot, of the company's changes to these IRP, if you know.
No, and there are active interconnection requests in the transmission queue today. We don't try to forecast additional ones going forward. And to date, subject to check, they're not material in any way with respect to the IRP.
Okay, thank you. With regard to Section 7 of the Administrative Regulation for Integrated Resource Plans, it talks in terms of load forecast. The plan shall include historical and forecasted information regarding loads, and then it goes through on part 1, the information shall be provided for the total system and, where available, disaggregated by the following customer classes. And then there's a listing of, I believe, 7 customer classes. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So under Section 7, Part 1, Subpart D, there was a requirement that the IRP address the load forecast for commercial customers. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of how the companies classify customers for the purposes of the IRP, what is the definition of a commercial customer?
It would be commercial, it would be customers served under our commercial rate tariffs that we have in the system. Mr. Jones is responsible for disaggregating all that and producing those forecasts so he could give you more detailed examples.
Okay. And we'll can defer a lot of these questions to Mr. Jones, but with regard to customer classifications, how does the company classify customers for the purposes of the IRP? If you know, what's the definition of an industrial customer?
Well, again, it would tie back to the tariffs that we've historically associated service being an industrial customer. Typically, your larger customers under certain load requirements, I don't have those load requirements committed to memory, but Mr. Jones could speak to those.
Okay. We'll defer those questions to Mr. Jones. Thank you, Mr. Beller. Section 7, and this is on the following page. Part 7, and I apologize because these pages were unnumbered. Section 7, Part 7, Subpart C, which is actually, you're going to have to flip a couple of pages. It's the top of the, not the next page, but the next page after that. I'll read it into the record. The general methodology approach taken to load forecasting, for example, econometric or structural, and the model design, model specifications, and estimation of key model parameters, for example, price elasticity of demand, or average energy usage per type of appliance. Do you see that at the top of that page?
Yes.
Okay. So with regard to the example that appears on the page, it says on the second part, for example, price elasticities of demand, that first part, price elasticities of demand. what is the assumption, or what are the assumptions concerning price elasticities of demand of data centers?
I would defer that question to Mr. Jones.
Okay. Thank you. Moving down the page, Section 8, Resource Assessment and Acquisition Plan. The Part 2, and this is Subpart C. It talks, I'll just read it into the record. Expansion of generating facilities, including assessment of economic opportunities for coordination with other utilities in constructing and operating new units. Do you see that section?
Yes.
Okay. So, in terms of addressing a high-load scenario, did the companies modify or otherwise change their approach in preparing this IRP with regard to this subpart C, expansion of generating facilities, including assessment of economic opportunities for coordination with other utilities in constructing and operating new units? And if that's a quirky question, I'll take a step back and try to pull that apart a little bit for you. I mean, would you like for me to?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So you participated in the last IRP, and in the last IRP, you were required, LG&E and KU, the companies were required, among other things, under Section 8, Part 1, the plan shall include, and it starts going through this, what you have to do shall. Part 2, the utility shall describe and discuss all options. And then it goes through what you have to describe, including under this subpart C of Part 2, expansion of generating facilities, including assessment of economic opportunities, coordination with other utilities in constructing and operating new units. As compared to the most recent IRP, the IRP immediately preceding this one, was there any difference in the planning process with regard to Section 8, Part 2, Subpart C?
So, I would say there's been a number of RFPs issued for new capacity in that interim. We had a CPCN in 2022. So with respect to responses to those RFPs, we obviously look at those to see if there's a market interest in sharing ownership of a generating unit. We also look at our own needs. Do our plans, is it least cost for us to build a larger, more efficient unit? Do we have enough load in a particular forecast to satisfy that? And so all those factors go into complying with that section, and particularly if you go back to the prior IRP to this current IRP.
Okay. And in your opinion, the prior IRP to this IRP, was there any material change in the process or considerations associated with how the IRP addresses this, how this IRP addresses this requirement?
I'm not aware of any specific changes other than to take into account those intervening events that occurred.
Okay. Part 8, I'm sorry, Section 8, Part 3, and this will be on the following page, Subpart B. It's the top of the following page. It requires a list of all existing and planned electric generating facilities which the utility plans to have in service in the base year or during any of the 15 years of the forecast period. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So with regard to the base year or any of the 15 years of the forecast period, is the company's position that the planned electric generating facilities, as that phrase is used in this section, means only facilities for which a CPCN has been granted or for which a CPCN application is pending?
No, this would specify what's outlined in the IRP as our recommended plan in Section 8, as I referred to earlier.
Okay, so with regard to this section, the subpart B, and then under that, this number 3, existing or proposed location. Do you see that?
Yes.
So with regard to the base year and the 15 years of the forecasted period, under the recommended plan, will the companies be adding generation assets under the recommended plan? Would the companies add generation assets that are assets for which a CPCN has not been granted, or assets for which a CPCN has not been, that you have not applied for?
There are assets in our recommended plan that fit into that category. No CPCN has been filed
Okay.
or received.
Oh, I'm sorry, I interrupted you, I'm sorry. So with regard to location of those facilities and the existing or proposed location, in this IRP, for those facilities that you just identified, how did the companies address the issue of existing or proposed location?
So if we were looking at new generating assets, we would evaluate property that we already own, existing generation plants, or other locations that we've previously identified as a good place to install a generating resource. In the IRP, we would have had a very general idea of where those assets should be placed. I'm not familiar if we knew exactly and described exactly the location of all the resources and all the scenarios of the IRP, but that's fundamentally how we look at it. And we always, as a forward-looking planning exercise, have, if you will, an inventory of available generation sites that we look at, primarily owned existing generation resources, because transmission is typically there by definition.
Okay, so let's follow up on that. Transmission is typically there by definition. I think that's what you've said. Would there be any potential differences in the recommended plan with regard to transmission upgrades? And the hypothetical site A is identified as one place. Hypothetical site B is identified as one place. Is the plan agnostic to the transmission considerations associated with where you would place that generation?
No, as I mentioned earlier when we were talking about the transmission section of the IRP, in the course of developing the variety of scenarios, we requested of transmission the estimated cost to interconnect at various locations to support various scenarios. So those costs are a factor in the IRP, and that information is in the record.
Okay. I'm going to defer for the moment a post-hearing data request. In terms of 1998, which was the year of the merger, and this is to your knowledge, Mr. Beller, have the companies filed applications or participated in applications relating to changes in their certified service territories?
Yes.
Okay. And overall, have the companies enlarged or diminished their service territories since roughly 1998 through change in certified territory efforts and agreements?
I haven't performed that analysis. I wouldn't know if we have more service territory or less from 1998.
Okay, and if you don't know, that's fair. I appreciate the answer. Do you have an answer for with regard to the consequent to changes in service territories? Has the company's demand or projected demand increased over time?
Again, I haven't performed that analysis. When changes to service territory are made, they typically are related to customer service requests and for a variety of reasons how to best satisfy that. So I haven't made a calculation of the net benefit or detriment of all those service territory changes.
Was there a change of service territory associated with the battery plant that was built in Hardin County?
Yes.
Okay. Did that add load to the company's, the overall company's demand, or what was the effect of that change on the company's overall demand?
It added load. In that instance, there was additional load added as part of that service territory arrangement.
And again, I apologize for putting you on the spot, and in layman's terms, an approximation, what was the change in the load?
The combined load in round numbers, and it's in the record for Blue Oval is the facility you're talking about, is around 260 to 270 megawatts.
Okay. And if you're not the proper witness for this question, I will defer it to another question. The companies have filed into the record a response to interveners' comments. Did you participate in the preparation of the response?
Interveners' comments help me with that reference, please.
Yes, this is a pleading that was filed into the record, and the title of the pleading is Response of Louisville Gas and Electric Company and Kentucky Utilities Company to Intervener Comments. And it was, and I apologize, I believe it was filed on March 8th, 2025. However, the record obviously speaks for itself. Did you participate in the response, in the preparation of this response?
I'm not familiar, I don't believe we have that here, so I couldn't answer your question definitively without maybe seeing those responses, or
It's the company's response to all the interveners.
is it just a data response?
No, Mr. Beller, I apologize in terms of the foundation. In the aftermath of the interveners filing written comments to the record, the companies filed a response to those intervener comments. And my question, simply enough, is did you participate in putting together or assembling that response?
Yeah, in the broadest sense, yes.
Okay, all right. And so what I'm looking for now in the more narrow sense is that I'm looking at page 28 of 29 of that response. And this is a company response to a Brattle Group comment. And it is on that page 28 of 29, it's numbered paragraph 11. And this has to do with the company's modeling assumptions. And there's a statement that the modeling, that the Brattle Group's comment is alleged to be incorrect. And then further, if battery storage has the option of charging from the grid, the location of the solar battery storage has an immaterial impact on hourly production cost. And then there's some additional language, but let's save that for now. Who is the appropriate witness to discuss? Are you the appropriate witness to discuss that response? With whom I should discuss that response?
Of course, I don't know what questions you're going to ask, but Mr. Wilson would be a witness that could respond to the detailed modeling assumptions we made in the IRP.
I think that should be fine. There's also another element in the IRP And the element in the IRP is the 2024 IRP Resource Adequacy Analysis, Generation Planning and Analysis, October 2024. I believe that's in volume 2 of the IRP. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
Okay, so with regard to, if you can, please turn to page 10 of that document. And the top of the page 10 will be the number 3, and then reserve margin constraints for resource planning.
Yes, we're there.
Okay, and do you see figure 4, costs and benefits of generation capacity illustrative?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you the question, and if you can answer it, that's fine. If you can identify a witness who could answer these questions, I will appreciate it. Looking at this graph, the green line that goes as it increases going from left to right is capacity cost. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the red line that's descending, going from left to right, that's reliability and production cost. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the blue line above that is total cost, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the economic reserve margin that's identified on the blue line of the total cost, can you tell me in just very general terms, the economic reserve margin, what does that mean?
In general terms, you're trying to find the optimal reserve margin that satisfies our reliability criteria while minimizing cost.
Okay, so if you trace the black line that goes down from the economic reserve margin to the graph, it goes through, that black line goes through the green line and red line. Do you see that?
Yes.
But it doesn't go through the green line and the red line at their intersection points. It goes through them slightly to the right. Do you see that?
Yes.
In terms of the gap that's created between the intersection of the capacity cost and reliability cost and that black line, what is the cause of that gap, if you know?
Yeah. I'll make one statement and then defer to Mr. Wilson to give you more detail. It's an illustrative graph. I don't think it was meant to represent precision, but Mr. Wilson and his team prepared that, so I would defer specific questions to him.
Thank you. That's fine. I'll reserve those to Mr. Wilson, and I apologize again. This is an enormous record, and I apologize putting you on the spot, asking you so many questions if I wasn't clear on the foundation. But thank you.
You're welcome.
Does that conclude your questions?
That concludes my question. I believe that we've already admitted the CERA exhibit, and so that's all for this witness. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And on to joint interveners then, Mr. Gary.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Beller. How are you?
Morning. Good.
Good. So I introduced myself earlier, representing joint interveners. My name is Byron Gary. If I'm unclear at all, let me know. If it's not clear what I'm asking, there's a fair probability either I didn't explain myself or I'm just not as clear as I should be. You've testified previously before this commission a number of times, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think the last case in which you testified where I was counsel, I didn't have the chance to cross-examine you yet, but I believe that was the 2022 402 CPCN case. Does that sound right?
Participated in that case, yes.
Okay. And at that time, you were the Chief Operating Officer for Kentucky Utilities and LG&E, and an employee of LG&E and KU Services Company, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you've had a promotion since then.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So now you're the Senior Vice President, Engineering, Construction, and Generation for PPL Service Corp., right?
current Executive Vice President of Engineering, Construction, and Generation for PPL Services.
That's right. So you were senior vice president, now you're executive vice president.
Correct.
Okay. So you now work for PPL Services Corp. Rather than LG&E and KU Services Corp.
Correct.
Okay. And I was just trying to ask a little bit what the difference between those is. I presume as executive VP with PPL Services Corp., you now oversee more than just LG&E and KU
Correct.
operations.
So my current responsibilities, the first part of my title, engineering and construction. So the group that I'm responsible for provides engineering and construction services for all three of our operating companies. Located in Kentucky and Virginia, located in Pennsylvania, and in Rhode Island. The last part of my title is with respect to generation. And Kentucky is the only state in which we operate generation, and I have the whole of the responsibility for generation, which includes the operating of the power plants, the planning groups, the load forecasting groups, the dispatch groups, the fuel procurement groups that support our generation facilities. And the production of the IRP falls, if it's not obvious, within the context of those responsibilities.
Okay. So folks here from PPL Services Corp. Would report to you then?
Not necessarily in the context, they may report to other folks in the corporation.
Okay. Do folks from LG&E Services, LG&E KU Services Corp. report to you?
Some, yes.
Some do, okay.
Not all employees that report to me are services company employees, correct?
Okay. Do all LG&E KU Services Corp. employees report to PPL then, Services Corp.?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I was kind of clear on that. But you said a number of different groups do report to you?
Yes.
Okay. Could you say those again? Sorry.
So we have groups that cover engineering and construction. There are groups that do that for the transmission and distribution system, groups that do that for our natural gas systems. There are groups that do that for generation. Again, those are Kentucky-based since we only operate generation there. I'm also in charge of an environmental for all three operating companies. And those folks report to me. And then again, the operation of the generating facilities, and in totality, when I say operation, I mean planning, forecasting, real-time operation, fuel procurement, and all report to me.
Okay. Thank you. That helps. So I think you just went through with Mr. Spinard, the IRP development here begins with the rule for Kentucky, that SRIA exhibit. Do you say SRIA or SRIA? Sorry, I've got a copy as well. SRIA Exhibit 1, is that right?
Yes.
That's sort of the starting point for this IRP process.
Yes.
Okay. And within that regulation, the load forecast is the sort of first step, after the summary, but the first step in planning out the IRP. The load forecast is where you start, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Important part.
And then, of course, all important parts, you know? Then from that load forecast, a resource plan is developed, right?
Correct.
Okay. And as far as the load forecast part, the regulation requires a base load forecast it considers most likely to occur, and to the extent available, alternate forecasts representing lower and upper ranges of expected future growth, right? That would be Section 7, Sub 3 of the regulation.
Yes.
Okay. And one key input of that load forecast is the macroeconomic drivers of the load, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of developing that load forecast, I assume the forecasting group, the sales and analysis and forecasting group consults with, say, Mr. Bevington's group about what's in the economic development queue, what's on the horizon, and that helps them decide what's most likely to occur?
Correct.
Okay. And then that also helps them determine the lower and upper ranges.
Yes, that and many other inputs, but yes,
So one of them is that
Yeah.
what's actually happening on the ground at the moment.
correct.
Okay. But the companies didn't here model any specific data centers. I think in response to data requests, you stated that the companies modeled generic data center load rather than specific data centers.
Yes,
Okay. And here, 1,050 megawatts was assumed to be reasonable based on that information that's available.
that's one of the scenarios we evaluated, correct.
Okay. Well, and that one was the one that you said in the IRP. When I say you, sorry, I mean the companies said in the IRP they believed to be the most reasonable, the most likely at the time?
Correct,
Okay.
as part of the recommended plan.
Okay. But there's some level of uncertainty as to what's most likely to happen.
Correct,
I think Ms. Henry established that's one of those key uncertainties of the IRP, what exactly is going to happen, right?
yes,
Okay. So the load forecasting group comes up with those several different loads, and then at some point, somebody decides what the most likely one is. Who ultimately makes the call on what is most likely to occur?
so, and I'll answer the question in the context of the IRP. It was I would say, a collective decision of all the contributors to the IRP. The record is full of all the sources we use to develop those assumptions. And as you also appreciate, the recommended plan was decided upon in a, as we would say it, no regrets or low regrets strategy, looking at the whole of the scenarios that we looked at. So I would say it's a collective decision, but ultimately, the final decision on the plan would have rolled up to me in my capacity as leading the group.
Thank you. And you started to answer my next question. The next primary input, though, to that recommended resource plan was the different environmental scenarios, right?
Yes, at the time the IRP was created, we evaluated numerous environmental scenarios and attempted to pick the most reasonable plan in our estimation, but while detailing out all the other plans that are in the IRP. We talked about the requirement of the regulation to provide significant detail in the base record, if you will, as part of complying with Section 8. But I keep going back to that. All the scenarios that we have in the IRP are all detailed in the record.
And I can ask Mr. Ember more about some of those specific different environmental scenarios, but ultimately, somebody determined that the ozone NAAQS plus ELG scenario was the most likely to occur, right?
Yes, at the time we produced the IRP, that was the case.
Would that have been another decision that ultimately rolled up to you?
Yes.
Okay. So then you have the mid-load ozone NAAQS plus ELG scenario, which was modeled by Mr. Wilson's team across those 5 different fuel price scenarios to determine the least cost one in each scenario, right?
Correct.
Okay. But primarily you're looking at that mid-load or high-load ozone plus ELG scenario, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then to develop the recommended plan, the company started with that, and you got the least cost scenario for that mid-load and then modified it in certain ways, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that wasn't just the output of the model.
Yes. Correct.
Okay. Somebody made a decision ultimately to, I believe, accelerate several resources and defer retirement, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's another decision that would have rolled up to you ultimately?
Yes.
Okay. That wasn't never mind. So just briefly, the starting points of the IRP. Excuse me while I grab my copy. Before even that load forecasting, before even the plan summary, the very first part, well, actually it is the very first part of the plan summary. Page 5-1, you start with an overview of the utilities. Correct?
I think that is correct. I think I have it.
Okay.
here in the, yep,
And
Yes.
there's even a map of the service territory there, right?
correct.
Okay. And it's stated that between them, LG&E and KU have more than 1.3 million ratepayers, right?
Correct.
Okay. And this isn't meant to be a test, but do you have any idea off the top of your head how much the population of Kentucky at large is?
Around 4 million?
4.5 million,
Okay.
sound about right?
Yeah.
Subject to check, okay. So the companies serve almost a third of the state, right?
Well, these are customers, not individual.
Fair enough.
Individuals, but
A
yes.
quarter to a third, somewhere in that range. A large proportion of the state is served by the companies.
Yes, in terms of
Okay.
population, yes.
You serve essentially all of Louisville and Jefferson County.
Yes,
And any idea what the population of Jefferson County is, by chance?
no,
750,000, just under a million, sound about right to you?
yeah,
Okay, and pretty much all of Fayette County too?
yes,
Okay, and Fayette is a little bit smaller, about half that, like 322,000, okay. So between those two, those are the two largest urban areas in the state, right?
correct.
Okay, and between those make up about 1.1 million ratepayers, subject to check.
Yes.
Okay, so those two urban areas make up the bulk of your territory,
Yes.
as far as number of ratepayers, if not area,
Correct.
possibly both. And you also serve pretty much all of Elizabethtown and Radcliffe in Hardin County, but not the rest of Hardin County, just those urban areas, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in Bullitt and Shelby County, you serve Shepherdsville and Shelbyville, but not the rest of those counties, just those cities basically within them.
Yes,
Okay. So you have a largely urban customer base, but swaths throughout the state, basically.
correct. As represented.
Say that's a
Yes.
fair summation of your service
Yes,
territory.
and the way the service territories were originally allocated in many of the rural areas, it is, as you were describing, the cities, whereas the county would be served by co-ops or other entities.
Exactly. And were you aware that KU and LG&E serve all of the top 10 highest income census tracts in the Commonwealth?
Not particularly aware of that, but. it
Generally
wouldn't
aware that you
surprise
serve a
me.
lot of affluent areas?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that LG&E also serves the 5 lowest income census tracts?
Again, not particularly aware of that, but.
Not the exact number, but aware that you serve a lot of lower income
Yes,
areas from the
aware of
state
that.
as well. All right. Going back to page 5.1 of the IRP here, could you read just that first paragraph, the first sentence of the first paragraph below the map there?
The goal of the company's resource planning process is to provide safe, reliable, and low-cost service to their customers while complying with all laws and regulations.
Okay. And one of those laws and regulations, as we established, is the IRP regulation that you went through with Mr. Spinard, right?
Yes,
Okay. And that rule and the IRP process provide a snapshot of the plan in total, at least for that moment in time, I think we established, right?
yes,
Okay. It should be at least a complete and total picture of the plan at that moment, even if it's not, things change, right?
that's true.
But it should comprehensively cover the utilities plans as of the moment.
Yes,
Okay. And there's more than one way to meet the requirements of this rule, correct?
yes, and the way the companies have met that requirement has evolved over the years, informed by proceedings such as this and staff comments to previous integrated resource plans.
Okay, and it can be small things, maybe not that small, but for instance, from the 2021 IRP to this one, you changed from that economic reserve margin to the loss of load expectation method of planning out your reserve margin,
Yes,
right? Okay.
that's an example of changes.
So there's more than one way to plan out the IRP, more than one way to provide safe, reliable, and low-cost service.
More than one way to evaluate that provision, yes.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
And we spoke just a moment ago about the differences in your territory from Kentucky at large. Would you say that what's right for Duke or ADP would necessarily be what's right for LG&E and KU?
You know, from our standpoint, you know, again, we plan our system based on a least cost revenue requirement approach that we've taken, and I think that is a good utility standard for planning. I can't speak to exactly how Duke and AEP produce their IRPs, but we found that minimizing those revenue requirements is the kind of fundamental best approach to planning our system.
Okay. But there may be other aspects in considering besides just the PVRR. We went through some of them just a moment ago.
Correct.
Okay. So I hate the saying, but multiple ways to skin a cat, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I wanted to ask just quickly again about your promotion. Thank you, Kristen. To, I'm trying to remember which side outlets are on. I'll find it in a second. Being an employee of PPL Services Corp. And PPL has, aside from the rules and regulations here, PPL has its corporate strategies and goals and principles as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. And those goals and principles are not primary goals of the IRP process, correct?
In many instances.
But they overlap.
Yes.
Okay. And to the extent that there are multiple ways to meet the goals, would the corporate strategies then play a role in determining what the best method of meeting those requirements is?
Well, that's a very, very broad question. I would go back to a comment you made. There can be some overlap in those goals, but our primary objective in planning for our customers, in this case our customers in Kentucky, is to follow all the regulations and requirements as was just stated in this question, and provide the lowest reasonable cost to our customers as possible, given all the load growth we have and environmental regulations and on with respect to that service provision.
Okay. But there's at least some overlap there.
In many instances.
Okay.
The dedication to customer service, the dedication to reliably serving our customers. Those are corporate goals and goals of each of our operating companies.
Okay. I'd like to, if I could, bring up what I'll mark for now as Joint Intervenors Exhibit 1. And does this look familiar to you?
Yes.
Beller? Okay. You might be aware your name's even in here. Does this, so this looks familiar. Can you state what it is real quick?
It appears from the cover page to be a slide deck that PPL produced for investor meetings dated May 2025.
Okay. And can you state how you recognize it, aside from reading the cover page? Are you familiar with it?
We produce a lot of PowerPoint presentations, so I'm sure if I were to flip through it, I would be very familiar with it.
Okay, fair enough. And if at any point this does not appear to be a true and accurate representation to your knowledge, let me know. But with that, I'd move to admit this as Joint Intervenor or JI Exhibit Number 1.
Any objection?
No, you're not.
Okay. So it sounds like you were involved or at least consulted in the process of preparing this and other investor reports.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to turn to, just scrolling through, let me know if I skip over anything important here, but page 6, this section is labeled, here, maybe it'd be easier if I make this bigger. PPL's Utility of the Future Strategy. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And your strategy on the next page, is that adequately summarized there in the title and subtitle?
Yes.
Okay. And what are those two headlines there?
In the blueprint below the main title, is that what you're referring to?
Both the main title and the one
Okay.
below.
It said, "Our strategy, creating utilities of the future, focused on delivering value for both customers and share owners."
Okay. And I just want to ask you about how some of these two this IRP and this overlap. Turning to page 10, this is still in that utilities of the future. There's a piece here on generation. Does this look familiar, at least to you still?
Yes.
Okay. And, sorry, I'm trying to find, I wrote down what I'm looking for and, oh, the very first one, I was overlooking it. One of those strategies is substantial behind the meter DERs. That's distributed energy resources, right?
Yes.
Okay. That includes rooftop and community solar, battery storage, community geothermal, EV to grid, combined heat and power plants, and virtual power plants, right?
Yes.
Okay. Could you explain how the company is advancing substantial behind the meter DERs?
In the context of our Kentucky operations?
Sure.
Because I would point out that this presentation is inclusive of our 3 operating companies, their respective regulatory constructs, which are not the same in each jurisdiction. So I would point that out. So if your questions are related to Kentucky, I can
Yes.
provide responses in that regard if that's a fair summarization of what you're asking.
Yes, fair enough. Thank you for clarifying.
So rooftop solar in Kentucky, as most are aware, we have a net metering program that's available to our customers. We have an application process that I think is very streamlined and supportive of customers who desire to participate in that program. So I would say that's one thing that we have done. We've also done, with respect to community solar, we have a solar share program, we have a green energy tariff program, we have a business solar program, and I'm highlighting these programs in general. And we support customer participation in the whole of those programs.
Okay. So each of those would be an important part of the strategy here to advance substantial behind the meter DERs?
Yes, and if you will, forecasts of that are included, and it happens to show up in the net load forecast that we use, and all those assumptions are detailed, and they change. We have a variety of assumptions we make based on customer behavior throughout the planning period with respect to the IRP.
And I do have a few questions about that. Would it be fair to ask any sort of detailed questions about how those were forecasted of Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones would be able to tell you
Okay.
in detail how each of those assumptions were developed and executed in his respective load forecast.
Okay. My questions here are more just high level, but if you're the more appropriate person to ask any of those detailed questions, let me know. On page 11, this one moves on to transmission and distribution, correct?
Yes.
Okay. On that page, part of the company strategy is intelligent, reliable, and increasingly complex, requiring enhanced technologies. That's the subtitle there?
Yes.
Okay. And one of those aspects is to efficiently enable new business connections, data centers, large-scale DERs, manufacturing, et cetera. I think it's the third one down.
Yes.
Okay. Now, would those data centers and large-scale DERs be related? Are these wholly separate?
A particular instance, they could be related, but in the context here, we were again representing our activities in all 3 jurisdictions, not just Kentucky. But in that broader context, we were referring to it more separately.
Okay. So not attempting to encourage those large-scale DERs at data centers necessarily?
Not as a particular focus. That obviously would be customer-specific desires.
Okay. And skipping ahead just a little bit, as you indicated, PPL, of course, has multiple jurisdictions. Moving on to page 15 here, starts, this is just about PPL's Kentucky segment at this point, right?
Correct.
Okay. And on page 16, the first full page of that Kentucky segment, there's an overview of the companies here in Kentucky, correct?
Yes.
This looks somewhat similar to that first page 5.1 of the plan summary. It's got the map, some company highlights, the number of customers and things like that, right?
Correct.
Okay. It also includes the 2024 rate base, correct?
Yes.
which is nearly half of PPL's rate base
Correct.
total. Okay. Now, help me out, I may be overlooking it, but was that information about the total company rate base presented in the IRP, to your knowledge?
I'm not aware of where we talk about total rate base in the IRP.
Okay. But it's contained in the investor report a few times, I think, right?
Correct.
Okay,
Important to investors, yes.
it would be. And aside from the total rate base growth would be important information to the investors as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. I think earlier, and this is skipping back a bit to the overall plan, but back on page 5, average annual rate base growth of 9.8%, correct? In that the first bullet of the second, the visible and predictable
Yeah.
growth.
Correct,
Okay.
for all three jurisdictions.
Yes, okay. But LG&E and KU make up almost half of that.
Of the rate base, yes.
Yes.
I
Okay.
don't have committed to memory the particular growth, but yes.
Okay. Fair to say they make up a substantial part of that as well, though.
That's fair, yes.
Okay. And as you said, that's important information for investors.
Yes.
Correct? That is what you said, okay. Back to the Kentucky section, you give an overview of the regulatory landscape here in Kentucky and what LG&E and KU are doing to comply with that, right?
Yes.
Okay. There's a list first of the base rate case history for the past 10 years. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. It outlays that the company's had a rate case every 2 years up until 2021, right?
Correct.
So
From 14 to, yes.
from 2015
Yeah.
to 2021, or I guess the line there starts at 2014, but the
Yeah.
first one was in 2015.
That's
Okay.
correct.
And so for a period there, you were having rate increases, base rate cases more frequently than IRPs.
Correct.
Okay. Until that 2021 case, which included a settlement with a 4-year stay out, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And I don't mean to ask you about the upcoming rate case, except that is forthcoming, right, pretty much at the end of that stay out, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the rate base comes up a few more times. Skimming ahead to page 21, Kentucky's projected capital investments by year and type. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So for the next 4 years, companies plan to build their rate base by between $2.9 billion per year, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that in whole because there's depreciation and other things that reduce rate base over time.
Fair enough.
But this graph shows capital expenditures by year.
Okay, so those would be additions to the rate base, net any other removals from the rate base because of depreciation and whatnot?
Correct.
Okay. Was that information contained in the IRP, to your knowledge?
Objection asked and answered.
This is about the rate base increase. He answered about the current rate base, just asking about the plans to make capital investments over the next 4 years.
Yeah, all of that.
I'm sorry, Chair. Do you want me to answer? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
I'll allow that question.
Okay.
If you know.
So the way to answer it, this graphic represents total capital expenditures. It also includes our gas business, which wouldn't be part of the IRP. But the capital expenditures necessary to satisfy, if you will, all the scenarios, those numbers are included in the IRP, in the record, in a similar fashion to what we're showing here, as to what the cost of each resource would be, how that cost would be incurred over time to install new resources, for example. That cost profile would be part of the IRP. There's nothing in the record that I'm aware of that relates that to a net rate base implication only uses those numbers to calculate, as we've been discussing, net present value of revenue requirements.
Okay.
And
So-
anything in green that's gas operations is not included in this IRP.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. That was my next question, just to clarify. So that smaller bar towards the top, I think the smaller bar in each year except 2028 is the gas operations, right?
Yes, the
Okay.
green.
But everything else would be included in this IRP in some way.
Again, there are base expenditures here to maintain our distribution system, our transmission system, and those wouldn't all necessarily be reflected in here. Only those expenditures that would change based on the different scenarios we looked at to serve the different load forecasts. So it's not, this is aggregate total CapEx spend projected in the company's business plan. Not all of that would be reflected in the IRP.
Okay.
But those expenditures that would change and would be relevant to calculating costs of each individual plan are included in the IRP.
Okay. And those individual plants, I'll use the names that are in the CPCN, but I'm not asking about the CPCN, just to distinguish them as they are in the recommended plan here. It includes the two NGCCs, correct?
Yes.
That are now proposed in that CPCN as Mill Creek 6 and Brown 12, I
Correct.
think? Okay. And the battery energy storage system and
Correct.
the SCR at Gen 2.
Correct.
Correct, okay. So those would all be included in here.
Yes, in these expenditures, we would include those components that you mentioned.
Okay. And those are aside from the ELG resources, the only new resources that I see, or the ELG additions at Gent and Trimble County, those are the only resources that I see added before 2035 in the recommended plan. Does that sound right to you?
In the recommended plan, just to be clear, if you're talking about new resources, we recommended 400 megawatts of battery storage in 28. We recommended adding the Gent 2 SCR in 28, one combined cycle in 2030, and then, of course, in the recommended plan, we had ELG expenditures both at Gent and Trimble County, followed up by a combined cycle in 2031. Those all occurred in the recommended plan before 2035.
Okay. And all of those except the ELG are in that new CPCN, right?
Restate your question.
The BESS, the SCR, and the two NGCCs, so everything aside from the ELG and the recommended plan for the next 10 years are in that CPCN, correct?
Correct. Yes, those are in.
Okay, and the estimated cost for those is roughly $3.7 billion.
I haven't added the numbers up, but that sounds approximately correct.
Okay, and if I'm reading this right, there's $5, $8, $10 billion over the next 4 years by 2028 that's being invested. Can I just ask what makes up the difference between that $10 billion investment plan to grow the rate base and the $3.7 billion that's actually been proposed and that's listed in the recommended resource plan?
So what numbers are you adding up to help me answer your
So
question?
just rounding a little bit, the rate base would be roughly an increase of 10 billion. So that so maybe I added with the gas so we can round down instead, but 2 billion plus 2.5 billion plus 3 billion plus 2.5 billion, just sort of rounding, that adds up to about 10 billion. Less the, let's say $500 million generously of gas additions there, that's 9.5 billion over the next 10 years.
Okay.
Just for rounding purposes, the difference between that 9.5 billion and the 3.7 billion that's in the recommended plan.
Sure. So these graphs, again, aren't rate base, they're capital expenditures. These graphs represent total capital expenditures the company plans to incur over this time period. So there would be invested capital to maintain our transmission systems, our distribution systems, our IT systems, our customer care systems. There would be, if I didn't say it, existing CapEx to maintain our generating units that we already own. So this is all-inclusive CapEx required to operate the company. The numbers you quoted are just incremental CapEx associated with, in your reference, the current CPCN filing. So the CPCN filing would be embedded in this, but it by no means attempts to replicate the totals here.
So those ordinary course of business sort of investments that you were just describing, is it fair to characterize those that way?
Yes.
Okay. Those make up that additional $6 billion difference between the plan that's presented here in the IRP and what the companies actually intend to invest over the next 4 years?
Yes, that's fair. That is, if you make that calculation, those are the differences, yes.
Okay. Sorry, give me just a second to find my place again here.
And I would point out too that if you look at the CPCN expenditures, they're going to go beyond the 2028 period. We have assets going in service in 2030 with Brown 12 and 2031 with Mill Creek 6. So some of those expenditures would be beyond the 2028 time period.
So yeah, so some of those investments would extend beyond 2028, some of those investments in the recommended resource plan.
Correct.
So that difference would actually be even greater than $6 billion.
Correct.
Okay, so even more of that that's not presented here in this IRP.
Correct.
Okay. And those are just all ordinary course of business expenditures.
Correct. Necessary expenditures to operate the company.
Okay. I wanted to back up just a little bit within the presentation here, but staying within that Kentucky portion. Page 14 mentions the regulatory and legislative strategy, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And strategy here, would it be fair to characterize it as consensus building, essentially, right?
Yes, again, focused on all the jurisdictions we operate in, yes.
Well, this is within the, oh, forgive me, I'm sorry, I went back one before the Kentucky segment, but let's look at the Kentucky segment in page 2022, or I'm sorry, on page 22, under long-term priorities, it includes influencing state energy strategy there, right?
Correct.
Could you state what strategy the companies intend to influence change to over the next 3 years?
In terms of change, I don't know if we were particularly focused on change, but just where the state is going, we obviously want to be a participant in that. We're the largest utility in the state, and we would look at any state laws that are changed, any policies that come up, and try to influence that on behalf of our customers.
Okay. And the companies have done so in the past too?
Correct.
Okay. I think that's all I have about the presentation here. I just have a couple of other follow-ups for you. If you have them available, I don't think this is a response that you sponsored, but maybe you can help me out, and if not, let me know. Could you turn to Mr. Lovecamp, Sierra Club's first set of data requests and the company's responses, number 40? Let me know when you have that up.
Have it?
Okay. And specifically the company's response to subpart H. I'm faster with paper, so I'm gonna pull mine up as well to make sure we're on the same place here. Could you just read the company's response to subpart H there?
Sure. Rick, could you go back to the question, please?
Oh, sure. So for context, they asked about, the Sierra Club asked about contracts that govern recovery of transmission study costs from potential large load customers.
Okay, Rick, I got it.
Okay. And then the company's response?
There are no contracts for the recovery of transmission study costs. As a standard business practice, LG&E and KU require customers, such as data centers or projects that had not been formally or publicly announced, to pay for the studies in advance, such that if the load does not materialize, other customers are not financially impacted.
Okay. So I know you're, as I said, not the sponsor of that response, but does that sound correct to you, to your
Yeah.
knowledge of company's operations as well?
Yes.
Okay. So there are no contracts for recovery of transmission studies. Are there any laws or regulations that require recovery from prospective customers, to your knowledge?
Our process would be outlined in our OATT, or Open Access Transmission Tariff, to ensure that we treat all customers similarly.
So no regulations or laws then?
I don't know that I could answer that. There's
Not
probably
sure.
FERC regulations that inform our OATT, and those, our OATTs are approved by FERC. So
Okay.
I wouldn't necessarily be able to answer that question as definitively as posed.
Fair enough, fair enough. But regardless of all those, the companies do require that as standard business practice.
Yes,
Okay.
as described in this response. And
Okay.
these studies are typically minimal in terms of overall cost, but as described in the response, we look for payment from customers to support that activity.
And the purpose being to ensure that if the prospective customer doesn't follow through, other customers aren't financially impacted.
Correct, in the whole of you know, our calculation of expense for subsequent rate recovery, yes.
Fair enough. Could you turn now to the company's response to the staff's first set of data requests, number 20?
Yes.
Okay. In subpart C there specifically, the staff asked about any assumptions to account for the possibility that that load doesn't materialize. And I know you already went through some of this with Ms. Henry, but they asked about whether there were any requirements to ensure that existing customers don't subsidize new generation required for data center specific load requirements, correct? That was the question in subpart C.
What subpart? I'm sorry.
Subpart C.
C, okay, I thought you were saying B.
Nope, I'm sorry.
Yes,
That was
that is
essentially
the
the
question, yes.
Okay, and then turning to the company's response. Let me know when you're there.
I am.
Okay. Could you read just the first sentence of the second paragraph there, the first sentence of the substantive response, essentially? The company said no and then gave an explanation.
The companies are unaware of a requirement to, quote, to ensure that existing customers do not subsidize any new generation needed by any customer or group of customers, either existing or new, when that customer or group of customers is paying or will pay tariff embedded cost-based rates.
Okay. Now, recognizing the company's corporate strategy is focused both on value for customers and shareholders, as we said earlier, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the fact that the company does have standard business practices with regards to those more minimal TSR costs, correct?
Yes.
Would it not make sense as standard business practice to specifically court businesses that would make commitments to benefit ratepayers to avoid that cross-subsidization?
Maybe restate your question.
Sure. So the company is focused on benefiting current customers and shareholders, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the company has standard business practices in other situations to ensure that if that load doesn't materialize, existing customers aren't left on the hook, right?
Correct. In the example, in very early planning stages for those customers.
Sure.
Yes.
And that's a more minimal expense, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then later on, the staff asked about the much more substantial cost of building new generation focused specifically on serving these data centers. And the company responded that the companies are unaware of any requirement to ensure that that cross-subsidization doesn't happen. But wouldn't it make sense as a standard business practice to benefit existing customers as well as shareholders to set up a way to avoid that exact situation?
Well, you know, without getting into some of the areas we got into earlier in testimony, I would say it is the company's obligation to serve all customers. We have an obligation to serve, and we need to consider all facts and circumstances around that load. And we do need to consider the risk of not only data center load, but other changes in our load forecast affecting what we do with respect to expanding our assets to serve those customers.
All right. Could we turn to the sorry, I'm jumping around from place to place here, but maybe it'd be helpful if we look specifically at the company's plan here. And I'm looking at the, take me a minute to find it myself, but the resource assessment in volume 3 of the IRP. And if it helps Mr. Lovecamp, specifically PDF 87 of volume 3. Let me know when you see table 7 there, Mr. Beller. And I apologize, I should have asked at the front, is it Beller or Bellar?
Beller.
Okay, that's what I thought. I heard it said the other way. Just wanted to make sure I was doing it correctly.
Table 7, yes.
Yes, okay. So this is a summary of the reserve margins and the load necessary to meet them, correct? Or sorry, not the load, the generation needed to meet the reserve margins projected.
Yes, the capacity need, yes.
And this is based on that 1 in 10 LOLE, right? The reserve margin percentage there is based on what the companies would need above the load in each scenario to ensure that 1 in 10 LOE.
Correct, that's
Okay.
our current planning criteria, yes.
Okay, so starting at the top, under winter for low load, the companies would need this year 28.1% over whatever that low load projection is to meet the reserve margin, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and then going forward, that changes. It jumps up in 2028 to 40%, and then by 2039, it's up to 45.8% above the projected load to meet the reserve margin, correct?
You know, in this table, we have a negative capacity need, so these are owned assets, and with respect to that low load scenario, Mr. Wilson could confirm, but it's inclusive of existing assets. So we're not assuming that we would take assets away to meet that criteria. Existing assets may more than meet that 1 in 10 loss of load probability, if you understand that explanation.
Yes, so yeah, I think so. If I'm following you right, to ensure that you have in 2039 45.8% capacity over the low load forecast, you would need 974 megawatts less than what you actually have currently.
Again, Mr. Wilson can confirm how this table was constructed, but my reading of the table would be based on existing resources and the assumptions for retirement in this particular scenario, we would have 974 megawatts more than we would need to meet our criteria, and that results in a 45.8% reserve margin.
Okay, so if that low load scenario were to come to pass, the companies would have 974 megawatts given existing circumstances, existing generation that is needed to meet that.
Plus any assumptions, and again, Mr. Wilson can fill in the gaps that we made with respect to retirements in this particular scenario that these calculations are being made for.
Okay. But that's not given the construction of the new resources in the recommended plan, as I understand this table.
Correct.
Okay.
Our low load forecast represents, I think, generally a lower load than we're experiencing today over time.
Slightly lower than today's.
Correct.
Declining
Correct.
over time. And that situation assumes essentially the addition of no new data centers, correct?
Correct. The low load scenario
Okay.
does make that assumption, correct.
Okay. So by 2039, there's 974 megawatts of excess need. Given current assumptions about current resources and planned future retirements, but not given new construction.
Correct, and that scenario also assumes a higher level of distributed generation, higher level than is included in the mid and the high forecast, and a higher level of other energy efficiency, counting CVR, AMI benefits, and all. It assumes a high level of those, which all contribute to that situation.
But all in all, it's, I mean, slightly declining, but relatively flat from where we are today.
The load forecast, yes.
The load forecast
Yeah, the
is
net load
relatively flat
forecast,
from where we are.
influenced by those features, yes.
Okay. So without the addition of any new data centers, we would end up with 974 megawatts of excess capacity. That's a little more than a couple of resources combined. I think Brown 3 is 464 megawatts, is that right?
Somewhere in that range, yes.
Gen 2, I think, is 556 megawatts, somewhere in that range.
Somewhere in that range, yes.
So a little less than those two combined of excess capacity.
In the low load scenario, correct, again, with all of those things taken into consideration, yes.
Okay. And you said that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to retire things, but would it make sense if you have more capacity than needed to meet not just the load, but the load plus the reserve margin to potentially retire some of the uneconomic resources on the system?
Well, that would be a case-specific response, but you would need to look at a variety of circumstances, and I think we detail in the record the listing of things, which is numerous, that we look at before retiring an asset. And then, of course, in the IRP, we, in our view, given the success that we've had in the Commonwealth with economic development, we believe the low load scenario to be a very low probability event. But if you found yourself in a protracted period of having more generation than you would need, absent some other revenue producing use of that asset, you would obviously want to consider all options at that particular time.
And I suppose it would go without saying that in that scenario, it would also not make much sense to build new resources if you already have excess capacity.
In general, yes,
Okay.
you wouldn't propose to build new resources if there was no use or need for them.
So absent the data center growth, and assuming slightly increased DER adoption and some of those other, but essentially the main difference is without data center growth, it would not only make no sense to build new generation, it would make sense to potentially retire some existing generation.
I would definitely agree with your first part, and then caveat the second part with what my prior statement
Okay.
included.
Give me just one moment. Thank you. I have just a couple of other sort of miscellaneous things to follow up with you on. In the 2021 IRP, there was some discussion of avoided cost assumptions, and I'd like to follow up on those same issues with respect to the 2024 IRP. Would you be the proper person to ask those questions, or would there be somebody better to ask about avoided costs?
Well, pose your question and then
Sure.
I can direct you to the appropriate person.
So in the
If I
2021
can.
IRP, the companies had not updated their avoided cost assumptions since the 2016 and 2017 DSM potential studies at that time. Does that sound familiar?
You're saying in the 2024?
In the 2021 IRP, that's
21.
what the company stated. Just
Okay.
wanted to follow up on updates since that time, potentially.
Yes, that makes sense if that's part of the 21 record, yes.
Okay, and if I were to ask about updates since the 2021 IRP to those avoided cost assumptions and the DSM potential studies?
That would be a combination of Mr. Wilson and Ms. Isaacson.
Okay, thank you. We'll follow up with them. And just two other quick follow-ups. Regarding the company's resources at Falls of the Ohio, the company owns a number of hydro facilities there, or a hydro facility with a number of units, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I think there are, they have little to no fuel costs, basically.
Yes.
Probably some emergency generator or something there that consumes some amount of fuel, I'd assume. They are, I think, undergoing improvements, or recently did undergo improvements, is that right?
Several years ago, we finished a rehabilitation project on all 8 units.
Okay. I think at page 8-9 of volume 1 of the IRP, there's some reference to this, and I just wanted to be clear on what was referenced there. And if Mr. Lovecamp's still getting there, I can read for you. It says, the Ohio Falls will similarly continue to undergo improvements to maintain reliability, replacing the powerhouse roof, control system upgrades, runner inspections, structural improvements. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Okay. Across those 8 units, there's roughly 100 megawatts of capacity, I think.
Correct.
Are there any units that either aren't being used or used to be a part of that system? It's my understanding that there might be additional capacity potential at the Ohio Falls.
So, when the plant was originally constructed, there were 10 bays in which generating units could be installed. Back in the 20s, 8 were installed, and those 2 bays that are existing there have not been utilized since the 1920s.
So all they need essentially is that generating unit to be installed?
Correct, but you would need a FERC license to be able to do that and go through that process, which could influence the way the other units operate, restrictions on the operation of the other units, and that's how that's evolved over time. And we have a current operating permit for only 8 units.
Okay. Have the companies evaluated the possibility of using all 10 sluice gates or whatever it is there?
We have in the past. Obviously, the more units, there's only so much water to run through the units, so the economics of a 9th unit is less than the 8th, less than the 7th, and so on and so forth. So we have evaluated that over time, but never found the economics to be persuasive.
Do you know when you last evaluated those economics?
We can do that as a post-hearing data response.
Okay, that's where I was heading anyway. Possibly another update. In response to staff 115, you mentioned that you were working with a company named Rye on feasibility and cost for a potential pumped hydro solution for some capacity need. Does that sound familiar?
Correct, Lewis
Okay.
Ridge project, yes.
Yes. And I think later you mentioned that project had submitted an application to FERC, which for hydro resources is necessary, I guess?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any updates on where that project is right now?
So the application is still being processed at FERC. We continue to work on the Lewis Ridge project with the Rye Development Group, looking at a variety of things. Land obviously is important, land access and control. That's one of the things we're in an active dialogue with them, and looking to understand from their perspective what the companies need to do, and if there would be any expenditures we need to make to keep that project as a viable option, and if those expenditures are justified overall.
Okay. I think those were the only follow-ups I had for you. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're getting pretty close to lunch, so I don't think anybody would object to going to lunch at 10 till 12 and be back by about 10 till 1.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
We are back on the record in case number 2024-00326, electronic 2024 Joint Integrated Resource Plan of Louisville Gas and Electric Company and Kentucky Utilities Company. And I believe we were ready for staff cross of Mr. Beller.
Is that everyone? Okay. Good, Mr. Bell, how you doing?
Good.
So, we've heard a lot today so far, and hopefully this will be relatively brief. As always, if you hear a question and I've misstated it or you can't understand me, please just ask, and I'll do my best to clarify. I've just got a couple buckets of questions based on the IRP. Some of them to do with transmission, some of them to do with timelines. And so we're trying to get an understanding sort of about the planning period there. So, with that in mind, so we can go to IRP Volume 1, page 527 from Mr. Lovecamp, so you can review it. The questions are sort of just loosely based on that. I'm just trying to get some baseline understanding here. So, and I'll wait for... We're good, okay. So that is essentially just a description of the sort of like transmission capacity between LG&EKU and, you know, outside territories, right? So there's this statement in that like you won't require, you know, the IRP doesn't indicate that you need to have any transmission upgrades to export up to 1,000 megawatts of long-term transfers. And then it says that you don't need to have any significant transmission upgrades to import, you know, up to 300 megawatts worth of capacity. Or actually, that's a good question. That's all just for capacity, right?
Right. It's just the ability to you know, import, or I think we talked about exports too, but import and export those quantities within our, you know, long-term transfer analysis that we conduct as part of transmission planning, yeah. The only reason I caveat that, it doesn't necessarily mean that there's something on the other end to transact with.
Yes.
It's, when I hear capacity, I tend to think of it in that way. But, you know, the electrons would flow in those quantities, if you will, given a source on the other side.
Right. I mean, there's a much bigger conversation about constraints from PJM and MISO and the sort of risk associated with that, and that's fine. But the idea is that, assuming there's something on the other side, you could have about 1,000 megawatts that you export and about 300 megawatts that you can bring in.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And this is just for me, and I apologize that I may just not understand it, but what is the reason for that disparity?
Well, it's really just the topography of the transmission systems and where generation sits, the flows on the system. It all has to do with a base set of assumptions. These are steady state transmission models that you're looking at. So obviously you're modeling a certain load area for not only LG&E and KU, but all the surrounding systems. So it's really just the base topography of the system, where the flows are going between interconnected entities. So you know, obviously it's a complicated calculation. That's why it's done in a big model. But it really just has to do with that topography and the assumptions that are made, how each of those entities are serving their own respective load and the flows on the generation system.
So, like, what is the most important couple assumptions that you make when you talk about, you know, that disparity?
It would really be load levels and generation levels in the respective areas, which through all of the calculations determines where those electrons are going to flow and how they're going to flow in and out of each system. So really load and generation and their specific locations are the main assumptions that drive that.
And that's for the territories outside, right? That's for your neighboring regions.
Correct. Your interactions with the interconnected grid, yes.
So then just, and again, I apologize if some of this is just very basic, but I just wanted to get a comprehension here. But how often do you all utilize, how often do you, let's say, provide capacity to neighboring regions, right? Like, how often do you give that service to PJM or MISO or whoever?
Sure. So, again, if you're just talking about, we don't sell firm, long-term firm capacity as a typical rule, but on a daily basis, we interact with interconnected utilities. Well, we interact with TVA, PJM. We have the SEAM organization that you've heard about, and so we enter prices into that, and if we're matched with a counterparty there, it would really be anytime economic, whether we would be making a sale or probably less frequent, where it's economic for us to purchase power from others that's lower than our incremental cost of production.
Okay, well, that is actually my next question, which is, you look sort of every day to see if you can purchase it, even if you have, let's say, the capacity to generate.
Yes, every hour, we have someone on staff, really, that's one of their core objectives is to ensure that you're interacting in the market in the appropriate way, whether that be a purchase or a sale.
Okay, so I ask all of that because, and I'll preface this with saying I know Mr. Wilson sponsored the specific data request that I'm going to refer you to, but I'm just wondering if you can give me just a high level sort of understanding of it. So it's the company's response to staff's first request, item 6, and it just has to do in the immediate sense with the reserve requirements for 2025. I know you all changed the calculation and you upped what you wanted to be at. And so in that data response, if I'm not mistaken, and again, I'll wait for Mr. Lofkamp. Good. Okay, so in the data response, if I'm not mistaken, the companies say, the response is that you will fall slightly short of the reserve, slightly short of what your expected reserve margin was for 2025.
Are we on the right one, Rick? Could you restate the citation?
I believe it's the company's response to the commission staff's first request, item 6, and if I'm wrong, I may be wrong, maybe 2.6. I apologize.
Yeah, that one asked about ITC.
Yeah, I apologize. It's question 7.
Okay.
I apologize. It's item 1. It's a response to staff's first request, item 7.
Yes, I see that response.
Okay. So my question for the neighboring regions is, how do you, so when you plan and you know that you're going to fall short at some point, what is the company's plan to meet its reserve margin? Do you plan to just stay low, or do you go purchase that capacity from somewhere else if it's available?
I'll answer it generally and then make a comment about the specifics of this response.
Sure.
In general, if we were short these levels, being relatively modest,
right,
we would not look to, unless we had emerging problems on our system and we saw an outage of a large unit that was going to be protracted, we might buy some short-term firm from the market. But as a general rule, we would just go into the season, if you will, short these amounts, if these numbers were correct. We would not look to buy in at these lower levels. With respect to this particular situation for 2025, Mr. Wilson can comment, but we have information, and I won't mention customer names, from a customer that won't be producing at the level we assumed in the forecast, so we believe we'll be very close to our requirements, but Mr. Wilson can give you, again, as I have generically, what those values are.
Right, and so the reason I'm asking this is I'm trying to understand the planning process, looking forward. So this is just an example of what has occurred in 25, right? So what happens in, how early on in the process can you identify that you will be short if you are going to be? How early on in the modeling do you get to that point?
Sure. So with our new criteria, we are actively planning the system not to be short. But as this question refers, it will take us some time to get there. Using the assumptions that we're prepared to answer this question, we would be short in 25, but would come into line as additional generation went into service. We mentioned the lead time, existing lead time. You're in the market today, batteries are your shortest lead time resource. And so we would look to plan to not be short in the future. And we would start that planning, simultaneous with like an integrated resource plan or a CPCN plan that we would put together.
Right, and again, I understand that nobody, you don't plan to not have it. I was just curious, I mean, at some point you have to know, at some point there comes a point where you think, okay, I will be short or I will have excess, right? And I guess how far in advance do you feel confident in the outcome, right? Is it a year ahead or 2 years ahead or?
So typically we try to marry that with the time, if we see a shortfall, with the time it would take to build new generation. Ideally, if we can marry those two time periods up, we have the most options available, whether that be purchase power or building new generation. We can evaluate those and come to an economic conclusion. So we try to make those decisions in that time frame of when new generation is available. Now, if we have large loads move into our system at a pace that overcomes that process, then obviously we have to throttle the load side and only have and put forth loads that we can serve at different times, particularly with larger customers. For example, a 500 megawatt customer wants to show up in 2 years. We may not be able to serve that level of load immediately, and we would work with that customer to explain what our requirements are. And that's what Mr. Bevington does on a regular basis, is understands from a new load acceptance on the system, we don't want to meet a load that we can't adequately serve.
Right. Okay. So that leads directly to my next question, which is, you do have an obligation to serve customers as they come in, obviously, right? And so there is this opportunity in your long-term planning that if a customer wants to come in and they have a significant load, data center is obviously the sort of like elephant in the room here, right? It's 400 megawatts or 1,000 megawatts, some amount, right? The IRP ranges to all the way up to 1,750 megawatts by 2032, right? So what I'm just trying to understand is, if everything ramps up by 32, but the IRP thinks that you can't build new generation for a lot of reasons for NGCCs until 30 and 31, that does leave that lead period between, say, 28 and 2030, where I think I'm just trying to understand how you would go about sort of securing the necessary capacity and energy, right, for serving that customer.
So in the context of the RFP, we've talked about battery energy storage as being an opportunity. Those assets can be added much more quickly than a combined cycle unit, for example, even a simple cycle combustion turbine. So that's how we would bridge the gap today with the addition of battery storage in the shorter term. Longer lead construction alternatives like combined cycles, as you articulated, we believe 2030 is the earliest we could place those type of units in service, and that would be Brown 12 as identified in the IRP.
So in the high load forecast, there is also a discussion of the potential for a third NGCC. Just generally speaking, in your planning process, what is the lead time for? Because lead times seem to have been getting a little longer.
Yes.
Right. I mean, we had this discussion in obviously 22402, the past case, and then Brown 12 now is pushed to 30, and the theoretical 2031 NGCC that maybe Mill Creek 6 is pushed to 31. I'm just curious as to see how far out do you need to start planning for that third one?
Yeah, if you're talking about a natural gas combined cycle unit, it's a lot of factors go into it, but one of the determining factors today is lead times from the vendor to actually receive the unit. And so you're in a 4 to 5 year time frame now is a good time frame to think about being able to put a unit in service. If you're starting from a position of not having access to the asset today, if you're starting from ground zero, let's say. If
Right,
you've
which
already
is-
done some preliminary steps and have a production slot reserved and things of that nature, you can move much quicker.
Okay, so with, I mean, and I guess part of this question is, I think there is some general understanding that the system writ large, right, in PJAM and MISO, there's a lot of demand, and only so many people make NGCC, so many people make baseload things, I guess my concern with that is just when you plan for that, do you still think that the 4 or 5, right? So we're starting at ground zero today. Do you still think that 4 or 5 year lead time is sort of reasonable? You would expect it then to be 32 or 33?
If you were to start today, and obviously you have to factor in what your approval times are and commitment times, I think the 4 to 5 year time frame is still good. If you want to back up, if you have access to the machine, you have to have a permitting set of activities before you can start construction, and then you have a bit over 3 years of construction schedule for a combined cycle. Again, that can be site specific. Obviously, if you're picking a totally greenfield site, that could be a bit longer in terms of construction. But as we articulated in the IRP, there was a question that we did respond to that talks about when we would make commitments to execute the recommended plan, and I think that's a good schedule if you refer back to that, the dates at which we would need to follow to execute the recommended plan.
I appreciate that. And so, just switching slightly just to understand, with the battery systems being the quickest to come online, what is your projected timeline sort of for theoretical battery if you're starting from ground zero today?
I think we've talked about in the IRP to have.
I apologize if you have, I just don't recall that.
Having batteries in 2028, we would look to begin contracting at the end of this year.
Okay.
It's what we've talked about in the IRP.
And I apologize, I'm just reading through to make sure. As an aside, and again, this may be for Mr. Bevington, and if you need to defer, that's fine. The IRP assumes all economic development load growth occurs by 2032, and then doesn't model anything different from that number from 2032 to 2039. Do you know sort of why you don't expect any economic development in that time frame?
Mr. Bevington can talk specifically about economic development, and Mr. Jones can talk about the load forecast. But in general, and I'll let them fill in specifics, it's just what we have visibility on, the trends, in terms of the larger economic development load. Mr. Jones obviously forecasts, what we say, typical growth within all the rate classes that we have. So it isn't that we don't have some view of how load is going to grow past that point, but in terms of incremental economic development load, my view is just how far out do you really have a good view and a good solid view of what's coming your way. And 2032, I think, is a date we chose, but Mr. Bevington can kind of give you more color on his day-to-day interaction with customers and why that is a reasonable assumption.
I think broadly speaking, those are my questions for you so far. Thank you, Mr. Biller.
Sure we do?
I don't have any.
So I just have a few. The regulatory landscape changes drastically back and forth, as of late at least. How long have you been with the utility?
38 years here in a few days.
Has it ever been this volatile?
No, it has not.
Yeah.
There have been changes, but they're more measured and more deliberate than they are today.
Yeah. how flexible can your plan be with changes?
So, there is a natural timeline, as we were just discussing with staff, that you have to make commitments for, whether that's to comply with an environmental regulation that may change, part of the volatility that you mentioned, or providing services to customers' future load that may change. And so one of the things that we try really hard to do, and we talk about it a bit in the IRP, but would in other proceedings, is try to create no regrets scenarios, where that if we do make investments, that those investments work in a broad range of outcomes. And if there's a misalignment in timing, maybe it's only 1 or 2 years off. It isn't, a decision that we made that you really can't reverse or come back from. But what you're talking about is what the industry has asked for almost my whole career, is regulatory certainty, so that we can make these plans, because units take, even a battery, could take 3 years to put in service, 2.5 years. Combined cycles, let's say, could take 5 years. So you are having to make commitments if you want to be able to serve customers out in the future. So we try to design the plan to be as flexible as possible, but there are some inherent constraints and decisions, tough decisions that we have to make. My whole career in helping make those decisions is trying to make, again, the least regrets decision that we can make, so that over time those decisions turn out to be in the best interest of customers.
So what's that process like for reevaluating? Say, I know at one point you had modeled 4 scenarios and decided that the third option was the most likely. How often are you evaluating whether you've guessed correctly? Or
Sure.
evaluated carefully? I don't want to assume you're guessing.
No.
But, I mean, how often are you looking at that? And how-
Sure, consistently. Within the company, we prepare a business plan every year, and that's a very deliberate process. And that business plan includes more than just generation supply, all components of our business. So at a minimum, and it's really more than that, we look at what our plan should be, what capital we need to deploy to meet the needs, and in this case, your question is probably referring more specifically to generation. So I would say it's an ongoing evaluation, even up and through when we contract for resources. We look at those decisions. We try to time when we sign commitments for new resources. What's the information we have? Has anything changed that would suggest that we maybe not sign that contract to buy that new unit up and through, to that unit that goes into service? Now, as you would appreciate, once you start large-scale construction, there's definitely a point in time when finishing the asset is more favorable than, backing away, given the commitments that you have to make. But I would say it's an ever-evolving conversation that we have about, are we making the right decision? I will point back to times in the past where the companies have actually, let's say, for example, received a CPCN, and then that process that I just described, which is the root of your question, determined that we didn't need those assets that we had the regulatory authority to construct, and we stopped. And that's our commitment along all the time, is only make commitments when we need to and when it's necessary.
Changing costs.
Correct. Changing costs affect that. The most recent example is we received CPCN to construct a combined cycle unit at our Green River Station, which is a retired coal station today. And then we had a number of municipal customers decide that they were going to seek their energy supply elsewhere because they were under a wholesale contract, not part of our retail service territory. And so we no longer had a need, and some other factors went into that for that combined cycle. So we didn't pursue construction, and we hadn't made commitments at that point in time that would make it uneconomic for us to make that decision.
Yeah. We've had a few IRPs in the past couple of years since I've been here that are nearly obsolete by the time we get to their next type of case, CPCN, a rate case whatsoever. What can your company do to guard against that?
So I think one of the things we've done in this IRP is look at a lot of scenarios. And if you look at what we did and filed in October, and you look at what's happened without focusing on that, you can see that some of the scenarios we looked at have actually come to play, more so than even we were, quote, projecting when we made the IRP. So I would offer that up. But really, the only real solution, since an IRP is filed every 3 years, is the process you asked me about just a couple of moments ago. And that's that constant reevaluation, relooking at your plans, and should adjustments be made based on then current situations. And the more that plan is a no regrets plan, the more successful you can be in that regard.
If the investment tax credits completely went away, would that have a major impact on,
Yes.
what your plan would be?
With respect to certain assets.
Okay.
Investment tax credits don't apply to combined cycle units, but investment tax credits are utilized in batteries. Typically, production tax credits, which would probably go hand in hand under your scenario, are utilized for solar. And that would change the economics of the execution of battery projects and solar projects, obviously depending on where you're at in that process. If you're almost complete with the project, you would make a different decision than one where you haven't started the process.
In your rebuttal, you talk about how when we have so many interveners, it causes a spirited discussion about, from various perspectives, you're either using too much carbon-based fuel or you're not using enough carbon-based fuel. What do you do and what can you do to make sure that when you send out RFPs, you get diverse bids so that you can look at everything that's available?
Sure. So sometimes we send targeted RFPs, and you've seen us do that, where we want to focus on renewable technologies. One that we did recently was a general market check to see if there was anything that the companies would want to execute on. But as you're aware, we also had multiple purchase power agreements with price reopeners, and we were wanting to get a market view of how those price reopeners would compare to that RFP. So sometimes it's targeted in that regard. It has a purpose that you should limit it. Other RFPs that we've issued in the past, our only limitations to ensure what you articulate is that there be of a certain size, given the size of our company. Smaller transactions typically don't tend to be economic, and that they be either in our service territory or they have firm arrangements based on the conversation we have with staff to move that power from a PJM, for example, or a MISO. So we try not to put too many limitations, but if you read through our historic RFPs, there's always something, but it's all to make sure that we can do an apples to apples comparison on all of the resources. And fundamentally, you've seen in our IRP, we look at a different levels and different types of environmental regulations. So we want to have resources that fit in that regard. And we truly don't have a preference for a particular resource. We look at different decision criteria, one of which I've highlighted, present value revenue requirements as really our yardstick in deciding what resources we pick. So we want our RFPs to provide us all the resources so we can evaluate and make the best decision.
Yeah. One of the interveners had opined that you could comply with the requirements of Senate Bill 4 by being just part of an RTO. That automatically means that you have replacement generation and that it's dispatchable. Can you address that a little bit further?
I think there'd be other people that would disagree with that application of Senate Bill 4. I haven't really thought about it extensively because we're not in an RTO, but my initial reaction to that question is one would still have to walk through those requirements. I think we're the only company that's had to do that, if I know, and completed that process. So I think you would have to go through a process similar to what we did in our 22 CPCN and still walk through that process in my mind, to be compliant with the requirements of Senate Bill 4.
Maybe the only utility that's tried it yet.
Yes, I think we are.
Senate Bill 4. And you're continuously evaluating whether you should be in an RTO?
Yes, yes. We reference it in the IRP. RTOs are in a state of transition now, and that's what we say in the IRP is we will continue to evaluate it, but joining an RTO now would be even a harder decision in my mind as an executive of the company than it would have been even 2 years ago with respect to the capacity and load balance in both PJM and MISO.
One of our public commenters, I believe the online commenter, talked about a Louisville project. If that's I didn't know what she was talking about. She said that you didn't have any confirmed tenants yet. If that's related to your CPC and that's pending, then I won't ask about it. But do you know what she was talking about?
She's probably talking about a data center customer that we've had conversations with that would have informed some of the levels of load that we put in the IRP. Is probably what she was talking about. I heard her comments, but
Okay, but not officially announced.
There is a project in Louisville that's been announced. Mr. Bevington can provide you all the details. He's worked with that customer extensively, and that may be the one that she was referring to.
Maybe not announced by PSC standards or not applied for.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I think that may be all the questions I have. Redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor, but for the next witness, my partner, Mr. Wimberly, and I will swap chairs, if that's okay with you.
Sure. We're gonna do musical chairs all day. Did we have follow-up for this witness?
No problem.
And I take it this is gonna be your lead witness that we would not excuse?
Oh, that's fine with us, Your Honor.
Yeah, Mr. Beller, I'm sorry, you don't mind sticking around.
No problem, Chair.
All right, call your next witness.
Very good. Thank you, Your Honor. We call John Bevington.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address, please.
Yeah, John Bevington. I'm with PPL Services Company, 2701 East Point Parkway, Louisville, Kentucky, 40223.
Okay, counsel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bevington. By whom are you employed?
PPL Services Company.
And what is your job title?
Senior Director of Business and Economic Development.
Did you sponsor responses to certain data requests in this proceeding?
I did.
The witness is now available for questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. West.
No questions.
Mr. Kurtz.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. And Mr. Malone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bevington, have the companies entered into additional data center contracts since filing the IRP?
Objection, Your Honor. Respectfully, this is outside the scope of this hearing. The Commission's May 5th order limited the hearing to the data assumptions and methodologies used and the conclusions reached in the company's IRP. While questions about the company's assumptions about data centers may be relevant, if those questions are about the time at which they developed the IRP, but we respectfully assert that what has occurred since the IRP was filed in October of 2024 is not relevant to this proceeding and would be better addressed in the company's pending CPCN case.
The spirit of that order was about protecting your current cases, your CPCN and your upcoming rate case from undue extra discovery or prying about those cases. Do you think that this affects those things? His question?
Our interest, Your Honor, is keeping the scope of this hearing narrowly tailored to the company's development of the IRP. And we think that the interveners will have opportunities, and discovery is ongoing in the CPCN case and the rate case that the companies will be filing, and those issues are better addressed in those proceedings.
Mr. Malone, your response?
Thank you, Your Honor. During Mr. Beller's 4.5-hour marathon responses, he suggested that if there were not data centers, that they wouldn't need additional generating resources. So Mr. Bevington's going to get a bevy of questions about data centers. I think let's just try and get it out of the way to the extent we can, and just be done with it. I think that what I'm looking at is from the perspective of there were additional statements made by Mr. Beller on the stand that asserting that they continue to relook at and reassess as the process moves along as well. And I just want to know whether or not there is actually the proverbial elephant in the room that I believe the staff referred to about these data centers.
Does staff have a position?
I was just going to say, I think the spirit of the order was to, that the responses would focus on the data assumptions and methodologies in the IRP, but that to some extent determining whether or not the assumptions were reasonable does require some level of looking at things that occurred after, and without going into the full all of the evidence that's been developed in the other cases.
Okay, so I will allow limited questions about this,
And that's the only question I've got
Okay.
as well.
if you know, sir.
Can you re-ask the question?
Sure. Have the companies entered into additional data center contracts since filing the IRP?
To help inform the IRP, I'll talk a little bit about the contract that we had signed. I think it was on, subject to check, September 11th, which was an EPC contract with the Campground Road Data Center project.
Okay.
To date, that is the only contract that we have for data centers currently executed.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, got that elephant out of the way. And now, I guess we can do musical chairs and bring up Sierra Club, SREA, and Joint Interveners. Okay, Sierra Club.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bevington, I'm Nathaniel Schoaf here on behalf of Sierra Club. Thanks for taking the time to speak with me this afternoon. I understand that part of what you're here to talk about is economic development, specifically the economic development within the company service territory. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as part of the IRP in Volume 1, page 7-13, the IRP stated that data centers can significantly add to the economic vibrancy of our state and local communities. Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell us what are the additions that a data center can make to the economic vibrancy of a state or local community?
Well, my understanding in talking to quite a few data centers, as you can imagine, is that they will employ direct employees. They will require a lot of construction jobs depending on the size of the project. They will induce other services-related jobs to help the operation run and to support the employees that will be at the data center. In addition to normal tax revenues and things like that that would come as a result of that.
And so jobs and tax revenues, I think, are what you said were the main benefits.
I didn't say that those are the main, those are just.
Those are the two that you highlighted.
Correct.
Got it. I have a question, just a very basic question about what these data centers are. I have never been in a data center. I'm picturing something like a giant warehouse with racks of electronic equipment on either side of the aisles. Is that right?
I assume that, yeah, I mean, that's how some of them look, I would imagine, yeah. They could vary based on the type of operator or, the type of operation that they're running, but yeah, essentially, that's my understanding as well.
And the types of, so I understand the state of Kentucky has taken some steps to entice data centers to locate their projects in Kentucky, specifically in Jefferson County and Louisville. Is that right?
Yeah, at the time the IRP was filed, there was a state sales tax exemption law that had been passed in the 2024 session that allowed for a sales tax exemption on data center equipment, correct?
And, all right, and those taxes, were those statewide, or are they specific to projects that locate in Jefferson County and Louisville?
Yeah, there was a provision of that initial bill that was passed prior to the filing of the IRP that was specifically just Jefferson County, yes.
Okay. One other note is,
All right,
you
was that an
mentioned,
additional bill?
Sorry?
In addition to the bill you mentioned from 2024, there was an additional Jefferson County specific one?
No, in the 2024 session, the sales tax exemption law that was passed was specific to Jefferson County.
Thank you. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Shea.
thank you. All right, let's talk about the other side of that coin. What is it, other than the tax exemption, that would make Kentucky an attractive place for data centers to locate?
Yeah. Kentucky's operating cost environment has been very attractive for economic development in general. Kentucky's had a great track record, especially over the last 4 or 5 years, in attracting all types of major employers and companies to be here and so forth. Those operating cost environments include logistics and workforce and utility costs and all sorts of things. But yeah, I think Kentucky has been doing a really, really good job of growing the economy through economic development.
And let's see, what, does availability of water have to do with whether or not a data center would want to locate in a specific place?
It could, yeah.
And because they use water to cool the facilities, is that accurate?
Some do.
Okay. How about the cost of electricity? Is that a factor for these companies?
Yeah, I would imagine so.
And at what point in their interconnection process with the utilities, does a data center company that's thinking about locating to Kentucky know what their rates are going to be?
It varies by project. I will tell you that leading up to the development of the IRP, and particularly after the legislature passed that sales tax exemption bill, the floodgates really opened in terms of opportunities and companies that want to be here in Kentucky. And I'll characterize the conversations that we began having when those floodgates opened were really about speed to market, access to capacity, whether that's transmission and generation, and really trying to find a way to operate quickly. Cost was not, and has not really been, leading up to the IRP filing, part of that conversation, for the most part. And that's not to say that it won't be important, but, again, just characterizing the way that we've been working with speed to market and access to capacity has really been the thing we've been primarily talking about.
You noted that you sponsored some of the responses to requests, the data requests, and in one of them, in Sierra Club 225, which is one of the ones that you sponsored, there's a statement that says, to the extent that new large customers have unique service characteristics not fully addressed or contemplated by standard rate schedules, the companies may consider the use of a special contract for service. Can you just tell us what a special contract for service is, and then what the factors are that might lead to using one of those instead of a standard rate?
Sure. If you don't mind, let me just read the question.
Of course. Take your time.
Okay, can you repeat the question one more time? Sorry.
Sure. So the statement in that data response is, to the extent that new large load customers have unique service characteristics that are not fully addressed or contemplated by standard rate schedules, the companies may consider use of a special contract for service. Can you tell us what a special contract for service is to
Yeah, special contract would be a contract for electric service that has characteristics assigned to it that are not part of a standard rate schedule. Those special contracts would be executed and presented before the commission for approval.
And part of that statement referenced unique service characteristics. What are those? What types of factors might lead to a different type of rate?
You know, if the load had an extremely high load factor, if it had a operating characteristic that didn't model the terms and conditions of a particular tariff rate, in other words, you know, seasonality or time of day, you know, where capacity was required, you know, different things like that, that anything that is, as the answer says, not characterized appropriately in an existing rate schedule, those would be conditions that would be evaluated when considering a special contract.
So you mentioned load factors. How about ramp rates? Could that lead to a different type of contract?
I actually am not familiar with whether any of our rate schedules have things with, you know, terms with ramp rates in there, so I can't answer the question. Probably better asked of someone that's an expert on that.
Fair. One other question about the jobs piece of this. Do data centers employ a lot of people? Like, what's an average data center? How many employees do they have at the site?
Depends on the size of the project.
How about a 400 megawatt data center, for example?
Yeah, I mean, from all the conversations that we've had, you know, and this is a bit speculative, so, you know, again, I have to say my answer is, I don't know. It really depends on the size of the data center, the operating characteristics of the data center. It's how the data center wants to operate. But I think, and maybe even subject to check, I think the announcement that the Campground Road Data Center made references, you know, 100 jobs, roughly, something like that, direct jobs.
And I think the IRP, again, this is volume 1 at 713, notes that Kentucky has a highly skilled workforce and relatively low cost electricity. Those 100 jobs that are going to be at maybe that campground facility that gets built, are those coming from the local community typically?
Depends on where they're located. I mean, it's almost impossible for me to answer that question. Again, it's all dependent on where they are located, how they operate, you know, those kind of things.
I think I have a question that you will be able to answer about this, which is...
Yeah, and I apologize. I'm not trying to be difficult there.
It doesn't seem as though you're not trying to be evasive. I get it. What kind of questions do you ask companies that come and talk to you about potentially siting a data center in your service territory? What kind of questions do you ask them about jobs?
I mean, again, what we're trying to do is be business friendly. When I learned in business development a long time ago, you want to let the customer kind of lead the conversation a bit. You don't want to necessarily introduce a lot of new topics that might cause confusion in the course of their evaluation of what product or service territory or what have you that they might be considering. So again, I'll characterize our conversations, and a lot of the questions that our team asks are about ramp schedules, you know, how the buildings will operate, how quickly they need to be online. You know, we ask them who, you know, if it's a developer, who their tenant might be, to the extent that they know, you know, we can get into those kinds of conversations and whatnot. But a lot of it really is about trying to gather information that helps us help them with their evaluation. And a lot of that, most of that, has been about access to the transmission network, access to generation capacity, ability to serve, you know, those kinds of things.
That's a fairly robust list. I didn't hear anything in there about jobs. I just want to make sure I understood it. Do you ask them about jobs or not?
Yeah, we will ask them about jobs from time to time. I mean, I wouldn't say that, I mean, every interaction that we have with all of these customers, and that's not just data centers, but all kinds of customers, are a different, there's not a script that we go through every time we talk to a customer. So there's not a consistent thing where it's like, okay, on day 2 when we talk to them, we're gonna ask them about jobs. But, you know, that is something that's of interest to us. And particularly, you know, when the state gets involved in projects and things like that, I mean, our obligation is to try to make sure that we can help these customers get the necessary service to locate their operation. But as the local community gets involved in the conversation, the state gets involved in the conversation, you know, it definitely expands into other things like how many jobs might be created and so forth.
Got it. And again, I'm not trying to pin you down on any particular point. I just, as far as I know, there are no data centers yet in Kentucky. There are several proposed just identified in this IRP that are potentially going to move here. So I'm trying to understand what that looks like going forward. And I appreciate that things, not everything may be standardized yet, given how early we are in what appears to be a data center, a potential data center boom. Let's talk about what's different about data centers than other customers that we have. The IRP states that data centers often have a load factor near 95%. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell us what a load factor is? What does it mean?
Yeah, load factor is, you know, how consistently a customer is using their power relative to, you know, 24% of the time. Or, I'm sorry, 100% of the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I apologize.
I got it.
You got it.
So a 95, based on your answer, I think what it means is that a 95% load factor means that a data center would be operating at something like 95% of its max in terms of electricity use, most of the time.
Correct.
Okay. And then, does that electricity use for a data center fluctuate? Does it go up? Does it go down? Is it fairly steady? What does that look like? And does it depend on the type of computing that data center is for, whether it's AI or crypto or something else?
Yeah, I think it's the latter portion of your conversation. I think their load profile is really dependent on the customer that we're talking about.
So for some data center loads, they may be fairly steady, and others may have large fluctuations in them?
I wouldn't say large fluctuations. I'm not an engineer, so I can't answer you whether large fluctuations can occur and a company still have a 95% load factor. That might be a question for somebody else.
Do you know if there's anybody here today who might answer that question? We can put in a post-hearing data request, and if there's an answer, that would work fine for us. Okay, I want to ask you about a different part of this. How about the term interruptible load? Can you describe for us what that means?
Yeah, my understanding of an interruptible load would be whether or not a customer would be willing to allow us to turn their operation off in times of peak need requirement for our resources.
Okay. I apologize, I'm gonna back up one moment. I forgot to ask you one question. For those customers that, those data centers that do have fluctuations in their load, do those fluctuations pose a risk to the rest of the grid?
I'm not a grid operator, so I can't answer the question, I'm sorry.
Do you know if there's anybody here who could answer? Again, that could be a post-hearing data request.
I think a post-hearing DR on that one would make the most sense, council, if that's acceptable.
Of course, thank you. All right, so back to interruptible load. Thanks for that digression. You said those interruptible load allows you to basically draw down power so that I think what you were saying is that it allows you to draw down power so that a customer's not receiving a full amount of electricity that they otherwise might. Is that an okay summary? And if not, you could rephrase it.
Yeah, I'll just restate. You know, my understanding of an interruptible load would be a load that we would, as a company, basically shut off a customer's power or a portion of their power that they allow us to. I mean, we would have to have some agreement for them to allow us to do that, such that in a time of peak need requirement, we basically gain capacity through shutting their service off.
And that makes sense to me, and perhaps in exchange for having their load interrupted at certain times, there would be a rate benefit to that customer?
That's my understanding, yes.
All right. Do you have any agreements like that in place now with large load customers?
We have a curtailable service rider that allows us to do that in certain circumstances, yes. And then we also have demand response programs that Ms. Isaacson talk about in our DSM energy efficiency programs.
And have any of the data centers that you've been talking to expressed an interest in that kind of a rate incentive?
Yeah, leading up to the filing of the IRP, I'm not aware, cannot recall any conversations about interruptible service with any of the clients we're talking to.
Yeah. That interruptible service arrangement where the customer agrees that you get to stop power or slow down power then at certain times of high peak demand, sounds to me like what utilities across the country do with electric vehicles. Is there any reason where a company will, or a customer will agree, say that they're going to not charge at peak demand, say 5 to 9 p.m. when they come home from work? Is there any reason that same kind of arrangement couldn't work with data centers?
That's a question for the data centers.
I understand. In your experience, the companies that are interested in these data centers, in having these data centers, these big technology companies, Apple, Google, Facebook, when they're talking to you about potentially siting in Kentucky, do they express any concern about climate change or the mix of resources that will power their data center if they locate within your service territory?
No, I'll stand by the characterization that I gave you a little bit ago about our interactions with those customers and with developers, and anyone really looking to site a data center is all about speed to market. So I would say my recollection of conversations that we were having with data centers leading up to the filing of the IRP, I can't recall any conversations that we had about those topics.
Any about use of batteries to better align generation with, say, times of renewable energy production?
No.
Okay. I believe the public commenter today, and just the chair a moment ago, was asking about what I think I heard was called the campground data center. That was announced in January 2025, January 16 of 2025 by the company. At the time the IRP was prepared, do you recall where they were in your queue, for your interconnection queue, and whether that load at that point would have been characterized as a prospect or imminent or something else?
Yeah, I do remember. And let me not speak about it from the interconnection queue perspective, but from the economic development queue perspective. Kind of two different things, right? So, yeah, at the time of the filing of the IRP, we had submitted 2 transmission service requests for that project. One for 335 megawatts, a second one for 67 megawatts. And we had signed, again, subject to check on the date, but I believe September 11th, 2024, we had signed a engineering, procurement, and construction agreement with that client that basically authorized the companies to spend money on engineering, formal engineering on the site, formal engineering on the transmission system and so forth, to continue to accelerate that and develop that project.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I didn't answer the last part of your question. So we would have, given the fact that we'd signed that EPC agreement, we would have marked that imminent in our economic development profile in terms of this project stages that everybody's asked about.
We're going to get to those characterizations. I think you said that it's an economic development queue or an economic development profile. That's a term
Yeah,
hard to use for those.
yes.
Okay. All right. Were you aware at the time of the IRP what the ramp rate would be for that project?
In terms, when you say ramp rate, can you define what you mean by ramp rate?
Well, I believe there are, the ramp rate describes how quickly these projects accelerate their use of electricity.
Are you talking about ramp rate on a daily basis, or are you talking about ramp schedule in terms of developing their project over time?
Oh, no, I mean on a daily basis.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. Yeah, I believe that the ramp schedule had them energizing about 134 megawatts of the check, and then an additional 67 megawatts every 6 months, which would have been another 6 months after that.
And do you know what the load factor is for that project?
That would be included in our transmission service request application. I can't remember the exact number, but it would have been between 90 and 95%.
And I think you said there were at least 2 transmission service requests that had already been submitted at the time of the IRP.
For that project, correct.
Okay. And do you know the purpose of the project, if it's AI or crypto or something else?
No, they're still negotiating with a tenant for that project, so, yeah, that's still subject to those final negotiations.
Okay, and I assume you don't know how many jobs they would have if they don't even have a tenant yet?
Specifically, yeah, I don't know the exact number, correct.
Okay. And then, so this project has already been publicly announced. You've got you said 2 TSRs and an engineering contract. At this point, would you characterize that project as certain to happen?
I would characterize it as imminent based on the probabilities of the project stages that we have in our queue. When we deem something as imminent, we deem it as having an 80% probability of success.
And I think you mentioned a timeline for this project coming online. It was 134 megawatts by sometime in 2026, and I'm going to say roughly 70 kilowatts every 6 months thereafter.
Correct.
What happens if they don't hit any of those benchmarks? Is there a penalty for not hitting operational benchmarks?
We don't have a contract for electric service executed with them yet, so that would be subject to the terms and conditions of the contract for electric service.
Okay, let's switch gears a little bit. I want to talk to you about siting. When a customer comes to you, do you ask if they have a site procured and whether they own it or lease it?
Yes.
Do any customers come to you looking for help identifying a location for where they might put a project in your service territory?
Yes.
And I think you have something like 16 projects at various points, 16 data center projects at various points in your queue. Does that sound right? And here I mean your economic development queue.
Yeah, thank you. At the time of the filing of the IRP, I'd have to check on what the number of projects was at that point in time, but that seems like in the ballpark, I would imagine.
Right, and I believe that you did sponsor a data request about this that updated it to, at the time was January, I think, 2025, so I recognize that's slightly after when the IRP was filed. Do you have a sense of how many of those 16 projects you know where the location would be at this point? Sounds like maybe some of them come to you without knowing exactly where they would site. Do you know where all 16 would go?
No, there are, I would say, a handful of projects in that queue that are evaluating multiple sites throughout the state of Kentucky.
And that brings up a very good point. Do you know how many utilities each of these projects is talking to, is in negotiations with, is considering siting their project in that utility service territory?
Not specifically, no. I think as we've said in one of the data responses, is, you know, it is very common for, in the economic development world, projects to look at multiple locations to try to find the best situation for them. You know, they'll evaluate all kinds of things like workforce availability, logistics, costs, you know, all of those types of things. And particularly with data centers, you know, an interesting point is, you know, you can't assume that one data center is the same if they're looking at multiple jurisdictions. In other words, a hyperscaler might be looking to execute 25 projects in the United States, and they might be looking at, you know, Kentucky and Virginia and Pennsylvania for 3 separate projects, not just one. So that's how I would characterize kind of, you know, the aspect of how they evaluate sites.
Thank you. Let's talk about the siting within your service territory. Would it be a problem or a benefit, or would it not matter for all of these projects to be grouped closely together, like say in the same complex? Would that pose some sort of congestion or transmission problem?
You'd have to ask a transmission witness. I think Ms. McFarland might be able to answer that.
I had a feeling it wasn't you, but
Thank you.
Given how general it was, I thought I might just see.
Appreciate your confidence in my engineering.
Does LG and KU have anything that would be equivalent of zoning, but for large load centers?
Can you restate the question again? Did you say does LG&E?
Yeah, does LG and KU, do the companies have anything like zoning, but for large load centers? Like, could it adopt a policy to steer data center development to one part of its grid that would be best suited for it?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, as I said, data centers, when they are evaluating our service territories, they are evaluating it based on available capacity and speed to market. So, generally speaking, these are companies that have a high degree of knowledge of the system and, proximity to things like transmission lines and things of that nature. So they prioritize sites that have proximity to those assets. So oftentimes they're coming to us with a site. Sometimes we're helping them determine where sites might be, but I don't know that I would characterize it as you just suggested in your question.
Do you know if any other utilities have done that across the country?
I don't.
Okay, let's talk about what I thought was the interconnection queue, but I gather it should be called the economic development queue. Can you just walk us through the process? Like, how long does it take to move from one step to another when a company comes to you and they're thinking about putting a data center in your service territory?
Yeah, I should probably apologize to everyone in the room for the economic development queue and the names and all of the probabilities. We've probably created some confusion on that. So let me take a step back and I'll just narrate a little bit about how that whole thing started, okay? And then I'll talk about moving through the process as you suggested in your question. In 2019, the companies invested in a customer relationship management system because at that time we were working really hard on economic development projects, but every individual on the team's projects might have been tracked on a spreadsheet on their laptop, and if I needed visibility into that, I'd have to ask them questions, or we'd have to have meetings. And so I wanted our company to have more visibility into progress and how we were doing with economic development. It's a key tenet for our company. It's a key tenet for the state and our communities. So I wanted to make sure that we were managing projects appropriately. So at that time, we instituted project stages so that I knew and management knew where we should invest time in, cultivating an opportunity or introducing an executive to another executive with a prospect that we were working with or what have you. And so it's a non-scientific, it's not required for interconnection, it's not required for you to go through the entire 5 stages of the project to be able to be a customer. It's really just to provide visibility into the economic development process. So, to your question about how long does it take for a project to move from one stage to the other or throughout the entirety of the process, there really is no good or easy answer for that. I've been doing economic development in Kentucky for over 16 years. I've seen projects that have started looking at Kentucky and 2 months later they're making an announcement and putting a shovel on the ground, and I've worked on projects that have spanned 4 years. It is really hard to put a project in a bucket like it takes 6 months from here to there and what have you. The other thing that I would say is it is possible, based on my team's evaluation of where a project is in its life cycle, for it to start off in prospect phase. And it's also possible for a project to start off in inquiry phase and go to imminent within a couple of months. So I hope that characterizes really how we go about things in that economic development queue and with those project stages. Again, they're not scientific, they're not defined by a regulatory process or anything like that. It's really just more of a sales process and to give visibility into where projects are.
And can you, just so for a little bit of context, can you just broadly describe those, what I think are 5 categories that are in this queue?
Yeah, I think we've answered that in a data response in pretty good detail. I'm happy to go through it again if you'd like me to.
I would just like others in the room to understand where we are, so there's no confusion about what list you're talking about. Could you just name the different categories?
Sure, yeah. Inquiry is the earliest stage in the economic development project cycle. That is, somebody calls us, asks us a question, don't really hear much else. may have an interaction every couple months, something like that. That's what we would call inquiry. We put a pretty low probability of success on those projects. The next one sounds nefarious, but we call it suspect. I don't know why we came up with suspect, but that's what we did in 2019. Suspect is someone who, we're having a little bit more interaction than just an initial inquiry. We may have exchanged some information back and forth on a site or about workforce or what have you, but generally speaking, not overly engaged in the process just quite yet. A typical part of economic development is what we call a request for information, an RFI. Oftentimes, economic development projects use a site selector or a site selection consultant. These are professionals that help companies evaluate multiple service territories, multiple communities, multiple states. If we get an RFI from a project, that means that there's already been a desktop evaluation and they're really serious about looking at Kentucky. So a prospect stage would be someone where we are exchanging more detailed information, maybe has had an RFI, may have done a site visit to the community in question and what have you, but there's ongoing, I mean, it's almost a daily or weekly occurrence to be interacting with a project in that prospect phase. The next phase is imminent, and an imminent project may have told us confidentially that they're gonna do the project. They still have some things to button up. They might have to, finalize a business plan, get corporate approval, or what have you. They may be waiting to receive incentives from the state. So the process of economic development at the state level, which is where I used to be 7 years ago, there is a requirement that you have to prove that the incentives, tax incentives that the state offers are necessary for a project to occur. So maybe we know that negotiation is going on, but it's a matter of, that final approval that has to happen with the state. And so again, we would call that imminent. And then an announced project by our terms, which is different than what you might see in the market. A company might have made an announcement that they're going to do a project. That doesn't mean that we put it into announced status in our economic development queue. But announced for us means that they've constructed a building, they've got a contract for electric service, all the formalities and necessities from a contracting perspective have been done, and they are absolutely 100% doing the project. So those are that may be a little long-winded, but I wanted to give you some color there.
Understood. And Mr. Gary spoke to Mr. Villar about some of the studies that are required along this path. I think those, several of them fit under the bucket, I think, of a transmission service request. Where does that happen, like in the process?
Well, to be clear, a transmission service request is required for a large load interconnection into the transmission system. So if you've got specific questions about the TSR process, I would direct those to Ms. McFarland or Mr. Schramm. They get involved in those specifically. But as it pertains to the economic development process, the TSR process is required for a large load customer to hook into our transmission system. And that TSR application is submitted to the ITO by our load serving entity. So our company is actually the one that submits the TSR request, but we do those TSRs in combination with and in collaboration with the clients that are thinking about projects here. And where does that happen in the economic development stage? I would say most generally those would happen for projects in the prospect stage.
Okay, and can you talk a little bit about the company's relationship with Transerve?
That's probably better asked of Mr. Schramm.
Okay, thank you. And then at what point in the process that you've just described, does a customer know what their transmission upgrade will be?
Yeah, so particularly for data centers, we have a process that we've implemented to try to give visibility to them, quickly, and then let them progress through a more formal process. So if we're dealing with an economic development or a data center project, generally what will happen is they'll tell us, what capacity they are requesting in terms of their load. And then, so some more detail will occur through the course of that, and then our transmission group internally will study the system at a high level to determine feasibility. So high-level review, we'll have a conversation with the data center and say, you know, this project may take us 5 years, and to the tune of order of magnitude, whatever the cost is, right? So we do that pretty early on to give them an idea. As I said earlier, speed to market is really, really important to these folks, so we really try to give them a good sense of, you know, how quickly we can get them up and operational based on all kinds of factors, including working with Mr. Wilson's team and Mr. Seaborn and Mr. Jones and the transmission team, because again, we want to try to be as upfront and honest with these clients as possible. So they generally have an idea pretty early. You know, that process takes 2 or 3 weeks for us to complete. If that high-level review satisfies them and they think that they can make a business case of that, is when we would go into the TSR process directly after that.
Okay. And I just have a few more questions for you about this economic development process. Sure. Is there any deposit required for projects to start the process with you all?
No.
Any milestones to the project to commit to paying for network upgrades before they would move on to another stage of the process?
Well, when we get into the EPC contracting phase of our process, we will estimate costs that we anticipate incurring to help them with engineering and construction and procurement of long lead items. I mean, supply chain today has transformers in some cases, depending on what they are, at 3 or 4 years. And so again, that can be a holdup for a project. And so as we're thinking about all of that, we'll sign that EPC agreement, and we will outline what projects and the costs associated with those the customer will be on the hook for if they happen to not go through with ultimate service. So.
And are there any red flags for you in terms of a project just being too speculative to be something that your company's gonna invest time into?
Yeah.
What are those?
You know, it's probably more of an art than it is a science in a lot of cases. As I said, you know, I've been doing economic development in Kentucky for 16 years and led the state efforts of economic development for a few years while at the cabinet. I would say that, you know, when you have a good process that you put a customer through or a client through, along the way you start to pick up on things. When you start asking them, you know, hard questions, or you get into, you know, more formal studies and things like that, and you know, as in the sense of the EPC agreement, you ask them to post collateral, or you put up some financial mechanism, or you tell them that they're going to be on the hook for what we're getting ready to do. You know, seeing their reactions to those kinds of things is indicative of whether they're serious or not. So, you know, I learned a long time ago in business development, everything's real until it's not. And if you get a good process that you're putting through, they end up weeding themselves out in a lot of ways throughout the course of time. So, yeah, I mean, we have talked to hundreds of people probably that are interested in thinking about a data center in Kentucky. You see the queue's got, 16 or 20 projects in there, so, yeah.
And since the IP was filed, have any projects dropped out of that queue?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, probably quite a few, actually. Again, if they've dropped out, they've been an initial inquiry, and, you know, nothing came to fruition. It kind of just went dead, and they didn't follow up on some things and so forth. So, yeah, not every project we've talked to is in that economic development queue.
Okay. Mr. Bevington, I don't have any other questions for you. Thanks for your time today.
Appreciate it.
Okay, SREA.
Yes, good afternoon. We have a few questions.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bevington.
Afternoon.
If you don't hear a question or if it's unclear, just ask me to repeat it. And as I went through with Mr. Beller earlier, I'm not asking you for any legal opinions. Also, with regard to your situation, I want to be clear that I'm not seeking any information that's confidential, and I'm not seeking any information specific to a customer that's not already public information. Okay?
Fair enough.
All right. So with regard to the testimony that you've provided here today, one of the things that, and this is in just very general terms, one of the things that companies that, or entities that are potentially going to locate here, did you say that one of the things that they're interested in knowing is whether or not where they want to locate is going to have the generation capacity to deliver their energy requirements?
Yes.
Okay. And in a response to a question from the council for the Sierra Club, did you also mention that one of the things that is of interest to companies or entities looking to locate it here, access to the transmission network?
Yes.
Okay. And without identifying a specific customer, and just within general terms and from your experience, what are the nature of the discussion or discussions when you say access to transmission network? How does that usually play out? What questions are they asking, or what are the main things that they are?
Yeah, most of the data centers that we've been talking to leading up to the filing of the IRP were, very large data centers. Think about it on the order of magnitude 100. Experienced at what they do, they know that the distribution system just can't carry that kind of electron, can carry the electrons, whereas the distribution network can't. And that's about as far in the engineering realm as I can get with you. So.
Sure. Well, I do appreciate that a great deal. Would you agree or disagree with the statement is that the companies have a role in economic development for the state policy, but the companies are not the entirety of the responsibility for economic development in the state?
Correct.
Okay, so when we talk about things that are outside of the control of the companies, an example would be tax incentives. The companies have no control over the tax incentives that might be offered for a company. Is that correct?
Correct.
When we're talking about the things that are within the control of the company with regard to economic development, when you went through your the 5 stages of descriptions in terms of development, in the inquiry stage, would you agree or disagree that the company's responsibility or the company's role is serving as a clearinghouse for information, that if somebody has a question, they come to the companies, and the companies just provide them with information over currently existing system?
Yes.
Okay. So then, as it progresses, as you use the phrase suspect and prospect, it gets a little, is it the case that the questions become a little more specific to that customer and their potential relationship, or that potential customer and their relationship to the utility?
Yes, and I think their interest in doing business in Kentucky and the community that they might be looking at, or with us as a company as well, yes.
Okay, so with regard to, you've mentioned, and I'm not going to ask you the minutia associated with TSR or any of these other things. I'm just trying to get to the notion about the when. In the discussion, in this process, when we move from inquiry through suspect, prospect, imminent, and announce, in this process, when exactly is there a discussion associated with the potential load to serve that customer and any upgrades or modifications or improvements to the existing transmission system? When does that occur?
Yeah, that would probably happen in the prospect stage.
Okay. So with regard to the tools that are available for the companies to carry out their role in the state's overall economic development policy, clearly when we talk in terms of just providing information, that's a tool in the toolbox that the companies can use to foster economic development. Is that correct?
What tool are you referring to again?
Just providing information. Someone shows up and says, I'm looking to locate a project in Kentucky, and I need to know about if the generation's available and if what the transmission situation would look like. Because if I understood what your testimony was earlier, you said that generation and transmission are two of the areas that companies seeking to locate here will look at.
Yeah, and I was referring to data centers in particular on that. You know, for a typical economic development project, they might not come to us and ask us necessarily about generation. You know, if it's a 500 kW project or something of that nature, they might not ask about the transmission system. So it varies from project to project, but in terms of a data center project, you know, typically, yes, they will be asking us specifically about, you know, transmission in a nearby area for the site that they're evaluating.
Okay, and I appreciate that because you picked up on some things that I was going to ask about, but I just want to cover the ground one more time because I asked a poor question. Is it the company's position that providing information on the companies and their system is a tool in the toolbox that the companies can use to help facilitate the state's economic development policy?
Yes.
Okay. With regard to things that are within the control of the company, what are the other tools in the toolbox for economic development?
Having a good team. I mean, I think it starts with that. You know, we gotta have the right people that can foster relationships, that are responsive. We need to be competitive. You know, and then, you know, having the available infrastructure, having the right kind of reliability. Cost is certainly an aspect of it that comes into the equation. I mean, I think those would be the primary things that would be in our responsibility on the economic development team of the state.
Okay, so in terms of, and if you know, and if such a position exists, to say the company's position on its role in economic development, and I'll ask this in sequence, is it the company's position in terms of its role in economic development to help incent economic development?
I would not say incent. I'd probably change that out with encourage.
Okay, and so, and I don't, to parse the words just a little bit, because you're using encourage, if you could just provide us with a brief definition of what you mean by encourage, because your definition may be different than mine. I need to know your definition of that word.
Show projects, prospects, clients that that Kentucky is a welcoming place to do business, and that we want to earn their investment relative to other places.
Okay, all right. One moment, please. Mr. Bevington, thank you for your answers. I believe that's all the questions that we have, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
And for the joint interveners?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Bevington. My name's Cassandra McRae. Handful of questions on behalf of the joint interveners for you this afternoon. First one, I'm curious if you could have a look at the company's response to Attorney General Request 2-1, Supplemental Request 1.
Is that there? Okay. All right, I've got it up.
All right, so this is a team response. I see you're the first name of the sponsoring witness, but then we also have Mr. Jones, Ms. McFarland, and Mr. Wilson. So do stop me. I think my questions may be for Ms. McFarland. I was interested to talk a bit about the transmission needs identified by the two transmission service requests that you've already mentioned related to the Campground Road project. And you recall that's the subject of this response, part of the subject of it, part of the content of this response.
Yeah, can you scroll down, Rick? Yes.
Okay. And so the first thing I was interested to confirm on that table at the top of page 2 is it says that this is a project identified by the Campground Road first TSR, has already been completed. Is that correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. The next two projects, they give an expected time to construct of 12 months. Are those projects underway?
Yeah, you'd have to ask Ms. McFarland.
Okay.
Sorry.
And then in the first paragraph immediately below that table, you see there's mention of a 9-breaker interconnection project or a 12-breaker interconnection project. See both of those?
I do.
And that the companies expect to have this construction complete during or before the third quarter of 2026. I infer from that that project's going forward. Is that correct?
Yeah, you'd have to ask Ms. McFarland if it's going forward at this point in time.
Okay. One of the things that I think you mentioned in response to questions from Mr. Schoaf was, and I'm paraphrasing, please don't let me put words in your mouth, but one thing that's important to a prospective data center developer is having some visibility into cost to connect your transmission system, right?
Yes, that would be something they'd evaluate, yes.
So in order to fulfill your responsibilities, is it necessary for you to have some level of familiarity with how transmission costs are allocated?
No, I rely on the team for that, yeah. So again, economic development is a team sport within our company, and so my economic development team will coordinate a project and work with transmission, generation planning, gas, distribution, what have you, to cultivate projects.
Okay. What about just a general distinction of something like a network facility upgrade? Is that a level of familiarity that you need to have, or is that something you punt to somebody else?
Yeah, I would rely on the transmission team to sort of help us communicate that well to the customer.
Okay.
Yep.
So questions along these lines should go to Ms. McFarland?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'd like to just clear up some words we've been using that I think we've been using in a little bit different ways, starting with the word announced. So, we've talked about Campground Road project having been announced by its developer, right? But it's not announced under your economic queue regime.
Correct.
Okay. What more are you waiting from before you would call that an announced project in your regime?
Yeah, really, a signed contract for electric service is what would put that into an announced category for us.
Okay. Now, you've also talked about data center customers. The developers of the Campground Road project, neither of those companies directly operates any data centers as part of their business, correct?
I don't know that I can affirm that. The Poe Development Company was the owner of the site, and they signed a joint venture agreement with Powerhouse Data Centers. I'm unsure as I sit here whether Powerhouse Data Centers operates a data center or not, so I'd have to check on that.
Is that part of the due diligence that gets done by your economic development team to know who the developer is behind an imminent project?
Yes, I mean, of course, I know that Powerhouse Data Centers has developed other projects in other places of the country. Again, to your question about whether they are actually operating one, I can't remember if they are or not, but I know that they've developed other projects in other places in the country.
And do you know that that's principally what Powerhouse does, is develop sites that can be leased to a data center operator that already have commitments for certain levels of electric service? Is that your understanding of what Powerhouse Company does?
Yes, I'm aware that they develop projects for tenants of data centers as well.
Okay. And so what research have you done into which among your completed projects actually have tenants today?
Yeah, I mean, I have been on Powerhouse Data Center's website and know where their projects are being developed, and I'm having conversations with Powerhouse Data Center teams all the time. And from my understanding and conversations with them, they have multiple projects that are undergoing development as we speak with tenants involved.
Are you able to quantify how many they have that do not have tenants involved?
No, not as I said.
Would that be a hard question for you to put to Powerhouse? Ask them how many of their developments in other states didn't turn out with tenants to occupy them?
No, it wouldn't be a hard question.
Wouldn't be hard. So it's a question you could put to them. You just haven't.
Correct.
And I believe you said this, but just to confirm, they don't have a data center customer tenant to come in and make use of energy that's deliverable to the site yet.
Are you talking about the Louisville project?
Yes, sir.
Can you restate the question for me, please?
Yes, sir. I'll shorten it. Powerhouse and Poe don't have anyone to lease the facility that they're developing to yet.
They have not formalized an agreement with a tenant yet.
Are you, but you have submitted TSRs?
Correct.
Okay. And you said to Mr. Schoaf that you can't generalize about the load profile of data centers because it's dependent on what type of data center it is. You recall that?
I think I was speaking generally about data centers very broadly.
Sure.
You know, that a data center's load profile is dependent on who the customer is, yes.
Okay. And you did submit a TSR for the Campground Road project with a certain load profile, but you do not actually have knowledge of a data center customer and what their load profile would be, right?
Yeah, so prior to the filing of the IRP, we had 2 TSRs that we submitted for that project that were completed with the Poe and Powerhouse teams. And yeah, I mean, they gave us the load profile.
For a customer they don't have, and they don't know the operating characteristics of, right?
Well, I can't answer that question. That's probably a question for them. I mean, they have experience working with tenants at some of their other facilities, and they've got knowledge and expertise about who those tenants might be and what their load factors are and, you know, all the energy profiles and so forth. And did they get that from a tenant that they are negotiating with? I can't answer that question for you. But, you know, they certainly gave us the profile.
Would it concern you if developers were putting in, or asking you to put in TSRs without actually knowing what type of data center operation they were looking to put behind an interconnection?
Repeat the question again. Did you say, would it concern me?
Yeah, would it concern you to know if you had a developer having LG&E and KU put in a transmission service request without actually having concrete specifics about who the customer behind that transmission service would be?
No, I wouldn't say that would concern me. You know, we, as I talked about the process, right? We've talked to dozens of developers and landowners and hyperscalers about operating data centers in Kentucky. And as time goes on and as we have more interaction with those clients and customers, we gain more insight into how much they actually know about operating these things. And so for the TSR applications that we received, I mean, we clearly have been working with people who understand the data center world, how to develop projects for it. And so, you know, does it concern me? No. You know, ultimately, we've got a responsibility to try to help make sure that these clients have a place to go and have a place to do business, that we're open to that. And I can also say that of the dozens of clients and prospects that we've talked to, you know, I would say a lot of them would have wanted to put in a TSR request. You know, we at the time we filed the IRP, I think we had filed 4 or 5 TSRs at that point in time. We talked to dozens of customers, so it's not like we're just accepting TSR applications and throwing them in the queue and what have you. So, no, I would go back and characterize it that no, I wouldn't be concerned about that.
And you're not concerned in part because you are already filtering what actually goes ahead to a TSR and what doesn't?
Yeah, I think to a certain extent, yeah. I mean, there's an opportunity cost to all of this as well, right? We're not dealing with unlimited amounts of resources. And so, we've got to be careful about and take care with the prospects that we're talking to, the projects that we're trying to cultivate, drive them through the process, let the process dictate, who's serious, who's not, who's in, who's out, those kind of things. So, yeah, that's how I would answer it.
The second data center project that I believe is public information would be located in Oldham County. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. That project is also a data center development, correct, and not a direct data center customer?
We are dealing with a developer.
Are you aware whether that developer actually has a data center customer under contract yet?
At the time of the filing of the IRP, they told us they had a customer. I have not seen who that customer is at the time of the filing of the IRP.
Have you asked since?
Yes.
And the answer was?
They continue to say they have a customer.
Did you ask them to tell you who, or offer up some documentation to prove that fact?
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Bevington has answered this question multiple times, and again, this is outside of the scope of this hearing.
If I may, Your Honor, I believe we've established through this cross-examination that, yes, the IRP is a planning exercise, and there are planning components going on continually beyond that snapshot in time. The IRP is also intended to include steps to be taken in the next 3 years, and Mr. Bevington has just confirmed that in response to a transmission service request, they've already expended transmission dollars. And so I think an ability to sort of explore how much confidence there is in known customers relative to what was assumed in their IRP, how much things are already changing, does sort of go to how much stock, I guess, to put in some of the forecasted claims in the IRP.
We have gone several questions into this topic already. I don't know that I necessarily object to the specific question you asked, which was, have you asked? You can answer that, but I don't know how much longer we need to go.
I had nothing more, actually, yeah.
So I don't have a problem with that particular question.
All right, thank you.
Do you need to ask it again?
Yes, please.
So did you ask them to give you a specific name or other documentation to prove up that claim?
Yes.
I don't mean to be pushing you into confidential information here, but, okay. Sorry, just one moment. Thank you, Mr. Bevington. No further questions.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, and that brings us to staff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bennington. How are you doing today?
Hello.
Try to keep this as brief as we can. And I'll start off by just apologizing. You just mentioned the development queue, the sort of classes you had, but I have to, you said it quickly. I didn't hear all of them. Can you just restate sort of from start of the process to the end how you classify those?
Sure. I'll just say the names,
Yeah,
and then I'll
just names.
elaborate if you'd like me to.
No.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Inquiry,
Mm-hmm.
suspect,
Yep.
prospect,
Mm-hmm.
imminent,
Mm-hmm.
and announced.
Okay. So when you were part of the team that developed the IRP, and you have this development queue, how did you determine sort of which classes of projects in the development queue that were necessary to be modeled sort of for long-term planning that you thought were serious enough to include for them to model?
That's probably a question better asked of Mr. Jones.
Okay, we can do that. So were you not So what is your role in the IRP to the extent that you sort of contribute to how things are modeled or what resources are put in?
Yeah, it turns out that the economic development project queue that we started in 2019 actually has some benefits to some other folks. So we regularly share information with Mr. Wilson's team, Mr. Jones, Mr. Seaborn about load that's in our pipeline. You know, when a project happens to have some movement in it, if we move it from a prospect stage into something more imminent, we will let them know about that. In the particular instance of data centers, if we've submitted transmission service requests, TSRs, we'll let Mr. Jones and Mr. Wilson's team know about things like that, and then how they use it in the modeling process is all a question, yeah, for them specifically. Yeah.
Perfect. And
Does that answer your question?
It does, and we'll make sure, we'll ask that when we get there. And the reason I'm asking is, we can go to commission, we can go to the company's response to commission staff second request for information. It's the 10th question, if I remember correctly. I'll pull it up here to verify because I'm working off of memory. Where is it? Let's see. Yes, yeah, question 10 of staff second request. And just take a second to read this, just be a paragraph.
Sure. Okay, I've read it.
Okay, so obviously we've talked a lot about data centers, massive load, individual customers. I understand impact, and I appreciate you being willing to talk about it. There are also these other projects, right? You have the manufacturing projects that are at least a megawatt in some range over 10, and then you have those, the community benefit projects, as you call them. Do you have an idea, just because it wasn't answered in the DR, which is what is for those 42 projects, like what is the total megawatts that involved?
Yeah, we could certainly put that together for you in a post-hearing data request. I don't know the answer.
And that's fine. And some of these will likely be post-hearing data requests. They're just things I want to clarify. With regards to the 42 projects, do you happen to know, and again, we can make this post-hearing data request, but do you happen to know sort of the expected timeline for sort of some of the bigger customers involved there, right? Like, do you have an idea of where they are in the queue? If we ask that as post-hearing data request, can you guys provide us with that information?
Yeah, we can provide it to you. I will say that it'll vary.
Sure.
As I say in the response, of those 42 manufacturing projects, some of those are expansion of existing customers.
Okay.
Those projects might have a pretty short lead time, might require them ordering a new piece of machinery for their manufacturing process or whatnot. Those things could take 6 months, 9 months, something like that. In other cases where we're dealing with a very competitive manufacturing project that might be looking at multiple states, you could be talking about a year or two or even more for some of those. So where known, we don't necessarily in our CRM system track how long we expect the project to take. So it may be difficult for us to characterize that for all 42 projects.
Okay.
But we certainly can tell you whether those are existing customer expansion opportunities, a commercial project that happens to be a community benefit project, things like that. And maybe that can help you discern, these might not take as long as some of these other ones where they have to actually construct buildings and so forth.
And I'm assuming, but please verify, is that going to be roughly your same answer for the community benefit projects as well? So, you mentioned a handful of them between 3 and 15 megawatts. In a post-hearing data request, is it possible to get sort of the specific number and the size of those, and then to the extent that you can, project a timeline?
Yes.
For those projects?
Well, to the extent we can project a timeline, we
Certainly.
should try that. Now again, we don't have so when you think about us providing outputs from that CRM system, the way we do that is based on fields that are in the CRM, and then we can run a report based on fields, right?
Okay.
To your question about how long we anticipate something like that to occur, I don't know that we have a field in there, so it's more of an anecdotal information.
Okay.
Again, so, happy to look at the list again to try to provide you the information that we have in the system to see if that satisfies the request. But
Right.
yes, we can certainly tell you whether that's a community benefit project, but, you know, like a hospital or a university or something of that nature, or it's a manufacturing project or a data center. I mean, those are very easy for us to provide to you.
Wonderful. And I mean, again, all I'm trying to understand, you know, I've had a lot of questions so far, and we've talked a lot about like how long the lead time you need to build things are, and sort of when you expect load to come on, and to the extent, you know, that some of these projects, you know, will coincide with that. I just think, you know, we would just like to know that information as best we can.
Understand. I will also just say and characterize to you that speed to market is not only important to data centers, but it's also important to manufacturing projects. And so, you know, even if you see a new client, new prospect manufacturing operation, generally speaking, if they're evaluating Kentucky and a community in our service territory, they're gonna wanna try to get up and running quickly. And so, again, we'll try to answer that in the response that we provide.
So, I think that's gonna take care of a lot of the questions I actually had, that we'll refer to Mr. Wilson first and then move on. But, and this may be a relatively unfair question, do you happen, in your development queue, do you track how many of the inquiries you get complete? Like, do you track what percentage of the projects that come to you that ask about transmission actually go through and take service?
Relative to the number of, so I'm just gonna restate your question, make sure that I understand what you're saying. Do we look at actual customers versus number of inquiries as like a conversion ratio kind of thing?
Right, so let's say 100 data center customers come to you. Do you have an idea, right, and I understand no data centers have completed the project yet, but like let's say 100 manufacturers come to you and they say, we would like to take service. Of those that you get through the process, do you know how many, like relatively what percentage of those projects end up completing, right? Like how much of that you end up having to serve?
I don't think I have a conversion ratio calculator in the CRM system, but we do track announced projects by year. So
Okay.
we could probably give you, I know we can give you over the last 5 years, how many projects have announced and the capital investment and jobs associated with those. We certainly track that information if that's helpful for you.
Could you track it as far back as like say the perspective, right? When you start expending money for like transmission service requests or like EPC agreements, do you have like do you track how many of those projects ultimately come to fruition?
Well, again, at the filing of the IRP,
right,
none of the data center projects that we had submitted TSRs for or signed EPC contracts with had announced at that time, or are in the announced stage of the project development pipeline. So the answer to that would be 0.
For manufacturing or the community benefit projects?
Well, and again, think about it, we don't have to submit a TSR for every project. It would just
Correct.
be transmission service related projects. I think we answered in one of the data requests, I think we had a question that asked for the number of manufacturing related TSRs that we had submitted in the previous 4 or 5 years. So we could maybe look at the response to that and then look and then tell you whether or not those located or not.
Okay.
If that would be helpful.
It will be, and we'll do our best to ask that and we can clarify that.
Yeah, I don't know, I don't remember what the question was,
Yeah.
but I recall a question that we answered on that front.
No, I appreciate that. I think I just wanted an appreciation for how much megawatt is out there that isn't data center load. That's part of the development queue. I think, so that's mine. One second, I apologize. Just to make sure we have. and this is slightly off wall, but perhaps you have to know, but like for the data center specifically that you talked to and at the time of the IRP, right? I know there was specifically the one. For backup, I know speed to market's very important, but you know, just generally speaking, are you aware that like a lot of the data centers want backup generation on site that they're providing for themselves, right?
I am aware that backup generation is part of their operating characteristic, yes.
Does it make a difference? Like, do you score the project differently, or do you have different considerations if the data center project or it's a large manufacturing project? I know, you know, there are some textile companies that have like their own backup generation as well. Has that or not? Right? Does that impact the speed by which you can bring it to market? Like by which you can serve that load if they have backup generation? So does their ability to provide generation allow LG and EKU to serve them slightly quicker than it might otherwise be able to if it had to secure all of the load?
We haven't necessarily had that conversation with any of the prospects that we were talking to leading up to the filing of the IRP. So I would say I'm not aware of any projects, you know, in the queue at that point in time where we said we could hook them up quicker if they had backup generation.
So I actually think that's all of my questions, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Evans, appreciate it.
Okay, and Commissioner
Good
McGrath.
afternoon. Just to follow up on that question on if a data center could provide their own backup generation, would that move through your queue faster or your queue faster?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
Again, leading up to the the conversations we had with data centers leading up to the filing of the IRP, we didn't have any conversations with any data centers that talked about utilization of their own behind the meter generation as being a bridge, to longer term power. It was really all about how quickly they could receive baseload service from us.
Based on your experience going through this, do you see that becoming an issue? As data centers are out shopping, if they can provide their own generation behind the meter, do you think those discussions, do you see or have you heard any of those discussions moving forward at this point?
No, I mean, again, all of our conversations continue to really be about how we can supply an obligation for 24/7, 365 power to their operations. We just haven't really had a lot of formative discussions at this point about the relationship between backup generation and, full electric service from us.
Okay. Just one more question, and I'm looking at page 14 of your testimony, lines 1 through 7.
Your Honor, could we clarify, because Mr. Bevington and none of the witnesses filed testimony in this proceeding, so we want to make sure we're looking at the right document here.
Okay, I'm in the filing here after his affidavit. I thought, that's what I was looking at. Regarding the DSMEE programs?
Your Honor, are you looking at the IRP Volume 1? Is that where, I'm trying to understand where we are.
I am looking at the wrong case, never mind. So sorry.
No, it's okay.
No problem.
I really wanted to be helpful.
Thank you.
Wonder how
You
can ask that question.
No, never mind, no, I'm good.
No?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. The advisory group that you use for advising your DSMEE programs has been around since 2019?
Yes. I'm no longer over the
Oh, you're no
DSM
longer over
process,
that.
so
Okay,
if
that
you
was
wanna talk
also
about.
in the other case.
Yeah, the
Okay.
advisory group and so forth would probably be best asked of Ms. Hudson.
Okay. Anything about DSME no longer your responsibility?
Correct.
Okay.
I was reading your previous case.
Yeah, me too. I believe it was during Mr. Gary's cross-examination that, in describing the service area, I sort of think of KU's service area as more affluent, more infrastructure, more ready for economic development. But it was mentioned that you have 5 of the poorest counties in Kentucky as well. How important is it to actively seek economic development opportunities for those counties?
Very important. The state started a program 2019 or 20 called the Kentucky Product Development Initiative. One of the key elements of economic development to begin with is having ready sites and product on the shelf that we can show to clients that are thinking about operating in the state. In my previous role at the state, we started to see that a lack of available industrial sites and parks or investment in parks and sites at that point in time was going on at the local level. And so again, the state instituted a program to start investing proactively in communities so that they can prepare more sites and industrial parks, because that's really where the whole process starts, particularly for manufacturing, logistics projects and things of that nature. And the primary focus of a lot of that program is relative jobs and investment impact. So in other words, for a smaller, more rural community, they get some favor in the course of that process because 10 jobs in Bell County is more important than 10 jobs in Jefferson County, as an example. So it's extremely important. And I think we take a lot of pride when we're able to work with those more rural communities on economic development opportunities.
And it's not your decision for someone else to choose Oldham County or Welpias County, but is there an opportunity to steer them elsewhere sometimes?
Well, we will talk about the attributes of our system that might happen to be favorable to a particular project. We tend not to object to a company or a prospect that comes to us and says, hey, we've got a site here, or we've got, an investment of time and effort in looking at a site in a particular county, just because, again, we don't want to seem like we're not interested in them locating in wherever those places are. The other thing that I think is interesting with data centers is the process of evaluation really takes a long time. When you think about, first of all, looking at the transmission system at a high level, then going through a TSR process that takes 6 to 9 months, and thinking about other regulatory approvals that may be necessary in the course of that. It's harder to sort of pivot quickly on data center kind of projects because, again, that transmission system is so important to them. But again, to answer your question more generally, we certainly will listen to a client's needs, and if they're not locked in on a particular location and we've got a favorable operating environment in another area of our service territory, we will try to educate them on that so that we're making sure that we're giving ourselves the best opportunity to win.
And tell me what opportunity costs mean.
Opportunity costs in relation to the answer that I gave a little bit earlier. Well, if we were just accepting TSR applications from every prospect that looked in our service territory, there is a serial sort of evaluation of the transmission system. So if we are accepting TSR after TSR after TSR, and we've got 20 transmission service requests out there, every study that happens sequentially factors in the previous application that was put in. And so the opportunity cost for us is if that system is bogged down with projects that aren't serious or that don't have an opportunity for success, everyone after that, no matter whether they are serious or not and have opportunity for success, is burdened by the other loads that are happening to be evaluated on the system. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? Nope. All right, Mr. Bevington, you're excused.
Thank you.
I have a mind to take a break, but I'll listen to what
That's
you had to
wonderful.
say.
Your Honor, before we do, may I ask a quick question?
Uh-huh.
There's been, I've received one request right before we resumed here about the possibility of maybe changing witness order. No decision made about that, but I think one thing that might influence that is what the commission is thinking about how late we might go this evening. Do you have a sense of that?
Well, we were thinking maybe we would close around 5 today,
Okay.
and leaving the possibility of going pretty late tomorrow, though.
Okay.
So I can hear anyone's medical needs or blood sugar needs or any, I mean, if somebody has a wedding tomorrow evening or something like that, I'll listen to it. But that's sort of what we were thinking, that we would do it sort of a regular business day today, and then if necessary, be late tomorrow.
May I follow up with one additional question, just for the commission, for staff, about relative levels of anticipated questions between Mr. Wilson and Mr. Jones? There was the question is whether to flip the request was whether we could change those up, and I was just wondering generally, we can talk with other counsel without
Yeah, I'd
commission staff.
suggest that maybe you guys do that during the break. And
We'll
if,
talk, certainly, we'll discuss with staff as well, that'd be okay?
oh, I don't mind.
Okay,
Staff can
great.
say no if they
Okay.
don't want to.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let's take a 15-minute break.
Just one.
Sorry, John. All right, we're back on the record in case number 2024-00326. And applicant, please call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Stuart Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, please raise your right hand to be sworn. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address.
My name is Stuart Wilson. My business address is 2701 East Point Parkway, 40223, Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wilson, by whom are you employed, please?
LG&E KU Services Company.
What is your job title, please?
My job title is currently the Director of Power Supply.
Okay. And did you sponsor certain responses to data requests in this proceeding?
I did.
Okay. The witness is available for questions, Your Honor.
Okay, regular order for this witness, right?
I'm sorry?
Regular order for this witness?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Yes.
Mr. West.
Yeah, just a few. Thank you.
Sure.
How you doing?
Very good, thank you.
Did you hear Mr. Beller's testimony earlier?
I did, yes.
Okay. So I had posed some questions to him, and I think he referred them to you, just about lifespan of different types of generating units. Do you have knowledge of, I guess in your situation it might be depreciation schedules for different types of units, like a CT versus a combined cycle?
I do.
Okay. So are those values for CT, combined cycle, solar, and batteries, are those somewhere in the record already? Or should I just ask you now?
They may be, I can tell you.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great. So the simple cycle CT to start, what's,
So simple cycle CT, we assume it has a book life of 30 years.
okay,
A
combined cycle?
Combined cycle, we assume it has a book life of 40 years. Battery storage, we assume it has a book life of 15 years. Solar, we assume it has a book life of 30 years. And what other technologies?
No, those are the four
Okay,
I
good.
highlighted. And basically, you're talking about depreciation schedules, so this is more of a financial idea, but it's got its roots in the technical aspects of these resources, right? How long the resource is set to the lifespan of the unit.
Right.
Okay. So, are you familiar with in a table in the volume 1 of the IRP? It's table 6-4. I'd originally had some questions from Mr. Seaborn about this table, but I think you might be able to take them. You can tell me if I'm wrong.
I can speak to this. I'll do my best.
Okay. So, can you just walk me through how a couple of these values are calculated? Specifically, I'm looking, and this is table 6-4, capital costs and sum of capital and non-fuel O&M for selected resources. And it's got the combustion turbine, the combined cycle, solar and battery with and without tax incentives. And specifically, I'm looking at the 2024 IRP, $2030. There's one column capital and one column capital and non-fuel O&M.
Right.
Okay, so for the column capital, it's expressed in dollars per kilowatt hour, and you can see the different values for the different types of resources. What is that calculation? Well, let's just use the combustion turbine, for example, 1636. How is that value derived?
That's the, I want to be precise, that is just the upfront capital investment cost per kilowatt. So for a simple cycle CT, roughly 240 megawatts, we would take the total cost divided by 240 megawatts and actually 240,000 kilowatts, and we calculate the dollar per kW value there. So that's just the upfront capital cost.
Okay. Does that calculation in any way take into account the lifespan of the unit?
No.
Okay. What about the capital plus non-fuel O&M category? For the combustion turbine, you got a value of 182. Is that basically the amount of money that it would take to produce a kilowatt of energy steadily over the course of a year? Is that a way of thinking of that?
That capital plus non-fuel O&M is the resource's fixed costs per year, and that does take into consideration the life of the resource.
It does?
The book life, it does, yes.
Okay. Can you explain to me how it does take into account the lifespan of the unit by possibly comparing it to a battery or solar with a different lifespan?
Sure, so basically that value is what we do to calculate, in the case of a simple cycle CT, is we effectively model the revenue requirements of that resource over the 30-year life, and then we levelize those. So that is a levelized cost over the 30-year expected life of the resource. So in the case of batteries, we would do the same analysis, except we would levelize those costs over 15 years.
I think that's all I have.
Okay.
Okay, and Mr. Curtis.
No questions, Your Honor.
And, let's see, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Wilson, if I could, I asked Mr. Beller a question, or actually I kind of read a statement that was in the IRP, and I just wanted to get your take on it as a practical matter, what it means to you, and I'll just kind of read it off. It was in the IRP. I'm not going to read it all, but even though the IRP represents the company's analysis of the best options to meet customer needs at this point in time, this plan is reviewed, reevaluated, and assessed against other market available alternatives prior to commitment and implementation. So my question to you is, as a practical matter, how does that work for the company?
And that's a statement with words like snapshot, for example.
Correct.
Yes, so the IRP is a thoughtful process. It requires a tremendous effort, and we take it very seriously. Nonetheless, just the IRP requires the companies, by virtue of the fact that we're looking at a 15-year planning horizon, to contemplate resource decisions that do not require immediate attention. So we try to be clear in using words like snapshot that some of those resource decisions, especially in the longer-term portion of the period, may very well change. So that's the point of that statement.
Okay. How was PP&L's 2050 net zero target handled in the IRP?
It didn't have any effect on our analysis.
Was it included?
Had no effect on our analysis.
Well, let me follow up with the second question then. Did the companies shorten the depreciation period for all new natural gas plants so they were fully depreciated by 2050?
No, that's an example of how it had no effect on our analysis.
Well, can you explain it to us how that, for example, if at 2050 there continues to be useful life, how does that work? How do you reconcile both of those concepts?
Well, I'll start with so we've had some conversation about terminal value in some of the DRs, and just our analysis and terminal value, we won't get into this too much unless you want to, but terminal value is necessary when we're evaluating resources with different book lives.
Yes.
But the way the math works is the math assumes that whatever portfolio we have in 2050 effectively continues to operate indefinitely. Now, obviously, beyond 2050, there's a lot of discounting, but that's the way that our math works. And again, the 2050 goals didn't affect that math in any way.
I know I'm scrunching my eyes. I'm trying to figure out how does it work? In other words, if there's carryover beyond 2050, is that just passed on to the ratepayers, or how does it? I'm trying to figure out. The depreciation continues, correct, or no?
Well, so as far as the math is, when I say the portfolio that's in place in 2050 continues to operate, the math assumes, for example, if we have new combined cycles in the portfolio, that the math assumes that we replace those combined cycles every 40 years.
Right.
And the math accounts for the capital that would be required to do that. It accounts for the escalating O&M that would be required to do that, so the math accounts for that. If we have battery storage, for example, it accounts for the fact that battery storage would be replaced every 15 years based on our book life assumption. In the case of our existing resources, our coal units, we have what we refer to in our analysis as life extension costs. Some of those costs are required every 20, 35, and 50 years, I believe. So the math assumes that we repeat those costs every 20, 35, or 50 years, ever how appropriate. So that's how we account for continuing the assumption that we continue to operate the portfolio in 2050 beyond 2050.
So a gas plant that's got a 40-year depreciation schedule that, say, comes online in 2030 would operate to 2070, which would put you 20 years past 2050.
Well, now, again, you have to, like I said, there's a lot of discounting before 2050, but the math assumes it actually operates into perpetuity. Whatever resources that we have, and that's necessary, by the way, to properly evaluate resources like combined cycle, like battery storage, with different book lives. Otherwise the math wouldn't be correct. But technically, the math assumes that the portfolio operates into perpetuity. So the math actually assumes that in 2070, to go to your example, we would replace the resource in 2070 and build a new one.
But there would be heavier depreciation on the earlier years, is that wrong or right?
Depreciation would be based on the cost of the asset in 2030 when we put it in.
Okay.
And then in 2070, there would be a new depreciation rate based on the cost then and escalated.
Yeah, the follow-up question is, I guess if the plant were to close in 2050 to be consistent with the net zero, what would happen to the ongoing cost associated with the plant?
We didn't contemplate that scenario
Okay.
in the IRP.
Okay. Next, I want to just move forward and just ask, relative to the IRP, did the companies consider the Clean Air Act, 111B and 111D?
Yes, we evaluated a wide range of environmental scenarios.
Did it consider revoking or remanding or otherwise changing the Clean Air Act?
And I'll tell you, I'll get you started. We considered an environmental scenario with no new regulations,
Okay.
an environmental scenario with only ozone NWQS, and you're familiar with the other two. So any details specific to a particular regulation, that'd be a Mr. Ember question.
Okay. What about ELG and whatnot? Was that considered revoking or remanding or otherwise modifying the ELG rules?
The no new regulations assumed that the 2024 ELG rule would be, what's the right word? No more.
Okay, okay. I can appreciate that, okay.
And also the ozone NWQS also made the same assumption.
Okay. In the IRP, did you guys look into the concept of permitting previously shuttered coal plants to re-energize without reinitiating the interconnection process?
We did not.
Okay, okay. All right. Do you agree with me that the tariffs are obviously all over the map, but the current tariffs will increase the costs in the IRP analysis?
Well, at the time the IRP was filed, tariffs weren't on our radar. So it had no impact on the IRP analysis.
If I told you that the proxy statement for PPL mentioned the risk of tariffs, how do you, before the IRP, do you recognize, was there not some thought that this might be an issue or no?
As far as my team is concerned, that was not something that we were considering when the IRP was filed.
Okay.
No further questions.
Sierra Club. And I guess it's time to. The musical chairs. Yeah. Okay. And Sierra Club's Mr. Shope?
We have no questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. And then SREA?
Yes, just a few, Your Honor.
Yeah, right in.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'm going to move through some things. If you don't understand or need me to repeat, just feel free to just tell me, okay?
Okay.
All right, and your title, Stuart K. Wilson, Director of Power Supply, LG&E and KU Services Company. Is that correct?
That is correct. At the time the IRP was filed, my title was the Director of Energy Planning, Analysis, and Forecasting, and I am representing that role today.
Okay. With regard to and in any of these questions, if this is not within the subject matter and it's better for another witness, just let me know, okay?
Definitely.
Okay. With regard to the 2024 IRP Resource Adequacy Analysis, Generation Planning and Analysis, October 2024, did you participate in putting this together?
I did.
Okay. If you will be so kind to turn to page 10 of that analysis and let me know when you get there. At the top of page 10, it's number 3, Reserve Margin Constraints for Resource Planning.
I see it.
Okay. So in terms of figure 4, costs and benefits of generation capacity, illustrative, I went over this with Mr. Beller earlier. The green line represents capacity cost. Do you see that?
Yes.
And moving from left to right, capacity cost increase. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so reliability and production cost is the red line. Do you see that?
Yes.
And moving from left to right as we go out into the increasing, that line is decreasing. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
So as there's an increasing reserve margin, that's how capacity cost and reliability and production cost, that's how they're behaving. As you increase capacity cost, is increasing the reserve margin, capacity costs increase?
Right.
And as you increase the reserve margin, reliability and production costs decrease.
That's correct.
So in terms of the blue line, the total cost, that's on the top. Do you see that line?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and is the blue line the summation is the blue line, if you added together the capacity cost along with the reliability and production costs, that's what's giving you the blue line, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, now, the economic reserve margin, is that optimized at the point on that line where it's at its lowest point?
Yeah, that's identified by the minimum of the blue line, the total cost line.
Okay, so when we move down the minimum of the total cost line, there's the black line that takes it to down to the axis, so to speak. And it could just be a matter of how this was produced, but I'm unclear, and that's why I'm asking you. It looks as though in figure 4 that the economic reserve margin is actually to the right of the intersection of capacity cost and reliability and production cost. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Is it actually the case that the economic reserve margin should be located as increasing revenue reserve let me take that step back. As increasing reserve margin, as you have the increasing reserve margin, is it the case that the economic reserve margin will be to the right of the intersection of capacity cost and reliability and production cost?
In this example, it is. I believe the only way that that line would form at the intersection of those two lines is if the green line, the rate of increase for the green line equaled the rate of decrease for the red line, and because they're not equal, that it will not necessarily be at the intersection.
Okay. If you will turn the page to page 11 and take a look at figure 5 and tell me when you get there.
I see it.
Okay. This is a similar depiction, economic reserve margin and capacity cost illustrative. And in this instance, there is a dotted green line, and as that dotted green line is moving from left to right as there's an increasing reserve margin, that's depicting capital costs that are not increasing as much as the capital costs were increasing on the prior figure 4. Is that correct?
Right, that depicts a lower cost per capital. So every increment of reserve margin that we're adding, the slope of that line is lower.
Okay. And does it follow in terms of the economic reserve margin increases with lower capacity cost that the arrow that it's pointing to is the location on the total cost line where that economic reserve margin with the lower capacity cost, that's where that's optimized?
Correct.
Okay. And so again, we see with regard to that dotted black line that goes down to the axis is that, this has to be your testimony, and I'll just characterize it, and if you need to recharacterize it, that's fine. But there has been a significant increase, there appears to be a significant increase in the distance to the right of the intersection of the capacity costs and the reliability and production cost than where that relative to where that line was on the prior figure 4. Is that a clear enough question, or do I need to ask it again?
No, I think I understand. I think what this illustrates is that in a scenario where the cost of capacity is lower, your economic reserve margin is going to be higher. And the way I like to think about this is if the cost of capacity were free, then only space limitations would be the constraint, and we would carry as much capacity as we could. So that's kind of that's why the economic reserve margin is higher with lower capacity costs.
Okay, thank you. With regard to these other areas of inquiry, if they're better for another witness, let me just confirm while you're on the stand and I have a chance to cross-examine you. If I understand correctly, customer classification is something that's better for another witness?
Yes.
If I understand correctly, questions concerning the open access tariff, those are going to be questions for another witness?
That's correct.
And if I take a look at the questions concerning elasticities of demand, is that something that you know about, or is that something that's better for another person?
Another witness is better prepared than me.
Thank you. With regard to the company's responses to the intervenor comments that were filed into the record, I believe toward the end of March, specifically response of Louisville Gas and Electric Company and Kentucky Utilities Company to intervenors' comments. Did you participate in the production of our preparation and production of this response?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm looking at a page. There were responses to comments of the Southern Renewable Energy Association, and I'm looking at the responses that appear on page 28 of 29. Can you be so kind as to locate those?
I absolutely have them right here in front of me.
Okay, so if I look at if I look at numbered paragraph 11, battle group comments at 17, and Mr. Wilson, if you believe, as I'm summarizing this, that you should put more information into the record, feel free to do so. I'm just trying to do this in summary form. The company's modeling assumptions favor, this was a Brattle Group comment, the company's modeling assumptions favor NGCC units overlooking the potential reliability and cost advantages of a diversified portfolio that includes renewables and battery storage. Their approach fails to consider the complementary relationship between solar and storage, in which co-located systems can provide more flexible and cost-effective grid support. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that was a Brattle Group comment. Okay. With regard to the company's response, and this is under Part A, it reads, "This is incorrect. If battery storage has the option of charging from the grid, the location of solar and battery storage has an immaterial impact on hourly production cost. Almost all resource plans developed with high fuel prices include both solar and battery storage for the reasons Brattle Group cites as benefits of co-locating solar and battery storage systems." Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so with regard to the company's comment, is it your testimony that under all scenarios, if battery storage has the option of charging from the grid, the location of solar and battery storage will have an immaterial impact on hourly production cost?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. So, and to confirm by a slightly different question, but for a slightly different reason, is it your testimony that there can be no complementary relationship between solar and storage in which co-located systems can provide more flexible and cost-effective grid support?
Well, there's several data requests where we observe that if a battery is tied only to a solar array and it can only be charged by a solar array, then the availability of the battery is going to be diminished by that fact. So certainly from a modeling perspective and in actual operation, if the battery has as many options as possible to be charged, it's going to be more valuable, and then solar will always produce power when the sun is shining, and its value will be fully realized in that context. So there's no advantage to tying them together. It's only a disadvantage to the battery when they're tied together.
So to confirm what and it's your testimony, but to confirm how I think you answered that, you were saying there is no complementary relationship between solar and storage in which co-located systems can provide more flexible and cost-effective grid support.
In the context of our portfolio, there's no benefit to quote-unquote tying, requiring battery storage to be charged by solar.
Mr. Wilson, thank you. And with that, Your Honor, we have no further questions.
Okay, and let's see, for joint interveners, Ms. McCray?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson.
Good afternoon.
Cassandra McCray on behalf of Joint Interveners. I'm reminded that my co-counsel, Mr. Gary, had asked Mr. Beller about avoided cost assumptions.
Okay.
And I believe he thought that either you or Ms. Isaacson might be a more appropriate witness. You think he's right?
I do think he's right.
Okay. Shall I start with you, and you'll let me know if I need to continue
Sure.
with Ms. Isaacson? Okay.
Sure.
So I just wanted to, a few questions to get a sense of how avoided costs were handled in the last IRP and how avoided costs are handled here in this IRP. So starting in 2021, you were involved in the 2021 IRP?
I was,
correct?
yes.
Okay. Is it your recollection that in the 2021 IRP, avoided cost assumptions were drawn from the 2016 and 2017 DSM potential studies?
Mrs. Isaacson would be the person to answer those questions for sure.
Okay. Going into the modeling that your team did for the 2024 IRP, was there a process by which you were connecting with Ms. Isaacson to discuss avoided costs?
We definitely had some conversations. She would be the one to articulate exactly how the information we provided was used.
Gotcha, okay. I think this one might be for you. How about, in case number 2022-00402, the last CPCN case?
Yes,
You were involved in that case as well?
I was, yes.
Okay. Is it your recollection, subject to check, that the avoided cost of capacity at the time of that initial filing was $136.20 per KW year?
I can't say. Mrs. Isaacson can answer that question. I know she used different, well, she can answer the question.
Sure thing. Thank you. Next time we'll tell Mr. Villar he can just send us to Ms. Isaacson. And then if I could keep you for just a couple more questions, Mr. Wilson, on a subject that you and I have talked about before. The three modeling tools that your team used here were
Yes.
Plexos, Prosim, Servem, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Each of those served a different function in the IRP analysis.
right.
Is the way that you're using each of those models in the 2024 IRP similar to how you used each of those three models in the 2021 IRP?
There's some, I would say yes for Servem, yes for ProSim. We, as a result of the IRP back and forth and questions and answers and discussion, we use Plexos differently this time. We, I think in the 2021 IRP, we focused on 1 year. In the 2024 IRP, we allowed Plexos to develop resource plans for the full planning period. So that was the big difference.
Right on. I appreciate that, thank you. And still you're using Plexos for resource optimization modeling runs, yes?
Right, screening resource plans, we use Plexos for that, and then we calculate detailed production costs for those resource plans still in ProSim.
In person, okay. You are aware that Plexos has the ability to do detailed production cost model runs?
We are, yes.
And the tool that you're using, ProSim, that was software developed by another company named ABB, is that right?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. And ABB stopped providing software updates to ProSim in 2018, correct?
Right, they continue to provide support, but no more updates.
Okay. Do you recall what version of Plexos you were using in the 2024 IRP?
I do not.
Do you have any idea how many software updates Plexos has issued since your 2021 IRP?
I do not.
As a Plexos customer, are upgrades available to you for free, or would you need to pay to access certain software upgrades from Plexos?
Mr. Seaborn could answer that question. I'm not sure.
My understanding from the resource assessment in volume 3 of the IRP is that LG and KU continue to use ProSim rather than Plexos for detailed production cost modeling because they have used and configured ProSim over a number of years to do such modeling relatively quickly.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay.
That's correct.
Can you tell me specifically what you mean by configured ProSim?
Yes, so in the IRP, we evaluated 4 environmental scenarios over 3 load scenarios, and then for those 12 load and environmental scenarios, we evaluated those over 5 fuel price scenarios. So that's a total of 60 resource plans that we use Plexos to develop. Then, our process is we evaluated each of those 60 resource plans, again, with detailed production costs over each of the 5 fuel price scenarios. So that entails 300 ProSim runs. And we have developed applications to automate the setup and summarization of those ProSim runs. So while there is if you want to think about it this way, there's an additional cost to ensure accuracy in moving from Plexos to ProSim. That cost is more than made up by the automation that we've created to automate the setup and summarization of those ProSim runs. That's an example of, that's kind of what we're thinking about as we contemplate transitioning to Plexos, is having similar flexibility, because that flexibility is what allows us to look at a lot of uncertainty in the context of resource planning. So until we have that available in Plexos, that's the thing that's the only reason we haven't switched to Plexos, I would say.
Okay. So when you and I were talking about Plexos, if you recall at the CPCN hearing, case number 2022-402, I attempted to ask you about the number of modules or simulation options available in Plexos. You didn't know at the time. Are you aware now?
Mr. Seaborn is still the person who can answer those questions.
Okay. Are you familiar with whether every schedule or modeling option available in Plexos can draw from the same and single set of inputs?
Mr. Seaborn is
Mr.
the best
Seaborn?
person for Plexos questions, for sure.
Okay. So, back to that statement that I had pulled from the resource assessment about having configured ProSim over a number of years to do such modeling relatively quickly. Could you also explain to me relatively quickly compared to what?
Well, we can complete those 300 ProSim runs. We can do that in a single overnight run. So I don't have a comparison for what that would require in Plexos, but we consider that to be relatively quick.
But you don't know how long it would take to do that in the Plexos production cost model?
No, Mr. Seaborn may have some thoughts on that.
When you're thinking about the amount of time it takes computational software, modeling software to get to a solution, is that a fair way to say? Okay. Would you agree with me that that is a function of both how large the sort of problem set being solved for is, and also the available computational power?
Broadly, yes. Mr. Seaborn could talk about that well, but certainly the granularity of the run impacts how long the runs take.
Okay. And the availability of high-speed processing, additional random access memory, basic computer power function
Exactly.
can help a model run faster or slower, right?
Exactly. We had the ability to do some runs in parallel, but I think in our resource assessment, we cited a 55-hour time to run our Plexos resource plan runs.
Okay. I think those are all my questions for you, Mr. Wilson. I look forward to following up with Mr. Seaborn and Ms. Isaacson. Thank you.
Very good, thanks.
Okay, staff?
Yes.
You used, in previous IRPs, you had calculated an economic reserve margin and then used that for the modeling, but in this IRP, you kind of switched into an LOE of 1 day every 10 years, is that correct?
That's correct.
What was kind of just, could you just kind of generally explain the thinking behind that? I know you explained it a bit here, but.
Yes, there's several things. One was the commission's ruling from the 2022 CPCN order, or their order from the 2022 CPCN case, where they said they prefer us to be long energy. The other were just the events of Winter Storm Elliott and the ensuing investigation. And then the last thing I would point to is just the capacity concerns that our neighboring regions are citing right now, PJM and MISO in particular. Those are probably the things that would support that move.
Are you aware of where the 1 in 10, I guess, metric came from?
I don't think, I can't say precisely, but I know that it's been an industry reference for quite some time.
And I know as well, it's been decades, I guess.
Mhm.
Has there been any, are you aware of any kind of, something other than an economic reserve margin analysis, maybe like something more based in an engineering analysis that would say this is what, that would set an LOLE as something other than 1 in 10? Something more modern. I don't know if you're aware of any in kind of doing resource planning or talking to people in that field.
No, that's a good question as to why 1 in 10 is acceptable and not 1 in 20 or 1 in 5. We're not here to talk about gas system planning, but that's gas system planning focuses on a 1 in 50 type of event. So there are different thresholds. I'm not sure what the basis is for a 1 in 10.
You all still performed the economic reserve margin analysis though in this IRP, correct?
Yes, just to be transparent about what the two numbers are.
And that was kind of for illustrative purposes, this is what it would have been if we did it the old way, but here's
Exactly.
what we're using.
Exactly.
When you do the modeling in Plexos, you're doing, you input a reserve margin into Plexos, is that correct? Not, the 1 in 10 doesn't fit into Plexos, you convert that into a reserve margin, correct?
That's exactly right. So we calculate what our reserve requirements would be, both in the winter and in the summer, and then that is a modeling constraint in Plexos.
And in order to calculate a reserve margin, you have to use a reserve margin that would correspond to a 1 in 10 loss of load event. You have to assume generation resources to serve that load, is that correct?
That's exactly right.
What generation resources did you assume to serve? I guess what generation resource, did you assume your current generation portfolio and then add on something for the additional load? And if so, like what did you add?
Well, we started with our existing resources, and then we added CPC and approved resources. And we looked at it with and without solar. That was summarized in our resource adequacy report. But then with those two fixed portfolios, we evaluated a loss of load expectation, starting with the mid-IRP load forecast. And we currently don't have enough resources to support the mid-IRP load forecast, so our loss of load expectation in that first iteration was very high, maybe 10 times what the 1 in 10 standard. So then we iteratively reduce load with holding the portfolio fixed, because otherwise you would have to make assumptions about what resources you would add. So instead of changing the portfolio, we reduce load until the loss of load expectation was 1 in 10. And then once we identified that load level, we calculated the reserve margin as a function of that load and the resources that we're evaluating. And that's how we got the 29 and 23% for winter and summer respectively.
So the reserve margin sort of correlates to the performance of your existing portfolio with the addition of the already approved units.
It absolutely does. Takes into consideration their availability, their operating characteristics, everything about our existing portfolio.
And I apologize, did you say it didn't include the solar?
We looked at it with and without solar to just to demonstrate the impact on that analysis. So we looked at it both ways.
But which reserve margin did you use for the Plexos modeling?
For resource planning purposes in Plexos, and we explain kind of why in our report, but we looked at the reserve margins that were calculated without solar.
Looking at your response to staff's first question, or to staff's first request for information, question number 6.
Yes.
I apologize, I was going to bring it up myself. I'm looking at the response to B, where it talks about with the removal of the ITC, the best unit was only selected in the high load scenario.
Right.
And Mr. Bellar kind of alluded to this. Was that the reason for that? Is that because of timing? Because in the high load scenario, that the best is the only unit that can come on in time to actually serve the load?
That's exactly right. The availability of BESS is in 2028. And that's the only option in the high load scenario for providing capacity in 2028.
And so when you were doing the modeling, and I apologize, I assume this is already in here, but
Sorry.
the BESS unit was available as of 2028 when you did the Plexos resource assessment modeling.
Exactly, that's right.
But I assume when the other units come online later, would the BESS not really be used in that scenario or not be necessary in that scenario?
No, it would absolutely be used. We will have paid more for it without the investment tax credit, but the reason that the model is selecting battery storage is because battery storage allows us to leverage the energy producing capabilities of our existing portfolio and take advantage of that to provide more capacity. So with the investment tax credit in particular, that resource fits well given our portfolio and especially given the nature of the load growth that we're seeing. If the cost of storing that energy becomes a lot more expensive, obviously it becomes a less attractive resource.
And use might have been an inappropriate word, but I was more so, would it be necessary, as the natural gas combined cycle units come online later, would the BESS be necessary to satisfy reserve margins at that point, or do you know?
Well,
reserve margins that Plexos looked at.
Yes, it would be necessary. There's not a. If we had satisfied the reserve margins with the battery storage prior to 2030, we likely wouldn't have added the combined cycles.
Okay.
So it would still be a useful resource, yes.
I recall this, I'm looking at the Kentucky Coal Association's comments. Did you happen to review those at any time, in preparation for?
I did, yes.
And this is an issue I think that came up in perhaps the last IRP and maybe the 402 case about the coal to gas price ratio. Are you familiar with their comments on that point?
I'm generally familiar, yes.
It's on page 5 and 7, or 5 through 7.
Okay.
If you wanted to take a look.
Yes.
I wasn't really going to ask about specific questions, but.
Okay. I don't have it in front of me, but if you ask a question, I can do my
I guess the primary question is just how long has LG&E been using the coal to gas price ratio in their IRP modeling?
I think we introduced that methodology, at least in my mind, as an improvement to slight improvement to what we were doing before with the 2022 CPCN. The reason we moved to that methodology is because the 2022 CPCN contemplated coal retirements, and we knew that combined cycles were going to be a competitive option for replacing coal. So the two aspects of fuel prices that particularly impact that resource planning decision, number one is the level of fuel prices, and then number two is the ratio of coal and gas prices over a long period of time. And that's a key aspect. So over 20 to 30 years, the level, that's what kind of drives that decision. So really, in an effort to focus on the aspects of fuel prices that matter, that's why we switched to that, or slightly improved our prior methodology to really focus on those two things.
With respect to the 5 fuel price scenarios, how did you consider the ratio in selecting those 5 scenarios? I guess one, did you vary both the cost of both, but then the gap between them for various scenarios? And how did you decide on what scenarios, to model?
Well, first of all, for the level of coal and gas prices, we started with a range of natural gas price forecasts from the EIA. And then based on that, to develop our coal price forecast, we looked at a 10-year historical period of the ratio between coal and gas prices, and we used that to inform the level of coal prices in each of those low, mid, and high gas price scenarios, with the assumption that over a long period of time, the coal and gas prices are going to remain related. But then we didn't want to just focus on one number, because that coal to gas ratio can vary, just like the level of gas prices can vary. So we developed a higher and lower coal to gas ratio to evaluate, in addition to a mid coal to gas ratio.
And how did you settle on the higher and lower values for the ratio?
Well, focusing on that 10-year period from 2012 to 2021 specifically, the midpoint was the 10-year average. And then to calculate a high and low, we looked at a rolling 6-year average, I believe, and the high and low were the high and low of that rolling 6-year average is the way we developed that.
And have you done anything to undertake, actually, what year did the projection begin for the IRP with the coal to gas price ratio?
Well, our fuel forecast starts at the beginning of the period, so the IRP period was, I think, 25 to 2039, I believe. But if you think about it, the period that matters, so to speak, is really 2030 and beyond, because that's the point at which we can contemplate resource changes. So it's the part of the forecast that really matters is 5 or 6 years out into the future, and beginning there. And then again, what's the long-term relationship between coal and gas prices? That's the part that affects our decision making.
And looking at, considering whether to use the coal to gas price ratio, did you all go back to the 2022 CPCN case and look at the ratios there and see if they correlated to the actual ratios going forward?
I'm hesitating with the word. Our process is not focused on kind of correlation. It truly is the long-term ratio, which is maybe only slightly different, but correlation is not something that our methodology contemplates. But we have, for example, in developing our 2025 business plan, when we looked at market Henry Hub gas prices and compared them to market coal bids, and there's a data request that I could point you to. We observed in that case that the ratio of our coal bids to the market is right in line with what we'd assume.
You mean there's a data request in 402 or in?
No,
this?
there's I can follow. I believe it's in the IRP case where we observed that.
And then just ask for
Absolutely.
post hearing if we need to.
Yep.
Thank you. I just had a couple more questions. For the purposes of modeling, when did you model the brown, the current brown vest that's been approved as coming online?
We, plus or minus a month or two, it was end of 26, beginning of 27, but I'd have to, if you want a precise estimate, I'd have to follow up.
And did you do that based on assumptions from 402, or did you kind of get an updated projection as to the timeline for
No,
that unit
we
going
assumed
online?
that was in based on 402 for the purpose of the IRP.
Do you know whether or not that assumption is still true?
What do you mean by assumption?
That is the expected date that it would come online?
Plus or minus a quarter or so, that is still the assumption, yes.
With respect to the Plexos modeling, with the Plexos resource assessment modeling, when you run a particular scenario, either a fuel price scenario or a load scenario, does it give you just one portfolio that is the lowest cost for that scenario, or does it give you the top 5 or the top 10 portfolios, ranked or in some way?
As we use it in the IRP, we just asked it for one. Mr. Seaborn could comment on its ability to give more than one.
But do you think that it is capable of doing that?
To be honest, I'm not sure about its capability. I believe that it is, but I'm not sure. Mr. Seaborn could answer that question.
Thank you. Could you look at staff's first request, item 19?
Yes.
I was looking at 19D.
One second. Okay.
Well, I guess first I was looking at D. It says the price of market power is computed in SERV-M as a sum of the scarcity price and the market cost supply.
Right.
Is this talking about when you were doing the economic reserve margin analysis, or?
Yes, exactly. This is economic reserve margin.
So this didn't actually factor into, what you actually used. It's just referring to that.
Not for as a resource planning Plexos constraint.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to make sure on that. And that was kind of the fault with D, because it says we didn't use scarcity pricing as sensitivity.
For that reason, exactly.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Welcome.
Commissioner Reed?
I don't think I have any.
And I don't either.
Okay.
Redirect.
None, Your Honor.
Okay. Any reason why this witness couldn't be excused? You're excused, sir.
Thank you.
Let's try one more. See if
Yes,
we can-
thank you, Your Honor. LGNKU call Tim Jones.
Mr. Jones, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, please have a seat. Tell us your full name and your business address.
My name is Tim Jones. My business address is 2701 East Point Parkway, Louisville, Kentucky, 40223.
That's all.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Jones, by whom are you employed?
LG&E and KU Services Company.
What is your job title, please?
I am the Senior Manager of Sales Analysis and Forecasting.
Did you sponsor certain responses to data requests in this proceeding?
I did.
Okay. The witness is available for questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. West?
I have none.
No questions, Your Honor.
You guys keep sitting up here just a second. Maybe these seats are more comfortable for you. And Mr. Malone?
I've got a couple, but I believe
Oh, that's right. This is the one we were gonna let Sierra Club go first.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. I forgot for a minute. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you,
Yeah, no.
counsel, for accommodating my request. I have a 9-year-old who's turning 10 tomorrow, and I will be very pleased to be able to make his birthday party. So thank you for the accommodation. Welcome, Mr. Jones. I just have a few questions for you. I'm Nathaniel Schoaf on behalf of Sierra Club. I'd like to start where I think staff had left off and asked a question of Mr. Bevington, that he deferred to you. And this has to do with the economic development queue, that hierarchy of inquiry, suspect, prospect, imminent, and announced. You're familiar with that queue?
Yes.
This strikes me as a tricky topic, but how do you decide which of the 6,000 or so megawatts of data center load in that economic development queue actually get included in your mid and high load forecasts?
Yeah, so there's, as Mr. Bevington mentioned, there's a lot of conversations and communication that takes place between my team and his team, as well as our major account team that would represent existing customers that could potentially expand. So all of this discussion over the period of time leading up to the IRP, there were a lot of changes going on. We mentioned in the IRP Volume 1 that we list economic development as the first key uncertainty in this forecast, and that's both to the low and the high side. Ultimately, for the mid case, we arrived at this number in a few different ways, but ultimately what we landed on was prioritizing the larger TSRs that had been filed or were about to be filed based upon our conversations with Mr. Bevington's team. And so I think those have been discussed amongst the group, and that got us to the total load. And then we took the ramp schedule from the most probable project, and we just, I think the number was 67 that was mentioned earlier. We rounded up to 70 for ease of math. And, for purposes of the RP, we felt that was a reasonable approach, and we ramped up in 70 megawatt tranches through, I believe, 2029 or mid 2029. And then we escalated the ramp rate to 140 megawatts, which would be two 70 megawatt tranches from 29 through the end of 31, such that 2032 was the first full year of data center load in the mid case. And then we did, for those same TSRs, or TSR customers, if you will, there was discussion that they could expand beyond the filed TSRs or the levels that which they were going to file. And we prioritized those customers to get to the high case, those expansions of those customers. But again, we didn't model any of those TSRs specifically. We were just using the total load that would be derived out of those TSRs and ramping to a level by 2032, because as Mr. Beller mentioned, that was the period of time that we had visibility into.
Thank you. This is a question about how little I understand the TSR process. Do project size, does the scale of a project change after the TSR gets it submitted? Or were you just using the sort of ramp up from there for purposes of modeling?
I am not the person that is most familiar with the TSR process, but of the little experience I have just from the projects that we've discussed, there have been amendments, maybe not amendments, but additions filed for at least the Jefferson County site that was discussed earlier. but generally speaking, our objective was to model something reasonable for the IRP, and we felt this generic 70 megawatt tranche growth was a reasonable approach, and it got us to a level that was a fraction of the queue that Mr. Bevington was talking to at the time. Sorry, when I say the queue, I mean the economic development queue.
Yeah, and those fractions would be something like 1,050 megawatts over 6,000 or 1,750 over 6,000.
Roughly, yes.
Okay. As you're talking to Mr. Bevington's team about what projects to include or not include in that modeling, are there factors that you would say, all right, this project's too speculative to include because it has this factor?
I would generally leave that to Mr. Bevington to give me that information. Of the projects we modeled, he didn't express any concern like that.
All right, so what, other than Mr. Bevington's recommendation, what were the key factors that determined which of those projects in the economic development queue got included in your modeling process?
Well, I think one of them was in the imminent phase, and Mr. Bevington discussed that earlier. And the other was a prospect phase, but they considered it kind of a higher probability prospect phase just because of the TSR that had been filed.
Got it. So it's not as though you just take everything and say prospect and imminent and put it in your forecast.
Correct.
It's something more nuanced than that.
For purposes of the IRP, yes, that's correct.
So, data centers, I recognize these are a new phenomenon here. Certainly they are for IRP planning. Do you expect that the companies will standardize that process for determining which of these potential projects get included in modeling in future IRPs?
Well, I would say the major account and economic development process isn't something new to this IRP. This is a process that we've detailed at least since I've been with the company. I started in 2016. I guess the difference here is the size of these projects that we're talking about. In the past, we've talked about 100 and 200 megawatt customers being extremely large, and now we're into the realm of 500 megawatts and 1,000 megawatts even. I guess I'm not sure of the answer to your question as far as will we standardize it. I think our process is a thoughtful one. It is a good one. It is reasonable for purposes of resource planning or the decisions that are being contemplated within this IRP.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. And I didn't mean to suggest you hadn't been through this type of process before. I meant specific with data centers, and
Sure.
particularly this magnitude of potential data center load. I would like to ask you about the particular load forecast, both for the medium and high load scenarios. Bless you. Those increase load by something like 30 to 45% by 2032. Is that right? Economic development load.
Subject to check. That sounds right.
Fair, yeah. Do you know what percentage of LG&E KU load will be attributable to data centers in 2032 in the high forecast, so 1,750 megawatts get built?
Not off the top of my head. I could do the math.
And I assume the same is true for mid-forecast?
Sure. Absolutely.
All right. I have a slightly different question. Do you know what percentage of, so let me back up. Obviously, there are data centers that are becoming more and more prevalent across the country. Do you know what percentage of national data center growth LG&E and KU are projecting in their service territory for, let's say, the high scenario?
I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but I think we discussed that perhaps in volume 1. I want to say less than 5% off the top of my head, but again, subject to check.
Subject to check is fine. Joint interveners in their comments at 21 stated that the forecast would represent 4 to 9% of the 18 gigawatts nationally by 2030.
Okay.
I recognize the timing isn't quite precise there because your forecast was 2032. Do you disagree with that forecast? That LG&E and KU would, in its service territory, would have roughly 4 to 9% of the data center load growth?
Do I disagree with the statistic or the forecast?
Well, sure. Take the statistic. Do you think that they would, do you disagree that LG&E KU's forecast for load growth in its service territory in 2032 would represent 4 to 9% of the national load growth for data centers?
That number sounds familiar, or those numbers, that range sounds familiar. I would just add that, you know, it was a snapshot in time, both for our forecast as well as for national forecast referenced. From what I've seen, those are, you know, changing rapidly and generally to the high side as well.
If we asked a post-hearing data request, is that something you could confirm as to whether
Sure.
the company agrees with or disagrees with that statement?
Sure.
Okay. And then, my last question is, do you think it's reasonable to expect that LG&E and KU's service territory is going to see 4 to 9% of the load growth for data centers in the entire nation by 2032?
I think Mr. Bevington talked about, you know, some of the things that give Kentucky an advantage in this process. So, yes, I think that is a reasonable assumption.
Okay. Mr. Jones, thank you for your time. I don't have any other questions for you.
Okay, now Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one question.
Sure.
So, the companies have any, because considering the language about reevaluating, reassessing, do the companies have any plans to reevaluate the potential load growth, considering the potential economic recession that's looming, or no?
I don't know that I would agree with potential economic recession that's looming. I think there's still uncertainty around that.
Okay.
What I will say is for purposes of the IRP, we contemplated a low load growth scenario, or I guess low decline in that case. And in I believe 2032 and 2035, we projected losing 50 megawatts of large customer load just as part of, you know, something like that. A recession would be, you know, depending upon when it happens, it's typically a near-term impact, but for a 15-year planning horizon for an IRP, I wouldn't say a recession would materially impact long-term planning, at least not from a load forecast perspective.
What about the tariffs? Anything, any inclusion with respect to the current tariffs? Any thought to going back and looking at that?
Well, I think Mr. Wilson, at the time the IRP was created, the tariffs weren't really something that we looked at. What I will say is we do a load forecast every year. We do an IRP every year. So to the extent that tariffs are impacting some of our larger customers or even residential, small commercial type customers, we would look at that the next time we do the load forecast.
Okay, thank you.
All right, which brings us to SREA. There's probably room for somebody to stay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Jones.
Good afternoon.
There were several questions that it was suggested you would be the best witness, and if you're not, just let me know, okay?
Okay.
And your title, per the witness list that was supplied for this case, Senior Manager, Sales Analysis and Forecasting, LG&E and KU Services Company. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So with regard to the administrative regulation for integrated resource plans, Section 7 requires load forecasts, and part of Section 7, and this is part 1, the information shall be provided for the total system and, where available, disaggregated by the following customer classes. Are you the witness who helped prepare the information on the total system in terms of the forecast for what customer classes would be using?
I'll say yes. In terms of how customers are classified in the system, that's not my team that does that initial classification once a customer joins, but I might be able to speak to that depending upon your question.
Okay, fair enough. If you know, in general, how do the companies classify customers for the purposes of this IRP in terms of the definition of commercial customers?
I think that based upon my understanding, I think I'm going to answer this in the negative and then back into the commercial definition. My understanding is that industrial customers are classified based upon their NAICS or SIC codes. I'm not sure exactly which one that is, but in our billing system, based upon each customer, they are assigned to a revenue class. And depending upon what that NAICS or SIC code says would depend upon if they are industrial. And if they're not industrial and they're not residential, then I think generally speaking, they would be commercial unless they're considered public authority, which is something just to confuse things even more.
Okay.
Sorry, did that make sense at all?
It helps. It helps. In terms of the classification process, and this is, if you know, an industrial customer, for example, is that in a very general sense, industrial customers would use electricity, they would use energy to produce something. Is that a very general sense?
Generally speaking, that's my understanding as well.
Okay, and not to be flippant at all, but in kind of going in the other direction, just for purposes of describing a commercial customer could literally be a restaurant, for example.
That's one example of a commercial customer, yes.
Are there certain customers that are not using energy for the purpose of producing something that are still being classified are there certain customers that are not using energy for the purpose of producing something, but they are still being classified alongside of industrial customers for the purpose of the company's planning process?
Well, just to be clear, when my team performs the business plan load forecast or the IRP load forecast, we do that at the rate class level, not at the revenue class level. But for purposes of the IRP, I believe we are asked to convert our rate class forecast to a revenue class result. And so what is displayed in the IRP, those classifications are based upon a rate to revenue assumption that we make to convert the load forecast to something that is able to be used in the IRP.
Okay, that's very helpful, and I think that this question might clear that up, is in terms of, instead of thinking of it in terms of how revenue requirement is distributed over customer classifications is it for the IRP that did you initially think in terms of the rate schedule under which the customer either receives or is projected to receive service.
Sorry, did you say the revenue requirement?
Well, the first you have when in the rate making, in very, very general terms, in rate making, you're going to have a revenue requirement, and then once the revenue requirement is established, then the revenue requirement is distributed through rate design over the different customer classes. And say, we're going to collect this much from the residential class, and this much from the commercial class, and this much from the other public authority, or something like that. I mean, that's how it's distributed out. It sounded as though when you were giving your answer that for your purposes, do you first look at the rate schedule and say, this is the energy that this is what's going out under a time of day tariff, or here's what's going out under a residential tariff, here's what's going out under the general services tariff, here's what's going out under the transportation service tariff. What did you mean in terms of how you have to turn that information around to get it into the IRP?
Well, we're forecasting what load is going to be for those rates you described, residential, GS, time of day, PS. For IRP purposes, there is no cost of service or revenue requirement study like there would be in a rate case. So I'm not sure how to answer the revenue requirement portion of your question, but in terms of our forecast, we're forecasting load at a rate class grouping level or rate class level.
Okay, that's very helpful. And so the plan shall include historical and forecasted information regarding loads. And that's in section 7, part 1. The information shall be provided for the total system and where available disaggregated by the following customer classes. And then the details. So in terms of the data centers, does it matter from the IRP process whether a data center is rolled into the overall load forecast as having been a commercial customer versus whether it's been an industrial customer? Is there any distinction in terms of how a data center will be classified and how that is rolling into the IRP?
My understanding is that data centers are classified as commercial customers. And so for purposes of this IRP, we bucketed them in the commercial class.
Okay, and then to get a little more granular, for purposes of the IRP, and if you can answer this question, what tariffs do you believe that data centers would be taking service under? What are the applicable tariff or tariff options that you believe that a data center would likely take service under?
I guess the answer is, number one, it would depend upon the size of the data center. It would depend upon which company they're located within, because KU and LG&E have separate tariffs. But I think there's probably a better witness to answer that question than me.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. With regard to the IRP process, and this was in section 7, part 7, subpart C. There is a requirement. There is a requirement in this section.
I just wanted to hand in the exhibit. Mr. Jones doesn't have the exhibit to which he's referring to.
Okay.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. I appreciate that. And just let me know when you've had a chance to read that.
You said subpart C?
Right, and this is going to be, it's unnumbered, it's at the top of the page, and it begins, the general methodological approach taken.
Okay?
Okay, and one of the examples in this subpart, and you can read into the record that which you believe is necessary for a complete answer, a comprehensive answer, but it gives an example of an estimation of key model parameters. For example, price elasticities of demand or average energy usage per type of appliance. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And if you know, what is the assumption, or what are the assumptions concerning price elasticity of demand of data centers?
Well, for our modeling approach, we don't capture that for data centers, but we use our SAE modeling approach to do both price elasticities of demand and I would call it shares and efficiencies per type of appliance for residential and small commercial customers. So we do factor price elasticities of demand into some of our forecast models, but it's the approach that we take with data centers, or that we took for purposes of the IRP, did not contemplate that specifically.
Okay, thank you. With regard to the price elasticities of demand in general, do you see, is it the case that there can be different price elasticities of demand depending upon the tariff provision through which the customer receives service? And if you'll just indulge us just a second, for example, would the price elasticities associated with residential customers potentially differ from the price elasticities for a customer who was taking service under a different tariff, say a commercial tariff?
Yes, and I believe we have that in the record. We've provided our price elasticity assumptions for residential and small commercial customers, or GS.
Okay. And Mr. Jones, and I apologize because I know this is a very large record, and if we need to make this a post-hearing data request, we'll do so. What is the assumption, or what are the assumptions concerning price elasticities of demand for data centers as they were incorporated or rolled into this IRP?
Again, we didn't contemplate price elasticities for data centers.
Your Honor, we may have a post-hearing data request. If there's going to be a general sense of a post-hearing data request, I don't want to make it of this witness because, one, there may be a better witness to answer that question, and two, if this witness couldn't answer the question or we couldn't get the answer, we would like to have the ability to submit a post-hearing data request upon the conclusion of this hearing.
Yeah, you don't need my permission. Go ahead and send it, and you can send it to whomever can answer.
Thank you, Your Honor. And thank you, Mr. Jones. I appreciate all of the answers that you gave. I have no further questions.
Mr. Spinner?
Thank you.
Thank you, and Mr. Gary.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon. We're
Good afternoon.
nearing the end of the day. I have just a few questions for you. I think Mr. Spinner covered some of them. But I also have some follow-ups to a couple of things. First one, could you have Mr. Lovecamp maybe help you find page 516 of volume 1 of the IRP? Let me know when you have that page up. It's PDF 23 if that helps.
Okay.
All right, and before asking my next question, you're aware LG&E and KU are members or collaborators with the Electric Power Research Institute, or EPRI, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you guys get certain information from EPRI. They're generally a reliable source for information.
Yeah, I would say that the research and development team works with EPRI a lot more than what I do. But
Okay.
I have participated in a couple of EPRI calls.
Okay. Earlier, Mr. Schoaf for the Sierra Club was asking about joint intervenor comment specifically. If you could, just go to the bottom, and we might solve a question for ourselves here. Footnote 23 states the mid-scenario represents 4.2% of data center load growth in the U.S. from a recent Newmark study, and 9.4% of EPRI's moderate growth projection.
Okay.
Okay, does that refresh your memory there?
Yes, it does.
You would
Thank
agree
you.
then that the companies are projecting between 4.2 and 9.4% of national growth in the mid scenario, correct?
Based upon those specific studies, yes.
Okay. And I think you stated that those projections may be changing nationally, correct?
Yes, I said that.
Okay. And the company's projections may be changing with that as well, right?
Potentially, yes.
So the companies may still, just because the national projections have grown doesn't mean the share for the companies hasn't grown.
Sure, I'd agree with
Okay.
that.
And just a moment ago, Mr. Spinard was asking you about the classification of different types of customers, specifically with regards to industrial customers. I think you said that they're classified by the companies by NAICS code or SIC. Not sure which, but
That's my understanding, and again, I think Mr. Spinard mentioned they have to be manufacturing or producing some sort of end-use good, is my understanding, but my team is not the one that assigns that classification when a customer joins our billing system.
okay. And just briefly, it took me a while to learn these acronyms. NAICS is North American Industrial Classification System. Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
And I honestly forget what SIC code is, but it's the older version of the same thing, basically, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And in response to, Joint Intervenor Request 151, you stated you don't project load growth based on those, though. You don't use NAICS or SIC codes in projecting load growth?
That's right.
Okay. But you do project by rate class, right?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay, and then those are sort of rolled up into the revenue classes that are portrayed in the IRP here?
Yes. I don't know if it would be helpful to give an example, but
Sure.
You have a power service rate. A percentage of that power service rate might go toward industrial use, and a percentage might go toward commercial use, for example.
So it's not necessarily rolled up into, but it is
Right.
rolled up
So-
or divided into commercial, industrial, residential.
Correct.
Okay.
Allocated out is maybe
Okay.
a good way to think about it.
But you start with the rate class forecasts, but so far as I'm aware, I don't think anybody requested those and they weren't presented in the IRP.
They should be part of the work papers that produce
Okay.
the load forecast.
We may just ask
for
in
the
a
IRP.
post-hearing data request to either refer us to those
Sure.
or produce them.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. All right. I think Mr. Spinard covered my questions with regards to price inelasticity or elasticity, but I wanted to point out and give thanks for pointing out some formatting errors in our questions on that. I think you pointed out in response to JI 245 to 248 that it looks like one was supposed to be a header and those should have all been subsections there.
Okay, sure.
Thank you for that. You were correct. That's on me as the one who does that formatting. But just briefly, the company's only modeled price increases of 2.3% annually, right?
As far as price inflation assumptions?
Yes.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. There weren't any alternatives analyzed with regard to that.
No, that was, I think there was maybe in volume 2, there was a paper introduced into the record discussing our inflation assumptions.
Would that be the EIA price elasticity for energy use in buildings in the United States, or are you referring to another one?
No, this was something the companies introduced, and it wasn't a member of my team that led this, but it's a volume 2 inflation assumptions document
Okay,
as far as how we got to the 2.3%.
okay. And in response to a request from the joint interveners, you stated that the reason you only forecast 1 is that electricity demand is relatively inelastic. Does that sound familiar? I can wait for it to be
Yes.
pulled up if you want to verify, but, and inelastic basically meaning people need some basic amount of electricity, they don't really adjust that much based on how much it costs, right?
Correct. And sorry, which question are you referring to again?
JI 142. But just generally, a price being inelastic means that it doesn't change much. How much people purchase of something doesn't change much based on how much it costs.
Right, it takes a material increase, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And just looking at JI 246 really quickly, which is one of those ones I mentioned just a second ago. You stated if electricity prices are high relative to other costs and wages, the incentive to reduce energy usage through adoption of items such as distributed generation and improved energy efficiencies will be higher. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Does that sound more like an example of price elasticity than inelasticity?
I still think energy usage is relatively inelastic. This would be a measure in which customers could respond to price signals
So if that
by reducing load through distributed solar or energy efficiency.
So if that 2.3% were materially higher or lower, it could induce customers to take such measures at a higher rate than they are projected to in the IRP?
Perhaps, but again, this is a 15-year planning horizon, so we're kind of looking at an average inflation assumption over time.
Okay. Short term, it varies a lot more than that.
Year to year, yeah, absolutely.
So, strike that. Wanted to move on to the company's response to joint interveners 1-76. I'm gonna grab mine as well here. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things here.
Okay.
Oh. All right. So, just looking at the response to Part B of JI 176, there are a couple of tables that give the projected growth rates of distributed energy resources under a number of scenarios. Do you see those tables?
Yes.
Okay. And if I have this right, the first table on page 2 of 7 gives the growth in customers being the absolute number of people adopting DERs, right?
Right.
Okay, so the number of systems, not anything to do with their size necessarily.
Correct.
Okay, and then the second table gives the projected growth rates of the actual megawatt size, or I'm sorry, kilowatt size, I guess here, growth projections in the different high, low, mid solar projections, right?
Yes.
Okay, and just to be clear, because this confused me and I have trouble keeping it straight, not through any fault of your all's, but mid here would align with the mid-low growth scenario, right?
Yes. I also
Low would correlate to the high, low solar adoption here would correlate to the high, low growth scenario, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then the high would correlate to the low growth scenario.
Correct.
Okay, just making sure I had that straight, which would make sense why you see the highest rate of adoption growth in the high scenario here, and that would reduce the overall load projections in that low scenario. Okay.
Yes, when we're discussing energy reduction uncertainties, it gets very confusing with high and low.
Okay, yes, it does. I also have a trouble with the high and low heat rates too. That one always confuses me as well, but that's neither here nor there, sorry. In the both mid and low growth scenarios here, it looks like in 2026, the companies project a pretty significant drop-off from 20% down to 8% or 18% down to 4%. And then it sort of continues at a slower rate there. Does that look right? I mean, if we were graphing this, it would be a bigger drop there in that rate.
Yeah, I don't recall specifically what the history looks like, but
Okay.
it seems like the historical data series would matter here as well, as far as like if it's just following the trend that has been occurring for a while.
Sure. So looking at the table just above there, we have the year-over-year growth rate historically, I think, correct?
Correct.
The
So-
far two right columns.
Yes.
Okay. And that looks like it's varied from, for customers, anywhere between 19% and 69% growth in a given year, correct?
Correct, yeah, it looks like 70 in 2021 was kind of the max, and it's been declining since.
Sure. And it started lower than that, so it's been lower than 26% before that, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, very early on.
But I don't see any growth rate as low as 8% or 4% anywhere in there, do you?
No.
Okay. And I think I understand perhaps why that drop-off occurs, but I want to check my intuition here. If we could go back to the IRP at page 722.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Lovecamp is quicker than I am, sorry. In that first paragraph, about midway through, it starts with a sentence that says, after the 1% cap is hit. Do you see where I'm reading from there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so after the 1% cap is hit, the payment for excess generation drops to the QF repayment rate. And this is specifically talking about the mid and high low growth scenarios, right?
That's
so
correct.
the mid and low solar growth scenarios.
That's correct.
Okay. So the assumption there is that the companies end the net metering that currently occurs at that point, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it continues there that this lessens the benefit of selling solar back to the grid, so it is assumed that customers will be less likely to overbuild their solar installations. However, the number of customers choosing to install solar will be less affected. Average customer growth cap hit is not adjusted in the mid-forecast. Is that accurate?
I'd have to double check on this. My recollection is that we have a near-term customers model that is more aggressive, and then we have a longer-term customers model that is less aggressive, and we apply that less aggressive model after the cap hits.
Okay.
And so, yeah, I would have to double check on that.
Well, we may ask you to do that in a post-hearing data request, but just really quickly, referring back to, sorry to keep switching and making this difficult, but back to the JI 176 response there.
Okay.
It looks like the growth rate in both tables under each scenario matches, correct? So the first table, the growth rate under each scenario for the the growth rate for the number of customers declines, just take the mid from 45% to 20 to 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, on down. And that appears to match exactly the growth rate in the size, but that seems to be different from what is stated here in the IRP, that the number of customers could be expected to keep growing at essentially the same rate, but they would undersize their systems so as not to overbuild.
Yeah, I wouldn't have said the same rate. I would have said a slightly reduced rate, but definitely true on the size of array assumptions. We would reduce that after the 1% cap is hit.
Sure, but it looks like those are exactly the same in the tables in response to JI 176. So the companies did not, in fact, assume that customers would continue to, the number of solar customers would continue to grow at a similar rate.
Yeah, again, I'd have to look at the models and the history just to double check this.
Okay.
But what is presented that appears to be correct, what you're saying.
Okay. And furthermore, I'm assuming that's why that drop-off occurs in 2026, is that's when the 1% cap was assumed to be hit?
It's that in part with the declining trend we've seen recently in solar adoptions.
Sure, but that would be the difference between, say, the mid and low and the high solar growth rate. Say in 2026, there's a more significant drop-off in that mid and low rate than the high rate.
That's right.
That's probably because that 1% cap. And just to be clear, that 1% cap refers to, and not asking for your legal opinion, but your understanding is that at a period where the installed net metering solar installations in kilowatt size is equal to 1% of the previous year's peak load. Did I accurately summarize that, what that 1% is referring to?
Could you say that again? I'm sorry.
My understanding is the 1% cap being referred to is that the provision allows for the end of net metering being offered when the installed capacity of distributed solar or distributed resources reaches 1% of the previous year's peak load.
Yeah, it's something like that. I don't know the exact legal interpretation of it. But
Okay, yeah, I'm not asking for your legal interpretation, but that's what the 1% cap roughly, 1% installed compared to the previous year's peak load.
Correct.
Okay, and I think the term cap is used, but also there it does state that the high solar growth scenario assumes that the companies continue to offer net metering beyond that point. That's back in the
yes, that's correct.
The IRP. Okay.
That's for the low load case.
The low
high
load
solar
case.
case.
Okay, which the companies assume to be the least likely scenario.
I think, yeah, we said the companies assign a low probability to the low case.
Okay.
I think that was more in terms of economic development load.
Okay, so in those scenarios, though, you didn't account for the possibility, if there's high economic load growth, that it might be beneficial to, say, allow net metering to continue beyond that 1% cap?
No, sorry, could you repeat the question again?
That means that in the mid and high load growth scenarios, which do include that economic development, right?
Yes,
The
that's
mid and high,
right.
okay.
Yes, that's right.
And those are the two that you assign the greater probability to?
Yes.
Okay, and in those scenarios, you didn't evaluate the possibility of net metering continuing?
No, not part of the load forecast, but I will say we did forecast a large amount of distributed solar in those forecasts. And yes.
Okay. That large amount would have been what's reflected in JI 176, though, that declining growth rate.
Correct.
Okay, so the companies didn't evaluate whether offsetting some of that load by allowing distributed resources to continue to grow would have been beneficial.
In terms of distributed generation, that is a true statement, and I'm not sure what Mr. Wilson or Mr. Seaborn modeled on the solar side for supply.
Okay, but distributed resources were only considered on the load side, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you were here earlier when I asked Mr. Beller questions about corporate strategy generally.
Yes.
Okay, and you did hear me ask him, and he confirmed that one of the ways in which the companies, perhaps I can bring back up the same, but as part of PPL's utility of the future strategies, the company planned on substantial behind-the-meter DERs and virtual power plants being considered, correct? Do you remember that?
Well, I think he mentioned in his response that that could apply to the Pennsylvania or Rhode Island states as well, but I would also say that I am not the witness to talk to PPL's corporate strategy.
Sure, fair enough. Looking for just a minute longer at the JI 176, if we could flip ahead to part D there. I shouldn't have closed my book too early, sorry. In this response, you addressed a request from joint interveners to provide a revised high solar forecast, and the companies acknowledged or stated that that would cause the growth to reach impossible levels, so instead they created a high alternative, correct?
Yes, I think if we applied the growth rate to capacity, that it reached levels that didn't make sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. So you came up with this JI high alternative that was instead applied the growth rate associated with net metering customers instead of the size of systems.
Yes.
Okay. So if you use that alternative, Kentucky would have to essentially close the gap with several other states that have higher rates of DER adoption, correct? And I'm paraphrasing here, but feel free to correct me.
You're saying there's a gap that exists today with installed or customers that have adopted, so we'd have to rapidly close the gap to get there.
Yes.
I do recall
That's
that, yes.
what the company stated, okay. And the company also stated that part of the reason is that that there is that gap is Kentucky has lower electricity rates, less sunlight, and fewer incentives than California.
Correct.
Correct, okay. Could we look at the next response, JI 177, and there's a table there that presents the solar distributed resource adoption in a few different states at the request of joint interveners again, thank you.
Okay.
And for Kentucky, the rate is 0.6% of residential customer population that is adopted, correct? And California is the highest there at 23%. But there are several other states. Massachusetts is nearly 4 times the size as a percentage of Kentucky, correct? We're at 0.6%, Massachusetts is at 2.3%.
That's correct.
Okay. Does Massachusetts comparatively have more sunlight than Kentucky, to your knowledge?
I would think either less than or equal to,
Okay.
but the average residential electricity price is significantly higher.
Thank you. Same questions as to New Jersey and Vermont, even Maine. Probably not less sunlight than Kentucky. So the difference there is probably the electricity rates.
Slightly less, but not
Okay.
materially, I would say.
Electricity rates and incentives, I think, were the two other things that you mentioned, right?
Correct.
So that goes to that return on investment, or the cost to levelize cost of energy that the companies referred to as one of the incentives.
Sorry, say that last part again.
So that both the rates, the electricity rates, and the incentives potentially provided for solar adoption would go to the return on investment that solar customers can get, right?
Correct.
Or I think you termed it differently, the cost to ELCO, or cost to levelized cost of energy ratio, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. One of the factors then would be that 1% cap that we spoke about earlier. That's obviously part of why the rates drop off there, correct? The solar adoption.
Are you moving back up to
Yeah,
76?
the
Okay.
rates that we talked about before, just
Yes.
confirming that difference in 2026 was at least in part due
Yes.
to that 1% cap. And part of it has to do with the future cost of energy, potentially, right?
Yes.
But confirming again, you only modeled that 2%, 2.3% growth in electricity rates.
Correct.
So we don't know what might happen if electricity rates were to grow more quickly than that.
Correct, I would say this is reasonable for purposes of the IRP.
Okay.
For the ranges of scenarios that we considered.
But if for some reason electricity rates were to grow more highly than, or more quickly than expected, more quickly than 2.3%, that could incentivize greater adoption of DERs, right?
Perhaps.
Okay. Just one moment, please, sorry. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you.
We don't have any additional questions.
Okay, and I don't think we do either. So, I think we'll adjourn for today and be back here, unless you have thought.
Oh, no, I just had a quick question,
Yeah.
if I may. This, other than Mr. Beller, whom the chair said needed to remain for the duration, have the witnesses that have already testified and been excused, are they free to be excused and not return tomorrow, I guess is the question.
Staff,
We have no
objection to that, yeah.
anybody?
No objection.
No objection. Okay, all right, thank
Yeah.
you, Your Honor. Okay,
And
thank you
then
very much.
We'll be back here at 9 tomorrow.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.